The Aggravation of Elmer by Robert Arthur. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Bologna Times. The Aggravation of Elmer by Robert Arthur. The world would beat a path to Elmer's door, but he had to go carry the door along with him. It was the darndest traffic jam I'd ever seen in White Plains. For 2 blocks ahead of me, Main Street was gutter to gutter with stalled cars, trucks, and buses. If I hadn't been in such a hurry to get back to the shop, I might have paid more attention. I might have noticed nobody was leaning on his horn, or that at least a quarter of the drivers were out peering under their hoods. But at the time, it didn't register. I gave the tie-up a passing glance, and was turning up the side street toward Bill-Tom Electronics. Bill-Tom, get it? When I saw Marge threading her way to the curb. She was leading a small blonde girl of about 8, who clutched a child-size hat box in her hand. Marge was hot and exasperated, but Small Fry was as cool and composed as a vanilla cone. I waited. Even flushed and disheveled, Marge is a treat to look at. She is tall and slender, with brown eyes that match her hair, a smile that first crinkles around her eyes, then sneaks down and becomes a full-fledged grin. But I'm getting off the subject. "Honestly, Bill," Marge said as she saw me, "the traffic nowadays. We've been tied up for 15 minutes. I finally decided to get off the bus and walk, even though it is about 100 in the shade." "Come along to the shop," I suggested. "The reception room is air-conditioned, and you can watch the world's first baseball game telecast in color. The Giants versus the Dodgers. Carl Erskine pitching." Marge brightened. "That'll be more fun than shopping, won't it, Doreen?" she asked, looking down at the kid. "Bill, this is Doreen. She lives across the street from me. Her mother's at the dentist, and I said I'd look after her for the day." "Hello, Doreen," I said. "What have you got in the hat box? Doll clothes?" Doreen gave me a look of faint disgust. "No," she piped in a high treble. "An unhappy genie." "An unhappy—" I did a double take. "Oh, an unhappy genie. Maybe he's unhappy because you won't let him out. Ha ha." Even to myself I sounded idiotic. Doreen looked at me pityingly. "It's not a he, it's a thing. Elmer made it." I knew when I was losing, so I quit. I hurried Marge and Doreen along toward our little 2-story building. Once we got into the air-conditioned reception room, Marge sank down gratefully into the settee, and I switched on the television set with the big 24-inch tube Tom had built. Brit-Tom Electronics makes TV components, computer parts, things like that. Tom Kennedy is the brains. Me, Bill Rollins, I do the legwork and tend to the business details. "It's uncanny the way all those cars suddenly stopped when our bus broke down," Marge said as we waited for the picture to come on. "Any day now this civilization of ours will get so complicated a bus breaking down someplace will bring the whole thing to a halt. Then where will we be?" "Elmer says civilization is doomed," Doreen put in happily. The way she rolled the word out made me stare at her. Marge only nodded. "That's what Elmer says, all right," she agreed, a trifle grim. "Why does Elmer say civilization is doomed?" I asked Doreen. "Because it's getting hotter." The kid gave it to me straight. "All the ice at the North Pole is gonna melt. The ocean is gonna rise 200 feet. Then everybody who doesn't live on a hill is gonna be drowned. That's what Elmer says, and Elmer isn't ever wrong." Doreen, they called her. Why not Cassandra? The stuff kids spout these days. I gave her a foolish grin. I wanted Marge to get the idea that I was really a family man at heart. "That's very interesting, Doreen. Now look, there's the baseball game. Let's watch, shall we?" We weren't very late at all. It was the top half of the second inning, the score 1-1. Erskine in trouble with 2 men on and only 1 down. The colors were beautiful. Marge and I were just settling back to watch when Doreen wrinkled her nose. "I saw that game yesterday," she announced. You couldn't have, sweetheart, I told her, because it's only being played today. The world's first ball game ever broadcast in color. There was a game on Elmer's TV, Doreen insisted. The picture was bigger and the colors prettier, too. Absolutely impossible. I was a little sore. I hate kids who tell fibs. There never was a game broadcast in color before. And anyway, you won't find a color tube this big any place outside of a laboratory. But it's true, Bill. Marge looked at me wide-eyed. Elmer only has a little 7-inch black and white set his uncle gave him, but he's rigged up some kind of lens in front of it, and it projects a big color picture on a white screen. I saw that she was serious. My eyes bugged slightly. Listen, I said, who is this Elmer character? I want to meet him. He's my cousin from South America, Doreen answered. He thinks grown-ups are stupid. She turned to Marge. I have to go to the bathroom, she said primly. Through that door, Marge pointed. Doreen trotted out, clutching her hat box. Elmer thinks grown-ups are stupid? I howled. Listen, how old is this character who says cillization is zoomed and can convert a black and white broadcast into color? He's 13, Marge told me. I goggled at her. 13, she repeated. His father is some South American scientist. His mother died 10 years ago. I sat down beside her. I lit a cigarette. My hands were shaking. Tell me about him. All about him. Why, I don't know very much, Marge said. Last year, Elmer was sick, some tropic disease. His father sent him up here to recuperate. Now, Alice, that's his aunt, Doreen's mother, is at her wit's end. He makes her so nervous. I lit another cigarette before I realized I already had one. And he invents things. A boy genius? Young Tom Edison and all that? Marge frowned. I suppose you could say that, she conceded. He has the garage full of stuff he's made or bought with the allowance his father sends him, and if you come within 10 feet of it without permission, you get an electric shock right out of thin air. But that's only part of it. She gave a helpless gesture. It's Elmer's effect on everybody. Everybody over 15, that is. He sits there, a little, dark, squinched-up kid wearing thick glasses and talking about how climatic changes inside 50 years will flood half the world, causing the collapse of civilization. Wait a minute, I cut in. Scientists seem to think that's possible in a few thousand years, not 50. Elmer says 50. Marge stated flatly. From the way he talks, I suspect he's figured out a way to speed things up and is going to try it some day just to see if it works. Meanwhile, he fools around out there in the garage, sneering about the billions of dollars spent to develop color TV. He says his lens will turn any ordinary broadcast into color for about $25. He says it's typical of the muddled thinking of our so-called scientists, I'm quoting now, to do everything backward and overlook fundamental principles. Brother, I said. Doreen came trotting back in then, with her hat box. I'm tired of that game, she said, giving the TV set a bored glance, and as she said it, the tube went dark. The sound cut off. Damn, I swore. Must be a power failure. I grabbed the phone and jiggled the hook. No dice. The phone was dead, too. You're funny, Doreen giggled. It's just the unhappy genie. See? She flicked over the catch on the hat box, and the picture came back on. The sound started up. Swings and misses for strike 2. The air conditioner began to hum. Marge and I stared, mouths open, wide. You did that, Doreen? I asked it very carefully. You made the television stop and start again? The unhappy genie did, Doreen told me. Like this. She flicked the catch back. The TV picture blacked out. The sound stopped in the middle of a word. The air conditioner whispered into silence. Then she flipped the catch the other way. Fouls the second ball into the screen, the announcer said. Picture okay. Air conditioner operating. Everything normal except my pulse and respiration. Doreen, sweetheart. I took a step toward her. What's in that box? What is an unhappy genie? Not unhappy. You know how scornful an 8-year-old can be. Well, she was. Un-hap-in. It makes things unhappen. Anything that works by electricity, it stops. Elmer calls it his unhappen genie, just for fun. Oh, now I get it, I said brightly. It makes electricity not work. Unhappen. Like television sets and air conditioners and automobiles and bus engines. Doreen giggled. Marge sat bolt upright. Doreen, you caused that traffic jam? You and that gadget of Elmer's? Doreen nodded. It made all the automobile engines stop, just like Elmer said. Elmer's never wrong. Marge looked at me. I looked at Marge. A field of some kind, I said. A field that prevents an electric current from flowing, meaning no combustion motor using an electric spark can operate. No electric motors, no telephones, no radio or TV. Is that important? Marge asked. Important? I yelled. Think of the possibilities just as a weapon. You could blank out a whole nation's transportation, its communications, its industry. I got a hold of myself. I smiled my best I love children smile. Doreen, I said, let me look at Elmer's unhappen genie. The kid clutched the box. Elmer told me not to let anybody look at it. He said he'd statuefy me if I did. He said nobody would understand it anyway. He said he might show it to Mr. Einstein, but not anybody else. That's Elmer, all right, Marge muttered. I found myself breathing hard. I edged toward Doreen and put my hand on the hat box. Just one quick look, Doreen, I said. No one will ever know. She didn't answer. Just pulled the box away. I pulled it back. She pulled. I pulled. Bill, Marge called warningly. Too late. The lid of the hat box came off in my hands. There was a bright flash, the smell of insulation burning, and the unhappen genie fell out and scattered all over the floor. Doreen looked smug. Now Elmer will be angry at you. Maybe he'll disintegrate you, or paralyze you, and statuefy you forever. He might at that, Bill, Marge shuddered. I wouldn't put anything past him. I wasn't listening. I was scrambling after the mess of tubes, condensers, and power packs scattered over the rug. Some of them were still wired together, but most of them had broken loose. Elmer was certainly one heck of a sloppy workman. Hadn't even soldered the connections, just twisted the wires together. I looked at the stuff in my hands. It made as much sense as a radio run over by a truck. We'll take it back to Elmer, I told Doreen, speaking very carefully. I'll give him lots of money to build another. He can come down here and use our shop. We have lots of nice equipment he'd like. Doreen tossed her head. I don't think he'll wanna. He'll be mad at you. Anyway, Elmer is busy working on aggravation now. That's for sure, Marge said in heartfelt tones. Aggravation, eh? I grinned like an idiot. Well, well, I'll bet he's good at it. But let's go see him right away. Bill, Marge signaled me to one side. Maybe you'd better not try to see Elmer, she whispered. I mean, if he can build a thing like this in his garage, maybe he can build a disintegrator or paralysis ray or something. There's no use taking chances. You read too many comics, I laughed it off. He's only a kid, isn't he? What do you think he is? A Superman? Yes, Marge said flatly. Look, Marge, I said in feverish excitement, I've got to talk to Elmer. I've got to get the rights to that TV color lens and this electricity interrupter and anything else he may have developed. Marge kept trying to protest, but I simply grabbed her and Doreen and hustled them out to my car. Doreen lived in a wooded, hilly section a little north of White Plains. I made it in 10 minutes. Marge had said Elmer worked in the garage. I kept going up the driveway, swung sharp around the big house, and slammed on the brakes. Marge screamed. We skidded to a stop with our front end hanging over what looked like a bomb crater in the middle of the driveway. I swallowed my heart down again, while I backed away fast. We had almost plunged into a hole 40 feet across and 20 feet deep in the middle. The hole was perfectly round, like half a section of a grapefruit. "What's this?" I asked. "Where's the garage?" "That's where the garage should be." Marge looked dazed. "But it's gone." I took another look at that hole scooped out with geometrical precision, and turned to Doreen. "What did you say Elmer was working on?" "Ag," she sobbed. "Aggravation." She began to bawl in earnest. "Now he's gone. He's mad. He won't ever come back, I betcha." "That's a fact," I muttered. "He may not have been mad, but he certainly was aggravated. Marge, listen, this is a mystery. We've just got to let it stay a mystery. We don't know anything, understand? The cops will finally decide Elmer blew himself up, and we'll leave it at that. One thing I'm pretty sure about. He's not coming back." So that's how it was. Tom Kennedy keeps trying and trying to put Elmer's unhappy genie back together again, and every time he fails he takes it out on me because I didn't get to Elmer sooner. But you can see perfectly well he's way off base, trying to make out I could have done a thing to prevent what happened. Is it my fault if the dumb kid didn't know enough to take the proper precautions when he decided to develop anti-gravitation and got shot off, garage and all, someplace into outer space? What do they teach kids nowadays, anyway? End of The Aggravation of Elmer by Robert Andrew Arthur. Blessed Are the Meek by J.C. Edmondson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Bologna Times. Blessed Are the Meek by J.C. Edmondson. Every strength is a weakness, and every weakness is a strength. And when the strong start smashing each other's strength, the weak may turn out to be, instead, the wise. The strangers landed just before dawn, incinerating a good li of bottom land in the process. Their machines were already busily digging up the topsoil. The Old One watched, squinting into the morning sun. He sighed, hitched up his saffron robes, and started walking down toward the strangers. Griffin turned, not trying to conceal his excitement. "You're the linguist. See what you can get out of him." "I might," Kung Su ventured sourly, "if you'd go weed the air machine or something. This is going to be hard enough without a lot of kibitzers cramping my style and scaring old Pruneface here half to death." "I see your point," Griffin answered. He turned and started back toward the diggings. "Let me know if you make any progress with the local language." He stopped whistling and strove to control the jauntiness of his gait. "Must be the lower gravity and extra oxygen," he thought. "I haven't bounced along like this for 30 years. Nice place to settle down if some promoter doesn't turn it into an old folks' home." He sighed and glanced over the diggings. The rammed earth walls were nearly obliterated by now. Nothing lost, he reflected. It's all on tape, and they're no different from 1,000 others at any rate. Griffin opened a door in the transparent bubble from which Albanez was operating the diggers. "Anything?" he inquired. "Nothing so far," Albanez reported. "What's the score on this job? I missed the briefing." "How'd you make it out on 3, by the way?" "Same old stuff. Parlor shards and the usual junk. See it once and you've seen it all." "Well," Griffin began, "it looks like the same thing here again. We've pretty well covered this system, and you know how it is. Rammed earth walls here and there, pottery shards, flint, bronze, and iron artifacts, and that's it. They got to the Iron Age on every planet, and then blowy. Artifacts all made for humanoid hands, I suppose. I wonder if they were close enough to have crossbred with humans." I couldn't say," Griffin observed dryly. "From the looks of old Pruneface, I doubt if we'll ever find a human female with sufficiently detached attitude to find out." "Who's Pruneface?" "He came ambling down out of the hills this morning and walked into camp." "You mean you've actually found a live humanoid?" "There's got to be a first time for everything." Griffin opened the door and started climbing the hill toward Kung Su and Pruneface. "Well, have you gotten beyond the me Charlie stage yet?" Griffin inquired at breakfast 2 days later. Kung Su gave an inscrutable East Los Angeles smile. "As a matter of fact, I'm a little farther along. Joe is amazingly cooperative." "Joe?" "Spell it Chow if you want to be exotic. It's still pronounced Joe, and that's his name. The language is monosyllabic and tonal. I happen to know a similar language." "You mean this humanoid speaks Chinese?" Griffin was never sure whether Kung was ribbing him or not. "Not Chinese. The vocabulary is different, but the syntax and phonemes are nearly identical. I'll speak it perfectly in a week. It's just a question of memorizing 2,000 or 3,000 new words. Incidentally, Joe wants to know why you're digging up his bottomland. He was all set to flood it today." "Don't tell me he plants rice!" Griffin exclaimed. "I don't imagine it's rice, but it needs flooding, whatever it is." "Ask him how many humanoids there are on this planet." "I'm way ahead of you, Griffin. He says there are only a few thousand left. The rest were all destroyed in a war with the barbarians." "Barbarians?" "They're extinct." "How many races were there?" "I'll get to that if you'll stop interrupting," Kung rejoined testily. "Joe says there are only two kinds of people, his own dark, straight-haired kind, and the barbarians. They have curly hair, white skin, and round eyes. You'd pass for a barbarian, according to Joe, only you don't have a face full of hair. He wants to know how things are going on the other planets." "I suppose that's my cue to break into a cold sweat and feel a premonition of disaster." Griffin tried to smile, and almost made it. "Not necessarily, but it seems our Iron Age man is fairly well informed in extraplanetary affairs." "I guess I'd better start learning the language." Thanks to the spadework Kung Su had done in preparing hypno recordings, Griffin had a working knowledge of the rational people's language. 11 days later, when he sat down to drink herb-infused hot water with Joe and other old ones in the low-roofed wooden building around which clustered a village of 200 humanoids, he fidgeted through interminable ritualistic cups of hot water. Eventually Joe hid his hands in the sleeves of his robe and turned with an air of polite inquiry. "Now we get down to business," Griffin thought. "Joe, you know by now why we're digging up your bottomland. We'll recompense you in one way or another. Meanwhile, could you give me a little local history?" Joe smiled like a well-nourished bodhisattva. "Approximately how far back would you like me to begin?" "At the beginning." "How long is a year on your planet?" Joe inquired. "Your year is 8½ days longer. Our day is 300 heartbeats longer than yours." Joe nodded in thanks. "More water?" Griffin declined, suppressing a shudder. "5 million years ago we were limited to one planet," Joe began. "The court astronomer had a vision of our planet in flames. I imagine you'd say our sun was about to nova. The Empress was disturbed and ordered a convocation of seers. One fasted overlong and saw an answer. As the dying seer predicted, the Son of Heaven came with fire-breathing dragons. The fairest of maidens and the strongest of our young men were taken to serve his warriors. We served them honestly and faithfully. 1,000 years later their empire collapsed, leaving us scattered across the universe. 3,000 years later a new race of barbarians conquered our planets. We surrendered naturally, and soon were serving our new masters. 500 years passed, and they destroyed themselves. This has been the pattern of our existence from that day to this." "You mean you've been slaves for 5 million years?" Griffin was incredulous. "Servitude has ever been a refuge for the scholar and the philosopher." But what point is there in such a life? Why do you continue living this way? What is the point in any way of life? Continued existence, personal immortality, is neither desirable nor possible. We settled for perpetuation of the race. But what about self-determination? You know enough astronomy to understand nova. Surely you realize it could happen again. What would you do without a technology to build spaceships? Many stars have gone nova during our history. Usually the barbarians came in time. When they didn't... You mean you don't really care? All barbarians ask that sooner or later, Joe smiled. Sometimes, toward the end, they even accuse us of destroying them. We don't. Every technology bears the seeds of its own destruction. The stars are older than the machinery that explores them. You use technology to get from one system to another. We used it, but we were never part of it. When machines fail, their people die. We have no machines. What would you do if this sun were to nova? We can serve you. We are not unintelligent. Willing to work your way around the galaxy, eh? But what if we refuse to take you? The race would go on. Kung Su tells me there is no life on planets of this system, but there are other systems. You're whistling in the dark, Griffin scoffed. How do you know if any of the rational people survive? How far back does your history go? Joe inquired. It's hard to say exactly, Griffin replied. Our earliest written records date back some 7,000 years. You are all of one race? No. You may have noticed Kung Su is slightly different from the rest of us. Yes, Griffin, I have noticed. When you return, ask Kung Su for the legend of creation. More hot water? Joe stirred, and Griffin guessed the interview was over. He drank another ritual cup, made his farewells, and walked thoughtfully back to camp. Kung, Griffin asked over coffee next afternoon, how well up are you on Chinese mythology? Oh, fair, I guess. It isn't my field, but I remember some of the stories my grandfather used to tell me. What is your legend of creation? Griffin persisted. It's pretty well garbled, but I remember something about the Son of Heaven bringing the early settlers from a land of 2 moons on the back of his fire-breathing dragon. The dragon got sick and died, so they couldn't ever get back to heaven again. There's a lot of stuff about devils, too. What about devils? I don't remember too well, but they were supposed to do terrible things to you, and even to your unborn children, if they ever caught you. They must have been pretty stupid, though. They couldn't turn corners. My grandfather's store had devil screens at all the doors, so you had to turn a corner to get in. The first time I saw the lead baffles at the pile chamber doors on the ship, it reminded me of Home Sweet Home. By the way, some young men from the village were around today. They want to work passage to the next planet. What do you think? Griffin was silent for a long time. Well, what do you say? We can use some hand labor for the delicate digging. Want to put them on? Might as well, Griffin answered. There's a streetcar every millennium anyway. What do you mean by that? You wouldn't understand. You sold your birthright to the barbarians. End of Blessed Are the Meek by G.C. Edmondson.
Celebrity by James McKimmey Jr. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Faith Van Horn. Celebrity by James McKimmey Jr. June 19, 1978, Celebrity Day. The city stretched. Empty streets glistened from the bath of a water truck. Dew-wet grass winked at the fresh peeping sun like millions of shimmering diamonds. A bird chirped. Another. The city yawned. Rows of houses lay like square ivory beads on patches of green felt. A boy drove his bicycle down the middle of an elm-bordered avenue, whistling loudly, while tightly rolled newspapers arced from his hand and slapped against porches. Lights snapped on in 1,000 windows, shining yellowly against the cool whiteness of dawn. Men blinked and touched beard-stubbled chins. Women moved sleepily toward porcelain and chrome kitchens. A truck roared and garbage pails rattled. There was a smell of sour orange rinds and wet leaves and unfolding flowers. Over this came the smell of toasting bread and frying bacon. Doors swung open, slippered feet padded across porches, and hands groped for the rolled newspapers. The air was stricken with the blaring sound of transcribed music and the excited voices of commercial announcers. The doors swung shut and the sounds were muted. 1,000,000 people shifted and stretched and scratched. The sun rose above the horizon. Celebrity Day. Doors slammed again, and half-consumed cups of coffee lay cooling behind. Children wiped at sleepy eyes, and mothers swept crumbs, touching self-conscious fingers at their own bed-ruffled hair. Laborers and clerks and lawyers and doctors strode down sidewalks and climbed into automobiles and buses and sleek-nosed elevated trains. The city moved. To the center of the city, where the tall buildings stretched to the lighting sky, came the horde, like thousands of ants toward a comb of honey. Wheels sang and whined, horns blasted, whistles blew. And waiting, strung above the wide streets between the cold marquees and the dead neon tubes, were the banners and the flags and the bunting. The air warmed and the sun brightened. Voices chattered, elbows nudged. Mouths smiled, teeth shone, and there was the sound of laughter rising over the pushing throngs. The city was happy. The bunting dipped and the banners fluttered and the flags whipped. At the edge of the city, the airport tightened itself, waiting for the silver and blue rocket, the rocket of the celebrity. A large hotel towering above the pulsing streets began the quiver of activity. As though a great electric current had been run through its cubes and shafts and hollows, the hotel crackled. Desk clerks clicked bells and bellboys hopped. Elevators rose and fell. In the cellar, wine bottles were dusted by quick, nervous hands. In the kitchen, a towering cake was frosted and decorated. Orders cracked. Hands flew and feet chattered against tile. In one rich, expansive suite, a giant hoop of multicolored flowers was placed in the center of a room. It was in the air. Laughter, awe, worship, excitement. Ropes went up and stretched between lampposts. Blue-coated men on horses began blocking streets. Old women with wooden boxes, children with flashing eyes, men in rich suits and tattered suits began filling the sidewalks. Curbs became lined with people. Bars threw open doors, and fresh air met stale air. Men with fat faces, thin faces, white faces, red faces, twitching with the anticipation of holiday freedom, gulped jiggers of raw whiskey and shuddered happily. Children giggled and yelled and sprinted in crazy zigzags. Men in white caps hustled in front of the lined curbs, shouting, carrying their boxes of ice cream. Men with buttons, men with pennants, men with balloons joined the shouting, and the sound rose in the air, and the city smiled and shifted, and its heart pounded. The hotel whirled inside itself. The airport tensed and searched the sky. Time moved and the swelling throngs jammed the sidewalks, raising their strengthening sound between the tall buildings. Windows popped open and faces beamed. Tentative showers of confetti drifted down through the air. The city waited, its pulse thumping. The rocket was a black point in the sky. It grew. White-suited men scattered over the landing strip. Photographers crouched. Bulbs snapped into reflectors. Cameras pointed. The rocket landed. A door snapped open. Blue uniforms converged and flashbulbs popped. There were shouts and orders and men running. Gates swung and there was a blue-rimmed movement to a black open car. Sirens moaned, screamed, and the black car was moving swiftly into the city. Beneath the buildings, marching bands in red and blue and yellow uniforms stood assembled. Girls in short skirts and tasseled hats spun silver batons into the warm air. Bare legs kicked, black boots flashed. The crowd swayed against the ropes, and there was laughter and sweating and squinting. The black car reached the heart of the city. Sirens died. Rows of men snapped to attention. Policemen aligned their motorcycles. A baton shimmered high against the sun and came down. A cymbal crashed, drums cracked, music blared, and there was a movement down the street. The black car rolled along while tapes swept down from the buildings in long swirling ribbons. There was a snow of confetti, and from the throats of the people came the first roar. It grew, building in volume, and the city thundered its welcome to the man sitting upon the back of the open car, the small man who tipped his hat and smiled and blinked behind his glasses. Joseph S. Stettison, B.A., B.S., M.S., M.D., Ph.D., L.M. Honorable, F.R.C. O.G. End of Celebrity by James McKimmey, Jr. Recording by Faith Van Horn, faithvanhorn.blogspot.com.
The Country of the Blind by H.G. Wells. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Country of the Blind. 300 miles and more from Chimborazo, 100 from the snows of Cotopaxi, in the wildest wastes of Ecuador's Andes, there lies that mysterious mountain valley, cut off from the world of men, the country of the blind. Long years ago that valley lay so far open to the world that men might come at last through frightful gorges and over an icy pass into its equable meadows. And thither indeed men came, a family or so of Peruvian half-breeds fleeing from the lust and tyranny of an evil Spanish ruler. Then came the stupendous outbreak of Mindobamba, when it was night in Quito for 17 days, and the water was boiling at Yaguachi, and all the fish floating dying even as far as Guayaquil. Everywhere along the Pacific slopes there were landslips, and swift thawings, and sudden floods, and one whole side of the old Arauca crest slipped and came down in thunder, and cut off the country of the blind forever from the exploring feet of men. But one of these early settlers had chanced to be on the hither side of the gorges, when the world had so terribly shaken itself, and he perforce had to forget his wife and his child, and all the friends and possessions he had left up there, and start life over again in the lower world. He started it again, but ill, blindness overtook him, and he died of punishment in the mines. But the story he told begot a legend that lingers along the length of the Cordilleras of the Andes to this day. He told of his reason for venturing back from that fastness into which he had first been carried lashed to a llama, beside a vast bale of gear, when he was a child. The valley, he said, had in it all that the heart of man could desire: sweet water, pasture, and even climate, slopes of rich brown soil, with tangles of a shrub that bore an excellent fruit, and on one side great hanging forests of pine that held the avalanches high. Far overhead, on 3 sides, vast cliffs of grey-green rock were capped by cliffs of ice, but the glacier stream came not to them, but flowed away by the farther slopes, and only now and then huge ice masses fell on the valley side. In this valley it neither rained nor snowed, but the abundant springs gave a rich green pasture, that irrigation would spread over all the valley space. The settlers did well indeed there. Their beasts did well and multiplied, and but one thing marred their happiness. Yet it was enough to mar it greatly. A strange disease had come upon them, and had made all the children born to them there, and indeed several older children also, blind. It was to seek some charm or antidote against this plague of blindness that he had with fatigue and danger and difficulty returned down the gorge. In those days, in such cases, men did not think of germs and infections, but of sins, and it seemed to him that the reason of this affliction must lie in the negligence of these priestless immigrants to set up a shrine so soon as they entered the valley. He wanted a shrine, a handsome, cheap, effectual shrine, to be erected in the valley. He wanted relics and such like potent things of faith, blessed objects and mysterious medals and prayers. In his wallet he had a bar of native silver, for which he would not account. He insisted there was none in the valley, with something of the insistence of an inexpert liar. They had all clubbed their money and ornaments together, having little need for such treasure up there, he said, to buy them holy help against their ill. I figure this dim-eyed young mountaineer, sunburnt, gaunt, and anxious, hat-brim clutched feverishly, a man all unused to the ways of the lower world, telling this story to some keen-eyed, attentive priest before the great convulsion. I can picture him presently seeking to return with pious and infallible remedies against that trouble, and the infinite dismay with which he must have faced the tumbled vastness where the gorge had once come out. But the rest of his story of mischances is lost to me, save that I know of his evil death after several years. Poor stray from that remoteness! The stream that had once made the gorge now bursts from the mouth of a rocky cave, and the legend his poor, ill-told story set going developed into the legend of a race of blind men somewhere over there one may still hear today. And amidst the little population of that now isolated and forgotten valley, the disease ran its course. The old became groping and purblind, the young saw but dimly, and the children that were born to them saw never at all. But life was very easy in that snow-rimmed basin, lost to all the world, with neither thorns nor briars, with no evil insects, nor any beasts save the gentle breed of llamas they had lugged and thrust and followed up the beds of the shrunken rivers in the gorges up which they had come. The seeing had become purblind so gradually that they scarcely noted their loss. They guided the sightless youngsters hither and thither until they knew the whole valley marvellously, and when at last sight died out among them, the race lived on. They had even time to adapt themselves to the blind control of fire, which they made carefully in stoves of stone. They were a simple strain of people at the first, unlettered, only slightly touched with the Spanish civilization, but with something of a tradition of the arts of old Peru and of its lost philosophy. Generation followed generation. They forgot many things. They devised many things. Their tradition of the greater world they came from became mythical in colour and uncertain. In all things save sight they were strong and able, and presently the chance of birth and heredity sent one who had an original mind and who could talk and persuade among them, and then afterwards another. These too passed, leaving their effects, and the little community grew in numbers and in understanding, and met and settled social and economic problems that arose. Generation followed generation. There came a time when a child was born who was 15 generations from that ancestor, who went out of the valley with a bar of silver to seek God's aid, and who never returned. Thereabouts it chanced that a man came into this community from the outer world, and this is the story of that man. He was a mountaineer from the country near Quito, a man who had been down to the sea and had seen the world, a reader of books in an original way, an acute and enterprising man, and he was taken on by a party of Englishmen who had come out to Ecuador to climb mountains, to replace one of their 3 Swiss guides who had fallen ill. He climbed here and he climbed there, and then came the attempt on Parascotopetl, the Matterhorn of the Andes, in which he was lost to the outer world. The story of the accident has been written a dozen times. Pointer's narrative is the best. He tells how the party worked their difficult and almost vertical way up to the very foot of the last and greatest precipice, and how they built a night shelter amidst the snow upon a little shelf of rock, and with a touch of real dramatic power, how presently they found Nunez had gone from them. They shouted, and there was no reply, shouted and whistled, and for the rest of that night they slept no more. As the morning broke, they saw the traces of his fall. It seems impossible he could have uttered a sound. He had slipped eastward towards the unknown side of the mountain. Far below he had struck a steep slope of snow, and ploughed his way down it in the midst of a snow avalanche. His track went straight to the edge of a frightful precipice, and beyond that everything was hidden. Far, far below, and hazy with distance, they could see trees rising out of a narrow shut-in valley, the lost country of the blind. But they did not know it was the lost country of the blind, nor distinguish it in any way from any other narrow streak of upland valley. Unnerved by the disaster, they abandoned their attempt in the afternoon, and Pointer was called away to the war before he could make another attack. To this day Parascotopetl lifts an unconquered crest, and Pointer's shelter crumbles unvisited amidst the snows. And the man who fell survived. At the end of the slope he fell 1,000 feet, and came down in the midst of a cloud of snow upon a snow slope even steeper than the one above. Down this he was whirled, stunned and insensible, but without a bone broken in his body, and then at last came to gentler slopes, and at last rolled out and lay still, buried amidst a softening heap of the white masses that had accompanied and saved him. He came to himself with a dim fancy that he was ill in bed, then realized his position with a mountaineer's intelligence, and worked himself loose, and after a rest or so, out until he saw the stars. He rested flat upon his chest for a space, wondering where he was and what had happened to him. He explored his limbs, and discovered that several of his buttons were gone, and his coat turned over his head. His knife had gone from his pocket, and his hat was lost, though he had tied it under his chin. He recalled that he had been looking for loose stones to raise his piece of the shelter wall. His ice-axe had disappeared. He decided he must have fallen, and looked up to see, exaggerated by the ghastly light of the rising moon, the tremendous flight he had taken. For a while he lay, gazing blankly at that vast pale cliff towering above, rising moment by moment out of a subsiding tide of darkness. Its phantasmal, mysterious beauty held him for a space, and then he was seized with a paroxysm of sobbing laughter. After a great interval of time he became aware that he was near the lower edge of the snow. Below, down what was now a moonlit and practicable slope, he saw the dark and broken appearance of rock-strewn turf. He struggled to his feet, aching in every joint and limb, got down painfully from the heaped loose snow about him, went downward until he was on the turf, and there dropped rather than lay beside a boulder, drank deep from the flask in his inner pocket, and instantly fell asleep. He was awakened by the singing of birds in the trees far below. He sat up and perceived he was on a little alp at the foot of a vast precipice that was grooved by the gully down which he and his snow had come. Over against him another wall of rock reared itself against the sky. The gorge between these precipices ran east and west, and was full of the morning sunlight, which lit to the westward and mass of fallen mountain that closed the descending gorge. Below him it seemed there was a precipice equally steep, but behind the snow in the gully he found a sort of chimney cleft dripping with snow water down which a desperate man might venture. He found it easier than it seemed, and came at last to another desolate alp, and then, after a rock climb of no particular difficulty, to a steep slope of trees. He took his bearings and turned his face up the gorge, for he saw it opened out above upon green meadows, among which he now glimpsed quite distinctly a cluster of stone huts of unfamiliar fashion. At times his progress was like clambering along the face of a wall, and after a time the rising sun ceased to strike along the gorge, the voices of the singing birds died away, and the air grew cold and dark about him. But the distant valley with its houses was all the brighter for that. He came presently to Talus, and among the rocks he noted, for he was an observant man, an unfamiliar fern that seemed to clutch out of the crevices with intense green hands. He picked a frond or so, and gnawed its stalk, and found it helpful. About midday he came at last out of the throat of the gorge into the plain and the sunlight. He was stiff and weary. He sat down in the shadow of a rock, filled up his flask with water from a spring, and drank it down, and remained for a time resting before he went on to the houses. They were very strange to his eyes, and indeed the whole aspect of that valley became, as he regarded it, queerer and more unfamiliar. The greater part of its surface was lush green meadow, starred with many beautiful flowers, irrigated with extraordinary care, and bearing evidence of systematic cropping piece by piece. High up and ringing the valley about was a wall, and what appeared to be a circumferential water channel, from which the little trickles of water that fed the meadow plants came, and on the higher slopes above this flocks of llamas cropped the scanty herbage. Sheds, apparently shelters or feeding places for the llamas, stood against the boundary wall here and there. The irrigation streams ran together into a main channel down the centre of the valley, and this was enclosed on either side by a wall breast-high. This gave a singularly urban quality to this secluded place, a quality that was greatly enhanced by the fact that a number of paths paved with black and white stones, and each with a curious little curb at the side, ran hither and thither in an orderly manner. The houses of the central village were quite unlike the casual and higgledy-piggledy agglomeration of the mountain villages he knew. They stood in a continuous row on either side of a central street of astonishing cleanness. Here and there their parti-coloured façade was pierced by a door, and not a solitary window broke their even frontage. They were parti-coloured with extraordinary irregularity, smeared with a sort of plaster that was sometimes grey, sometimes drab, sometimes slate-coloured or dark brown. And it was the sight of this wild plastering first brought the word blind into the thoughts of the explorer. The good man who did that, he thought, must have been as blind as a bat. He descended a steep place, and so came to the wall and channel that ran about the valley, near where the latter sprouted out its surplus contents into the deeps of the gorge in a thin and wavering thread of cascade. He could now see a number of men and women resting on piled heaps of grass, as if taking a siesta, in the remoter part of the meadow, and nearer the village a number of recumbent children, and then nearer at hand 3 men carrying pails and yokes along a little path that ran from the encircling wall towards the houses. These latter were clad in garments of llama clothes, and boots and belts of leather, and they wore caps of cloth with back and ear flaps. They followed one another in single file, walking slowly and yawning as they walked, like men who have been up all night. There was something so reassuringly prosperous and respectable in their bearing that after a moment's hesitation Nunez stood forward as conspicuously as possible upon his rock and gave vent to a mighty shout that echoed round the valley. The 3 men stopped, and moved their heads as though they were looking about them. They turned their faces this way and that, and Nunez gesticulated with freedom, but they did not appear to see him for all his gestures, and after a time, directing themselves towards the mountains far away to the right, they shouted as if in answer. Nunez bawled again, and then once more, and as he gestured ineffectually, the word blind came up to the top of his thoughts. "The fools must be blind," he said. When at last, after much shouting and wrath, Nunez crossed the stream by a little bridge, came through a gate in the wall, and approached them, he was sure that they were blind. He was sure that this was the country of the blind of which the legends told. Conviction had sprung upon him, and a sense of great and rather enviable adventure. The three stood side by side, not looking at him, but with their ears directed towards him, judging him by his unfamiliar steps. They stood close together, like men a little afraid, and he could see their eyelids closed and sunken, as though the very balls beneath had shrunk away. There was an expression near awe on their faces. "A man," one said, in hardly recognizable Spanish. "A man it is. A man or a spirit coming down from the rocks." But Nunez advanced with the confident steps of a youth who enters upon life. All the old stories of the lost valley and the country of the blind had come back to his mind, and through his thoughts ran this old proverb, as if it were a refrain. "In the country of the blind, the one-eyed man is king." And very civilly he gave them greeting. He talked to them and used his eyes. "Where does he come from, Brother Pedro?" asked one. "Down out of the rocks." "Over the mountains I come," said Nunez, "out of the country beyond there, where men can see, from near Bogota, where there are 100,000 of people, and where the city passes out of sight." "Sight?" muttered Pedro. "Sight?" "He comes," said the second blind man, "out of the rocks." The cloth of their coats, Nunez saw, was curiously fashioned, each with a different sort of stitching. They startled him by a simultaneous movement towards him, each with a hand outstretched. He stepped back from the advance of these spread fingers. "Come hither," said the third blind man, following his motion and clutching him neatly. And they held Nunez and felt him over, saying no word further until they had done so. "Carefully," he cried, with a finger in his eye, and found they thought that organ, with its fluttering lids, a queer thing in him. They went over it again. "A strange creature, Correa," said the one called Pedro. "Feel the coarseness of his hair, like a llama's hair." "Rough he is as the rocks that begot him," said Correa, investigating Nunez's unshaven chin with a soft and slightly moist hand. "Perhaps he will grow finer." Nunez struggled a little under their examination, but they gripped him firm. "Carefully," he said again. "He speaks," said the third man. "Certainly he is a man." "Ah," said Pedro, at the roughness of his coat. "And you have come into the world?" asked Pedro. "Out of the world, over mountains and glaciers, right over above there, halfway to the sun, out of the great big world that goes down, 12 days' journey to the sea." They scarcely seemed to heed him. "Our fathers have told us men may be made by the forces of nature," said Correa. "It is the warmth of things and moisture and rottenness. "Let us lead him to the elders," said Pedro. Shout first," said Correa, "lest the children be afraid. This is a marvelous occasion." So they shouted, and Pedro went first and took Nunez by the hand to lead him to the houses. He drew his hand away. "I can see," he said. "See?" said Correa. "Yes, see," said Nunez, turning towards him, and stumbled against Pedro's pail. "His senses are still imperfect," said the third blind man. "He stumbles and talks unmeaning words. Lead him by the hand." "As you will," said Nunez, and was led along, laughing. It seemed they knew nothing of sight. Well, all in good time he would teach them. He heard people shouting, and saw a number of figures gathering together in the middle roadway of the village. He found it taxed his nerve and patience more than he had anticipated, that first encounter with the population of the country of the blind. The place seemed larger as he drew near to it, and the smeared plasterings queerer, and the crowd of children and men and women, the women and girls, he was pleased to note, had some of them quite sweet faces, for all that their eyes were shut and sunken, came about him, holding on to him, touching him with soft, sensitive hands, smelling at him, and listening at every word he spoke. Some of the maidens and children, however, kept aloof, as if afraid, and indeed his voice seemed coarse and rude beside their softer notes. They mobbed him. His 3 guides kept close to him with an effective proprietorship, and said again and again, "A wild man out of the rocks." "Bogota," he said. "Bogota, over the mountain crests." "A wild man, using wild words," said Pedro. "Did you hear that? Bogota. His mind is hardly formed yet. He has only the beginnings of speech." A little boy nipped his hand. "Bogota," he said mockingly. "Aye, a city to your village. I come from the great world, where men have eyes and see." "His name's Bogota," they said. "He stumbled," said Correa, "stumbled twice as we came hither. Bring him to the elders." And they thrust him suddenly through a doorway into a room as black as pitch, save at the end there faintly glowed a fire. The crowd closed in behind him and shut out all but the faintest glimmer of day, and before he could arrest himself he had fallen headlong over the feet of a seated man. His arm, outflung, struck the face of someone else as he went down. He felt the soft impact of features and heard a cry of anger, and for a moment he struggled against a number of hands that clutched him. It was a one-sided fight. An inkling of the situation came to him, and he lay quiet. "I fell down," he said. "I couldn't see in this pitchy darkness." There was a pause, as if the unseen persons about him tried to understand his words. Then the voice of Correa said, "He is but newly formed. He stumbles as he walks and mingles words that mean nothing with his speech." Others also said things about him that he heard of understanding imperfectly. "May I sit up?" he asked in a pause. "I will not struggle against you again." They consulted and let him rise. The voice of an older man began to question him, and Nunez found himself trying to explain the great world out of which he had fallen, and the sky and the mountains and sight and such-like marvels, to these elders who sat in darkness in the country of the blind. And they would believe and understand nothing whatever, he told them, a thing quite outside his expectation. They would not even understand many of his words. For 14 generations these people had been blind and cut off from all the seeing world. The names for all the things of sight had faded and changed. The story of the outer world has faded and changed to a child's story, and they had ceased to concern themselves with anything beyond the rocky slopes above their circling wall. Blind men of genius had arisen among them, and questioned the shreds of belief and tradition they had brought with them from their seeing days, and had dismissed all these things as idle fancies, and replaced them with new and saner explanations. Much of their imagination had shriveled with their eyes, and they had made for themselves new imaginations with their ever more sensitive ears and fingertips. Slowly Nunez realized this, that his expectation of wonder and reverence at his origin and his gifts was not to be borne out, and after his poor attempt to explain sight to them had been set aside as the confused version of a new-made being describing the marvels of his incoherent sensations, he subsided, a little dashed, into listening to their instruction. And the eldest of the blind men explained to him life and philosophy and religion, how that the world, meaning their valley, had been first an empty hollow in the rocks, and then had come first inanimate things without the gift of touch, and llamas and a few other creatures that had little sense, and then men, and at last angels, whom one could hear singing and making fluttering sounds, but whom no one could touch at all, which puzzled Nunez greatly, until he thought of the birds. He went on to tell Nunez how this time had been divided into the warm and cold, which are the blind equivalents of day and night, and how it was good to sleep in the warm and work during the cold, so that now, but for his advent, the whole town of the blind would have been asleep. He said Nunez must have been specially created to learn and serve the wisdom they had acquired, and for that all his mental incoherency and stumbling behavior he must have courage, and do his best to learn, and at that all the people in the doorway murmured encouragingly. He said the night, for the blind call their day night, was now far gone, and it behoved everyone to go back to sleep. He asked Nunez if he knew how to sleep, and Nunez said he did, but that before sleep he wanted food. They brought him food, llama's milk in a bowl, and rough salted bread, and led him into a lonely place to eat out of their hearing, and afterwards to slumber, until the chill of the mountain evening roused them to begin their day again. But Nunez slumbered not at all. Instead, he sat up in the place where they had left him, resting his limbs and turning the unanticipated circumstances of his arrival over and over in his mind. Every now and then he laughed, sometimes with amusement, and sometimes with indignation. "Unformed mind," he said. "Got no sense as yet? They little know they've been insulting their heaven-sent king and master. I see I must bring them to reason. Let me think. He was still thinking when the sun set. Nunez had an eye for all beautiful things, and it seemed to him that the glow upon the snow-fields and glaciers that rose about the valley on every side was the most beautiful thing he had ever seen. His eyes went from the inaccessible glory to the village and irrigated fields, fast sinking into the twilight, and suddenly a wave of emotion took him, and he thanked God from the bottom of his heart that the power of sight had been given him. He heard a voice calling to him from out of the village. "Yaho there, Bogota, come hither." At that he stood up smiling. He would show these people once and for all what sight would do for a man. They would seek him, but not find him. "You move not, Bogota," said the voice. He laughed noiselessly, and made 2 stealthy steps aside from the path. "Trample not on the grass, Bogota. That is not allowed." Nunez had scarcely heard the sound he made himself. He stopped amazed. The owner of the voice came running up the piebald path towards him. He stepped back into the pathway. "Here I am," he said. "Why did you not come when I called you?" said the blind man. "Must you be led like a child? Cannot you hear the path as you walk?" Nunez laughed. "I can see it," he said. "There is no such word as see," said the blind man, after a pause. "Cease this folly, and follow the sound of my feet." Nunez followed, a little annoyed. "My time will come," he said. "You'll learn," the blind man answered. "There is much to learn in the world." "Has no one told you, in the country of the blind the one-eyed man is king?" "What is blind?" asked the blind man carelessly over his shoulder. 4 days passed, and the 5th found the king of the blind still incognito, as a clumsy and useless stranger among his subjects. It was, he found, much more difficult to proclaim himself than he had supposed, and in the meantime, while he meditated his coup d'etat, he did what he was told, and learned the manners and customs of the country of the blind. He found working and going about at night a particularly irksome thing, and he decided that that should be the first thing he would change. They led a simple, laborious life, these people, with all the elements of virtue and happiness, as these things can be understood by men. They toiled, but not oppressively. They had food and clothing sufficient for their needs. They had days and seasons of rest. They made much of music and singing, and there was love among them, and little children. It was marvelous with what confidence and precision they went about their ordered world. Everything, you see, had been made to fit their needs. Each of the radiating paths of the valley area had a constant angle to the others, and was distinguished by a special notch upon its curbing. All obstacles and irregularities of path or meadow had long since been cleared away. All their methods and procedure arose naturally from their special needs. Their senses had become marvelously acute. They could hear and judge the slightest gesture of a man a dozen paces away, could hear the very beating of his heart. intonation had long replaced expression with them, and touches gesture, and their work with hoe and spade and fork was as free and confident as garden work can be. Their sense of smell was extraordinarily fine. They could distinguish individual differences as readily as a dog can, and they went about the tending of the llamas, who lived among the rocks above and came to the wall for food and shelter, with ease and confidence. It was only when at last Nunez sought to assert himself that he found how easy and confident their movements could be. He rebelled only after he had tried persuasion. He tried at first on several occasions to tell them of sight. "Look you here, you people," he said. "There are things you do not understand in me." Once or twice one or two of them attended to him. They sat with faces downcast and ears turned intelligently towards him, and he did his best to tell them what it was to see. Among his hearers was a girl, with eyelids less red and sunken than the others, so that one could almost fancy she was hiding eyes, whom especially he hoped to persuade. He spoke of the beauties of sight, of watching the mountains, of the sky and the sunrise, and they heard him with amused incredulity that presently became condemnatory. They told him there were indeed no mountains at all, but that the end of the rocks where the llamas grazed was indeed the end of the world. Thence sprang a cavernous roof of the universe, from which the dew and the avalanches fell, and when he maintained stoutly the world had neither end nor roof such as they supposed, they said his thoughts were wicked. So far as he could describe sky and clouds and stars to them, it seemed to them a hideous void, a terrible blankness in the place of the smooth roof to things in which they believed. It was an article of faith with them that the cavern roof was exquisitely smooth to the touch. He saw that in some manner he shocked them, and gave up that aspect of the matter altogether, and tried to show them the practical value of sight. One morning he saw Pedro in the path called 17, and coming towards the central houses, but still too far off for hearing or scent, and he told them as much. In a little while, he prophesied, Pedro will be here. An old man remarked that Pedro had no business on path 17, and then, as if in confirmation, that individual as he drew near turned and went transversely into path 10, and so back with nimble paces toward the outer wall. They mocked Nunez when Pedro did not arrive, and afterwards, when he asked Pedro questions to clear his character, Pedro denied and outfaced him, and was afterwards hostile to him. Then he induced them to let him go a long way up the sloping meadows towards the wall with one complacent individual, and to him he promised to describe all that happened among the houses. He noted certain goings and comings, but the things that really seemed to signify to these people happened inside of or behind the windowless houses, the only things they took note of to test him by, and of these he could see or tell nothing. And it was after the failure of this attempt, and the ridicule they could not repress, that he resorted to force. He thought of seizing a spade and suddenly smiting one or two of them to earth, and so in fair combat showing the advantage of eyes. He went so far with that resolution as to seize his spade, and then he discovered a new thing about himself, and that was that it was impossible for him to hit a blind man in cold blood. He hesitated, and found them all aware that he snatched up the spade. They stood alert, with their heads on one side, and bent ears towards him for what he would do next. "Put that spade down," said one, and he felt a sort of helpless horror. He came near obedience. Then he thrust one backwards against a house wall, and fled past him, and out of the village. He went athwart one of their meadows, leaving a track of trampled grass behind his feet, and presently sat down by the side of one of their ways. He felt something of the buoyancy that came to all men in the beginning of a fight, but more perplexity. He began to realize that you cannot even fight happily with creatures who stand upon a different mental basis to yourself. Far away he saw a number of men carrying spades and sticks come out of the street of houses, and advance in a spreading line along the several paths towards him. They advanced slowly, speaking frequently to one another, and ever and again the whole cordon would halt and sniff the air and listen. The first time they did this, Nunez laughed, but afterwards he did not laugh. One struck his trail in the meadow grass and came stooping and feeling his way along it. For 5 minutes he watched the slow extension of the cordon, and then his vague disposition to do something forthwith became frantic. He stood up, went a pace or so toward the circumferential wall, turned, and went back a little way. There they all stood in a crescent, still and listening. He also stood still, gripping his spade very tightly in both hands. Should he charge them? The pulse in his ears ran into the rhythm of "In the country of the blind, the one-eyed man is king." Should he charge them? He looked back at the high and unclimbable wall behind, unclimbable because of its smooth plastering, but withal pierced with many little doors, and at the approaching line of seekers. Behind these, others were now coming out of the street of houses. Should he charge them? "Bogota!" called one. "Bogota! Where are you?" He gripped his spade still tighter, and advanced down the meadows towards the place of habitations, and directly he moved they converged upon him. "I'll hit them if they touch me," he swore. "By heaven I will! I'll hit!" He called aloud, "Look here! I'm going to do what I like in this valley, do you hear? I'm going to do what I like and go where I like." They were moving in upon him quickly, groping, yet moving rapidly. It was like playing blind man's buff, with everyone blindfolded except one. "Get hold of him!" cried one. He found himself in the arc of a loose curve of pursuers. He felt suddenly he must be active and resolute. "You don't understand," he cried in a voice that was meant to be great and resolute, and which broke. "You are blind, and I can see. Leave me alone." "Bogota, put down that spade. Put down that spade, and come off the grass." The last order, grotesque in its urban familiarity, produced a gust of anger. "I'll hurt you," he said, sobbing with emotion. "By heaven, I'll hurt you. Leave me alone." He began to run, not knowing clearly where to run. He ran from the nearest blind man because it was a horror to hit him. He stopped, and then made a dash to escape from their closing ranks. He made for where a gap was wide, and the men on either side, with a quick perception of the approach of his paces, rushed in on one another. He sprang forward, and then saw he must be caught, and swish, the spade had struck. He felt the soft thud of hand and arm, and the man was down with a yell of pain, and he was through. Through! And then he was close to the street of houses again, and blind men, whirling spades and stakes, were running with a sort of reasoned swiftness hither and thither. He heard steps behind him just in time, and found a tall man rushing forward and swiping at the sound of him. He lost his nerve, hurled his spade a yard wide at his antagonist, and whirled about and fled, fairly yelling as he dodged another. He was panic-stricken. He ran furiously to and fro, dodging when there was no need to dodge, and in his anxiety to see on every side of him at once, stumbling. For a moment he was down, and they heard his fall. Far away in the circumferential wall a little doorway looked like heaven, and he set off in a wild rush for it. He did not even look round at his pursuers until it was gained, and he had stumbled across the bridge, clambered a little way among the rocks, to the surprise and dismay of a young llama, who went leaping out of sight and lay down sobbing for breath. And so his coup d'etat came to an end. He stayed outside the wall of the Valley of the Blind for 2 nights and days without food or shelter, and meditated upon the unexpected. During these meditations he repeated very frequently, and always with a profounder note of derision, the exploded proverb, "In the country of the blind, the one-eyed man is king." He thought chiefly of ways of fighting and conquering these people, and it grew clear that for him no practicable way was possible. He had no weapons, and now it would be hard to get one. The canker of civilization had got to him even in Bogota, and he could not find it in himself to go down and assassinate a blind man. Of course, if he did that, he might then dictate terms on the threat of assassinating them all, but sooner or later he must sleep. He tried also to find food among the pine trees, to be comfortable under pine boughs while the frost fell at night, and with less confidence to catch a llama by artifice in order to try to kill it, perhaps by hammering it with a stone, and so finally perhaps to eat some of it. But the llamas had a doubt of him, and regarded him with distrustful brown eyes, and spat when he drew near. Fear came on him the second day, and fits of shivering. Finally he crawled down to the wall of the country of the blind, and tried to make terms. He crawled along by the stream, shouting, until 2 blind men came out to the gate and talked to him. "I was mad," he said, "but I was only newly made." They said that was better. He told them he was wiser now, and repented of all he had done. Then he wept without intention, for he was very weak and ill now, and they took that as a favourable sign. They asked him if he still thought he could see. "No," he said, "that was folly. The word means nothing, less than nothing." They asked him what was overhead. "About 10 times 10 the height of a man there is a roof about the world, of rock and very, very smooth." He burst again into hysterical tears. "Before you ask me any more, give me some food, or I shall die." He expected dire punishments, but these blind people were capable of toleration. They regarded his rebellion as but one more proof of his general idiocy and inferiority, and after they had whipped him, they appointed him to do the simplest and heaviest work they had for anyone to do, and he, seeing no other way of living, did submissively what he was told. He was ill for some days, and they nursed him kindly. That refined his submission, but they insisted on his lying in the dark, and that was a great misery. And blind philosophers came and talked to him of the wicked levity of his mind, and reproved him so impressively for his doubts about the lid of the rock that covered the cosmic casserole, that he almost doubted whether indeed he was not the victim of hallucination in not seeing it overhead. So Nunez became a citizen of the country of the blind, and these people ceased to be a generalized people, and became individualities, and familiar to him, while the world beyond the mountains became more and more remote and unreal. There was Jacob, his master, a kindly man when not annoyed. There was Pedro, Jacob's nephew, and there was Medina Sarote, who was the youngest daughter of Jacob. She was little esteemed in the world of the blind, because she had a clear-cut face, and lacked that satisfying, glossy smoothness that is the blind man's ideal of feminine beauty. But Nunez thought her beautiful at first, and presently the most beautiful thing in the whole creation. Her closed eyelids were not sunken and red after the common way of the valley, but lay as though they might open again at any moment, and she had long eyelashes, which were considered a grave disfigurement, and her voice was strong and did not satisfy the acute hearing of the valley swains, so that she had no lover. There came a time when Nunez thought that, could he win her, he would be resigned to live in the valley for all the rest of his days. He watched her, he sought opportunities of doing her little services, and presently he found that she observed him. Once at a rest-day gathering they sat side by side in the dim starlight, and the music was sweet. His hand came upon hers, and he dared to clasp it. Then very tenderly she returned his pressure. And one day, as they were at their meal in the darkness, he felt her hand very softly seeking him, and as it chanced the fire leapt then, and he saw the tenderness of her face. He sought to speak to her. He went to her one day when she was sitting in the summer moonlight, spinning. The light made her a thing of silver and mystery. He sat down at her feet and told her he loved her, and told her how beautiful she seemed to him. He had a lover's voice, he spoke with a tender reverence that came near to awe, and she had never before been touched by adoration. She made him no definite answer, but it was clear his words pleased her. After that he talked to her whenever he could take an opportunity. The valley became the world for him, and the world beyond the mountains, where men lived in sunlight, seemed no more than a fairy tale he would some day pour into her ears. Very tentatively and timidly he spoke to her of sight. Sight seemed to her the most poetical of fancies, and she listened to his description of the stars and the mountains and her own sweet white-lit beauty as though it was a guilty indulgence. She did not believe, she could only half understand, but she was mysteriously delighted, and it seemed to him that she completely understood. His love lost its awe and took courage. Presently he was for demanding her of Jacob and the elders in marriage, but she became fearful and delayed, and it was one of her elder sisters who first told Jacob that Medina Sarote and Nunez were in love. There was from the first very great opposition to the marriage of Nunez and Medina Sarote, not so much because they valued her as because they held him as a being apart, an idiot, incompetent thing below the permissible level of a man. Her sisters opposed it bitterly as bringing discredit on them all, and old Jacob, though he had formed a sort of liking for this clumsy, obedient serf, shook his head and said the thing could not be. The young men were all angry at the idea of corrupting the race, and one went so far as to revile and strike Nunez. He struck back. Then, for the first time, he found an advantage in seeing, even by twilight, and after that fight was over, no one was disposed to raise a hand against him. But they still found his marriage impossible. Old Jacob had a tenderness for his last little daughter, and was grieved to have her weep upon his shoulder. "You see, my dear, he's an idiot. He has delusions. He can't do anything right." "I know," wept Medina Sarote, "but he's better than he was. He's getting better. And he's strong, dear father, and kind, stronger and kinder than any other man in the world. And he loves me, and father, I love him." Old Jacob was greatly distressed to find her inconsolable, and besides, what made it more distressing, he liked Nunez for many things. So he went and sat in the windowless council chamber with the other elders, and watched the trend of the walk, and said at the proper time, "He's better than he was. Very likely some day we shall find him as sane as ourselves." Then afterwards one of the elders, who thought deeply, had an idea. He was the great doctor among these people, their medicine man, and he had a very philosophical and inventive mind, and the idea of curing Nunez of his peculiarities appealed to him. One day, when Jacob was present, he returned to the topic of Nunez. "I have examined Bogota," he said, "and the case is clearer to me. I think very probably he might be cured." "That is what I have always hoped," said old Jacob. "His brain is affected," said the blind doctor. The elders murmured assent. "Now, what affects it?" "Ah," said old Jacob. "This," said the doctor, answering his own question. "Those queer things that are called the eyes, and which exist to make an agreeable soft depression in the face, are diseased, in the case of Bogota, in such a way as to affect his brain. They are greatly distended. He has eyelashes, and his eyelids move, and consequently his brain is in a state of constant irritation and distraction." "Yes," said old Jacob, "yes. And I think I may say with reasonable certainty that, in order to cure him completely, all that we need to do is a simple and easy surgical operation, namely, to remove these irritant bodies." "And then he will be sane?" "Then he will be perfectly sane, and a quite admirable citizen." "Thank heaven for science," said old Jacob, and went forth at once to tell Nunez of his happy hopes. But Nunez's manner of receiving the good news struck him as being cold and disappointing. "One might think," he said, "from the tone you take, that you did not care for my daughter." It was Medina Sarote who persuaded Nunez to face the blind surgeons. "You do not want me," he said, "to lose my gift of sight?" She shook her head. "My world is sight." Her head drooped lower. "There are the beautiful things, the beautiful little things, the flowers, the lichens among the rocks, the lightness and softness on the piece of fur, the far sky with its drifting down of clouds, the sunsets and the stars. And there is you. For you alone it is good to have sight, to see your sweet, serene face, your kindly lips, your dear, beautiful hands folded together. It is these eyes of mine you won, these eyes that hold me to you, that these idiots seek. Instead, I must touch you, hear you, and never see you again. I must come under that roof of rock and stone and darkness, that horrible roof under which your imagination stoops. No, you would not have me do that?" A disagreeable doubt had arisen in him. He stopped and left the thing a question. "I wish," she said. "Sometimes," she paused. "Yes," said he, a little apprehensively. "I wish sometimes you would not talk like that." "Like what?" "I know it's pretty. It's your imagination. I love it, but now—" He felt cold. "Now?" he said faintly. She sat quite still. "You mean you think I should be better perhaps?" He was realizing things very swiftly. He felt anger, indeed, anger at the dull course of fate, but also sympathy for her lack of understanding, a sympathy near akin to pity. "Dear," he said, and he could see by her whiteness how intensely her spirit pressed against the things she could not say. He put his arms about her, he kissed her ear, and they sat for a time in silence. "If I were to consent to this," he said at last, in a voice that was very gentle. She flung her arms about him, weeping wildly. "Oh, if you would," she sobbed. "If only you would." For a week before the operation that was to raise him from his servitude and inferiority to the level of a blind citizen, Nunez knew nothing of sleep, and all through the warm sunlit hours, while the others slumbered happily, he sat brooding or wandered aimlessly, trying to bring his mind to bear on his dilemma. He had given his answer, he had given his consent, and still he was not sure. And at last work-time was over, the sun rose in splendor over the golden crests, and his last day of vision began for him. He had a few minutes with Medina Sarote before she went apart to sleep. "Tomorrow," he said, "I shall see no more." "Dear heart," she answered, and pressed his hands with all her strength. "They will hurt you but little," she said, "and you are going through this pain. You are going through it, dear lover, for me. Dear, if a woman's heart and life can do it, I will repay you. My dearest one, my dearest with the tender voice, I will repay." He was drenched in pity for himself and her. He held her in his arms and pressed his lips to hers and looked on her sweet face for the last time. "Goodbye," he whispered at that dear sight. "Goodbye." And then, in silence, he turned away from her. She could hear his slow retreating footsteps, and something in the rhythm of them threw her into a passion of weeping. He had fully meant to go to a lonely place where the meadows were beautiful with white narcissus, and there remain until the hour of his sacrifice should come. But as he went, he lifted up his eyes and saw the morning like an angel in golden armor, marching down the steeps. It seemed to him that before this splendor he and this blind world in the valley and his love and all were no more than the pit of sin. He did not turn aside as he had meant to do, but went on, and passed through the wall of the circumference and out upon the rocks, and his eyes were always upon the sunlit ice and snow. He saw their infinite beauty, and his imagination soared over them to the things beyond he was now to resign forever. He thought of that great free world he was parted from, the world that was his own, and he had a vision of those further slopes, distance beyond distance, with Bogota, a place of multitudinous stirring beauty, a glory by day, a luminous mystery by night, a place of palaces and fountains and statues and white houses, lying beautifully in the middle distance. He thought how for a day or so one might come down through passes, drawing ever nearer and nearer to its busy street and ways. He thought of the river journey, day by day, from great Bogota to the still vaster world beyond, through towns and villages, forest and desert places, the rushing river day by day, until its banks receded and the big steamers came splashing by, and one had reached the sea, the limitless sea, with its thousands of islands, and its ships seen dimly far away in their incessant journeyings round and about that greater world. And there, unpent by mountains, one saw the sky not such a disk as one saw it here, but an arch of immeasurable blue, a deep of deeps in which the circling stars were floating. His eyes scrutinized the great curtain of the mountains with a keener inquiry. For example, if one went so, up that gully and to that chimney there, then one might come out high among those stunted pines that ran round in a sort of shelf and rode still higher and higher as it passed above the gorge. And then that Talus might be managed. Thence perhaps a climb might be found to take him up to the precipice that came below the snow. And if that chimney failed, then another farther to the east might serve his purpose better. And then one would be out upon the amber-lit snow there, and halfway up to the crest of those beautiful desolations. He glanced back at the village, then turned right round and regarded it steadfastly. He thought of Medina Sarote, and she had become small and remote. He turned again towards the mountain wall, down which the day had come to him. Then, very circumspectly, he began to climb. When sunset came, he was no longer climbing, but he was far and high. He had been higher, but he was still very high. His clothes were torn, his limbs were blood-stained, he was bruised in many places, but he lay as if he were at his ease, and there was a smile on his face. From where he rested, the valley seemed as if it were in a pit and nearly a mile below. Already it was dim with haze and shadow, though the mountain summits around him were things of light and fire, and the little details of the rocks near at hand were drenched with subtle beauty, a vein of green mineral piercing the grey, the flash of crystal faces here and there, a minutely beautiful orange lichen close beside his face. There were deep mysterious shadows in the gorge, blue deepening into purple, and purple into a luminous darkness, and overhead was the illimitable vastness of the sky. But he heeded these things no longer, but lay quite inactive there, smiling, as if he were satisfied merely to have escaped from the valley of the blind in which he had thought to be king. The glow of the sunset passed, and the night came, and still he lay peacefully contented under the cold stars. End of The Country of the Blind by H.G. Wells.
Hellhounds of the Cosmos by Clifford D. Simak. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Greg Marguerite. Hellhounds of the Cosmos by Clifford D. Simak. Weird are the conditions of the interdimensional struggle faced by Dr. White's 99 men. The paper had gone to press graphically describing the latest of the many horrible events which had been enacted upon the Earth in the last 6 months. The headlines screamed that Six Corners, a little hamlet in Pennsylvania, had been wiped out by the Horror. Another front-page story told of a terror in the Amazon Valley which had sent the natives down the river in babbling fear. Other stories told of deaths here and there, all attributable to the Black Horror, as it was called. The telephone rang. "Hello?" said the editor. "London calling," came the voice of the operator. "All right," replied the editor. He recognized the voice of Terry Masters, special correspondent. His voice came clearly over the transatlantic telephone. "The Horror is attacking London in force," he said. "There are thousands of them, and they have completely surrounded the city. All roads are blocked. The government declared the city under martial rule a quarter of an hour ago, and efforts are being made to prepare for resistance against the enemy." "Just a second," the editor shouted into the transmitter. He touched a button on his desk, and in a moment an answering buzz told him he was in communication with the press room. "Stop the presses!" he yelled into the speaking tube. "Get ready for a new front makeup." "Okay," came faintly through the tube, and the editor turned back to the phone. "Now let's have it," he said, and the voice at the London end of the wire droned on, telling the story that in another half hour was read by a world which shuddered in cold fear even as it scanned the glaring headlines. "Woods," said the editor of the press to a reporter, "run over and talk to Dr. Silas White. He phoned me to send someone. Something about this horror business." Henry Woods rose from his chair without a word and walked from the office. As he passed the wire machine, it was tapping out with a maddeningly methodical slowness the story of the fall of London. Only half an hour before it had rapped forth the flashes concerning the attack on Paris and Berlin. He passed out of the building into a street that was swarming with terrified humanity. 6 months of terror, of numerous mysterious deaths, of villages blotted out, had set the world on edge. Now, with London in possession of the horror, and Paris and Berlin fighting hopelessly for their lives, the entire population of the world was half insane with fright. Exhorters on street corners enlarged upon the end of the world, asking that the people prepare for eternity, attributing the horror to the act of a supreme being enraged with the wickedness of the earth. Expecting every moment an attack by the horror, people left their work and gathered in the streets. Traffic in places had been blocked for hours, and law and order were practically paralyzed. Commerce and transportation were disrupted as fright-ridden people fled from the larger cities, seeking doubtful hiding places in rural districts from the death that stalked the land. A loudspeaker in front of a music store blared forth the latest news flashes. "It has been learned," came the measured tones of the announcer, "that all communication with Berlin has ceased about 10 minutes ago. At Paris, all efforts to hold the horror at bay have been futile. Explosives blow it apart, but have the same effect upon it as explosion has on gas. It flies apart and then reforms again, not always in the same shape as it was before. A new gas, one of the most deadly ever conceived by man, has failed to have any effect on the things. Electric guns and heat guns have absolutely no effect upon them. A news flash which has just come in from Rome says that a large number of the horrors has been sighted north of that city by airmen. It seems they are attacking the capitals of the world first. Word comes from Washington that every known form of defense is being amassed at that city. New York is also preparing." Henry Woods fought his way through the crowd which milled in front of the loudspeaker. The hum of excitement was giving way to silence, the silence of a stunned people, the fearful silence of a populace facing a presence it is unable to understand, an embattled world standing with useless weapons before an incomprehensible enemy. In despair, the reporter looked about for a taxi, but realized with a groan of resignation that no taxi could possibly operate in that crowded street. A streetcar, blocked by the stream of humanity which jostled and elbowed about it, stood still, a defeated thing. Seemingly the only man with a definite purpose in that whirlpool of terror-stricken men and women, the newspaper man settled down to the serious business of battling his way through the swarming street. "Before I go into the crux of the matter," said Dr. Silas White about half an hour later, "let us first review what we know of this so-called horror. Suppose you tell me exactly what you know of it." Henry Woods shifted uneasily in his chair. Why didn't the old fool get down to business? The chief would raise hell if this story didn't make the regular edition. He stole a glance at his wristwatch. There was still almost an hour left. Maybe he could manage it if the old chap would only snap into it. "I know no more," he said, "than is common knowledge." The gimlet eyes of the old white-haired scientist regarded the newspaper man sharply. "And that is?" he questioned. There was no way out of it, thought Henry. He'd have to humor the old fellow. "The horror," he replied, "appeared on Earth, so far as the knowledge of man is concerned, about 6 months ago." Dr. White nodded approvingly. "You state the facts very aptly," he said. "How so?" "When you say, 'so far as the knowledge of man is concerned.'" "Why is that?" You will understand in due time. Please proceed." Vaguely, the newspaperman wondered whether he was interviewing the scientist or the scientist was interviewing him. "They were first reported," Woods said, "early this spring. At that time they wiped out a small village in the province of Quebec. All the inhabitants, except a few fugitives, were found dead, killed mysteriously, and half eaten as if by wild beasts. The fugitives were demented, babbling of black shapes that swept down out of the dark forest upon the little town in the small hours of the morning. The next that was heard of them was about a week later, when they struck in an isolated rural district in Poland, killing and feeding on the population of several farms. In the next week more villages were wiped out, in practically every country on the face of the earth. From the hinterlands came tales of murder done at midnight, of men and women horribly mangled, of livestock slaughtered, of buildings crushed as if by some titanic force. At first they worked only at night, and then, seeming to become bolder and more numerous, attacked in broad daylight." The newspaperman paused. "Is that what you want?" he asked. "That's part of it," replied Dr. White. "But that's not all. What do these horrors look like?" "That's more difficult," said Henry. "They have been reported as every conceivable sort of monstrosity. Some are large and others are small. Some take the forms of animals, others of birds and reptiles, and some are cast in appalling shapes, such as might be snatched out of the horrid imagery of a thing which resided in a world entirely alien to our own." Dr. White rose from his chair and strode across the room to confront the other. "Young man," he asked, "do you think it is possible the horror might have come out of a world entirely alien to our own?" "I don't know," replied Henry. "I know that some of the scientists believe they came from some other planet, perhaps even from some other solar system. I know they are like nothing ever known before on Earth. They are always inky black, something like black tar, you know, sort of sticky looking, a disgusting sight. The weapons of mankind can't affect them. Explosives are useless, and so are projectiles. They wade through poison gas and fiery chemicals and seem to enjoy them. Elaborate electrical barriers have failed. Heat doesn't make them turn a hair." "And you think they came from some other planet, perhaps some other solar system?" "I don't know what to think," said Henry. "If they came out of space, they must have come in some conveyance, and that would certainly have been sighted, picked up long before it arrived by our astronomers. If they came in small conveyances, there must have been many of them. If they came in a single conveyance, it would be too large to escape detection. That is, unless—" "Unless what?" snapped the scientist. "Unless it traveled at the speed of light, then it would have been invisible." "Not only invisible," snorted the old man, "but non-existent." A question was on the tip of the newspaperman's tongue, but before it could be asked the old man was speaking again, asking a question. "Can you imagine a fourth dimension?" "No, I can't," said Henry. "Can you imagine a thing of only two dimensions?" "Vaguely, yes." The scientist smote his palms together. "Now we're coming to it!" he exclaimed. Henry Woods regarded the other narrowly. The old man must be turned. What did fourth and second dimensions have to do with the horror? "Do you know anything about evolution?" questioned the old man. "I have a slight understanding of it. It is the process of upward growth, the stairs by which simple organisms climb to become more complex organisms." Dr. White grunted and asked still another question. "Do you know anything about the theory of the exploding universe? Have you ever noted the tendency of the perfectly balanced to run amok?" The reporter rose slowly to his feet. "Dr. White," he said, "you phoned my paper. You had a story for us. I came here to get it, but all you have done is ask me questions. If you can't tell me what you want to publish, I will say good day." The doctor put forth a hand that shook slightly. "Sit down, young man," he said. "I don't blame you for being impatient, but I will now come to my point." The newspaperman sat down again. "I have developed a hypothesis," said Dr. White, "and have conducted several experiments which seem to bear it out. I am staking my reputation upon the supposition that it is correct. Not only that, but I am also staking the lives of several brave men who believe implicitly in me and my theory. After all, I suppose it makes little difference, for if I fail, the world is doomed. If I succeed, it is saved from complete destruction. Have you ever thought that our evolutionists might be wrong? That evolution might be downward instead of upward? The theory of the exploding universe, the belief that all creation is running down, being thrown off balance by the loss of energy, spurred onward by cosmic accidents which tend to disturb its equilibrium, to a time when it will run wild and space will be filled with swirling dust of disintegrated worlds, would bear out this contention. This does not apply to the human race. There is no question that our evolution is upward, that we have arisen from one-celled creatures wallowing in the slime of primal seas. Our case is probably paralleled by thousands of other intelligences on far-flung planets and island universes. These instances, however, running at cross purpose to the general evolutional trend of the entire cosmos, are mere flashes in the eventual course of cosmic evolution, comparing no more to eternity than a split second does to a million years. Taking these instances, then, as inconsequential, let us say that the trend of cosmic evolution is downward rather than upward, from complex units to simpler units rather than from simple units to more complex ones. Let us say that life and intelligence have degenerated. How would you say such a degeneration would take place? In just what way would it be manifested? What sort of transition would life pass through in passing from one stage to a lower one? Just what would be the nature of these stages? The scientist's eyes glowed brightly as he bent forward in his chair. The newspaper man said simply, "I have no idea." "Man!" cried the old man. "Can't you see that it would be a matter of dimensions? From the fourth dimension to the third, from the third to the second, from the second to the first, from the first to a questionable existence or plane which is beyond our understanding, or perhaps to oblivion and the end of life. Might not the fourth have evolved from a fifth, the fifth from a sixth, the sixth from a seventh, and so on, to no one knows what multi-dimension?" Dr. White paused to allow the other man to grasp the importance of his statements. Woods failed lamentably to do so. "But what has this to do with the horror?" he asked. "Have you absolutely no imagination?" shouted the old man. "Why, I suppose I have, but I seem to fail to understand." "We are facing an invasion of fourth-dimensional creatures," the old man whispered, almost as if fearful to speak the words aloud. "We are being attacked by life which is one dimension above us in evolution. We are fighting, I tell you, a tribe of hellhounds out of the cosmos. They are unthinkably above us in the matter of intelligence. There is a chasm of knowledge between us so wide and so deep that it staggers the imagination. They regard us as mere animals, perhaps not even that. So far as they are concerned, we are just fodder, something to be eaten as we eat vegetables and cereals or the flesh of domesticated animals. Perhaps they have watched us for years, watching life on the world increase, lapping their monstrous jowls over the fattening of the earth. They have awaited the proper setting of the banquet table, and now they are dining. Their thoughts are not our thoughts, their ideals not our ideals. Perhaps they have nothing in common with us except the primal basis of all life, self-preservation, the necessity of feeding. Maybe they've come of their own free will. I prefer to believe that they have. Perhaps they are merely following the natural course of events, obeying some immutable law legislated by some higher being who watches over the cosmos and dictates what shall be and what shall not be. If this is true, it means that there has been a flaw in my reasoning, for I believed that the life of each plane degenerated in company with the degeneration of its plane of existence, which would obey the same evolutional laws which govern the life upon it. I am quite satisfied that this invasion is a well-planned campaign, that some fourth-dimensional race has found a means of breaking through the veil of force which separates its plane from ours. "But," pointed out Henry Woods, "you say they are fourth-dimensional things. I can't see anything about them to suggest an additional dimension. They are plainly three-dimensional." "Of course they are three-dimensional. They would have to be to live in this world of three dimensions. The only two-dimensional objects which we know of in this world are merely illusions, projections of the third dimension, like a shadow. It is impossible for more than one dimension to live on any single plane. To attack us, they would have to lose one dimension. This they have evidently done. You can see how utterly ridiculous it would be for you to try to attack a two-dimensional thing. So far as you were concerned, it would have no mass. The same is true of the other dimensions. Similarly, a being of a lesser plane could not harm an inhabitant of a higher plane. It is apparent that while the Horror has lost one material dimension, it has retained certain fourth-dimensional properties which make it invulnerable to the forces at the command of our plane." The newspaper man was now sitting on the edge of his chair. "But," he asked breathlessly, "it all sounds so hopeless. What can be done about it?" Dr. White hitched his chair closer, and his fingers closed with a fierce grasp upon the other's knee. A militant boom came into his voice. "My boy," he said, "we are about to strike back. We are going to invade the fourth-dimensional plane of these hellhounds. We are going to make them feel our strength. We are going to strike back." Henry Woods sprang to his feet. "How?" he shouted. "Have you—" Dr. White nodded. "I have found a way to send the third-dimensional into the fourth. Come, and I will show you." The machine was huge, but it had an appearance of simple construction. A large rectangular block of what appeared to be a strange black metal was set on end and flanked on each side by two smaller ones. On the top of the large block was set a half globe of a strange substance, somewhat, Henry thought, like frosted glass. On one side of the large cube was set a lever, a long glass panel, two vertical tubes, and three clock face indicators. The control board, it appeared, was relatively simple. Beside the mass of the five rectangles, on the floor, was a large plate of transparent substance, ground to a concave surface, through which one could see an intricate tangle of wire mesh. Hanging from the ceiling, directly above the one on the floor, was another concave disk, but this one had a far more pronounced curvature. Wires connected the two disks, and each in turn was connected to the rectangular machine. "It is a matter of the proper utilization of two forces, electrical and gravitational," proudly explained Dr. White. "Those two forces, properly used, warp the third-dimensional into the fourth. A reverse process is used to return the object to the third. The principle of the machine is—" The old man was about to launch into a lengthy discussion, but Henry interrupted him. A glance at his watch had shown him press time was drawing perilously close. "Just a second," he said. "You propose to warp a third-dimensional being into a fourth dimension. How can a third-dimensional thing exist there? You said a short time ago that only a specified dimension could exist on one single plane." "You have missed my point," snapped Dr. White. "I am not sending a third-dimensional thing to a fourth dimension. I am changing the third-dimensional being into a fourth-dimensional being. I add a dimension, and automatically the being exists on a different plane. I am reversing evolution. This third dimension we now exist on evolved millions of eons ago from a fourth dimension. I am sending a lesser entity back over those millions of eons to a plane similar to one upon which his ancestors lived inconceivably long ago." "But, man, how do you know you can do it?" The doctor's eyes gleamed, and his fingers reached out to press a bell. A servant appeared almost at once. "Bring me a dog," snapped the old man. The servant disappeared. "Young man," said Dr. White, "I am going to show you how I know I can do it. I have done it before. Now I am going to do it for you. I have sent dogs and cats back to the fourth dimension and returned them safely to this room. I can do the same with men." The servant reappeared, carrying in his arms a small dog. The doctor stepped to the control board of his strange machine. "All right, George," he said. The servant had evidently worked with the old man enough to know what was expected of him. He stepped close to the floor disk and waited. The dog whined softly, sensing that all was not exactly right. The old scientist slowly shoved the lever toward the right, and as he did so a faint hum filled the room, rising to a stupendous roar as he advanced the lever. From both floor disk and upper disk leaped strange cones of blue light, which met midway to form an hourglass shape of brilliance. The light did not waver or sparkle. It did not glow. It seemed hard and brittle, like straight bars of force. The newspaper man, gazing with awe upon it, felt that terrific force was there. What had the old man said? Warp a third-dimensional being into another dimension? That would take a force. As he watched, petrified by the spectacle, the servant stepped forward and, with a flip, tossed the little dog into the blue light. The animal could be discerned for a moment through the light, and then it disappeared. "Look into the globe," shouted the old man, and Henry jerked his eyes from the column of light to the half globe atop the machine. He gasped. In the globe, deep within its milky center, glowed a picture that made his brain reel as he looked upon it. It was a scene such as no man could have imagined unaided. It was a horribly distorted projection of an eccentric landscape, a landscape hardly analogous to anything on Earth. "That's the fourth dimension, sir," said the servant. "That's not the fourth dimension," the old man corrected him. "That's a third-dimensional impression of the fourth dimension. It is no more the fourth dimension than a shadow is three-dimensional. It, like a shadow, is merely a projection. It gives us a glimpse of what the fourth plane is like. It's a shadow of that plane." Slowly a dark blotch began to grow in the landscape. Slowly it assumed definite form. It puzzled the reporter. It looked familiar. He could have sworn he had seen it somewhere before. It was alive, for it had moved. "That, sir, is the dog," George volunteered. "That was the dog," Dr. White again corrected him. "God knows what it is now." He turned to the newspaper man. "Have you seen enough?" he demanded. Henry nodded. The other slowly began to return the lever to its original position. The roaring subsided, the light faded, the projection in the half globe grew fainter. "How are you going to use it?" asked the newspaper man. "I have 98 men who have agreed to be projected into the fourth dimension, to seek out the entities that are attacking us and attack them in turn. I shall send them out in an hour." "Where is there a phone?" asked the newspaper man. "In the next room," replied Dr. White. As the reporter dashed out of the door, the light faded entirely from between the two discs, and on the lower one a little dog crouched, quivering, softly whimpering. The old man stepped from the controls and approached the disc. He scooped the little animal from where it lay into his arms and patted the silky head. "Good dog," he murmured, and the creature snuggled close to him, comforted, already forgetting that horrible place from which it had just returned. "Is everything ready, George?" asked the old man. "Yes, sir," replied the servant. "The men are all ready, even anxious to go. If you ask me, sir, they are a tough lot." "They are as brave a group of men as ever graced the earth," replied the scientist gently. "They are adventurers, every one of whom has faced danger and will not shrink from it. They are born fighters. My one regret is that I have not been able to secure more like them. 1,000 men such as they should be able to conquer any opponent. It was impossible. The others were poor soft fools. They laughed in my face. They thought I was an old fool, I, the man who alone stands between them and utter destruction." His voice had risen to almost a scream, but it again sank to a normal tone. "I may be sending 98 brave men to instant death. I hope not." "You can always jerk them back, sir," suggested George. "Maybe I can, maybe not," murmured the old man. Henry Woods appeared in the doorway. "When do we start?" he asked. "We?" exclaimed the scientist. "Certainly. You don't believe you're going to leave me out of this? Why, man, it's the greatest story of all time. I'm going as special war correspondent." "They believed it? They are going to publish it?" cried the old man, clutching at the newspaper man's sleeve. "Well, the editor was skeptical at first, but after I swore on all sorts of oaths it was true, he ate it up. Maybe you think that story didn't stop the presses?" I didn't expect them to. I just took a chance. I thought they, too, would laugh at me." "But when do we start?" persisted Henry. "You are really in earnest? You really want to go?" asked the old man unbelievingly. "I am going. Try to stop me." Dr. White glanced at his watch. "We will start in exactly 34 minutes," he said. 10 seconds to go. George, standing with watch in hand, spoke in a precise manner, the very crispness of his words betraying the excitement under which he labored. The blue light, hissing, drove from disk to disk. The room thundered with the roar of the machine, before which stood Dr. White, his hands on the lever, his eyes glued on the instruments before him. In a line stood the men who were to fling themselves into the light to be warped into another dimension, there to seek out and fight an unknown enemy. The line was headed by a tall man with hands like hams, with a weather-beaten face and a wild mop of hair. Behind him stood a belligerent little Cockney. Henry Woods stood fifth in line. They were a motley lot, adventurers every one of them, and some were obviously afraid as they stood before that column of light, with only a few seconds of the third dimension left to them. They had answered a weird advertisement, and had but a limited idea of what they were about to do. Grimly, though, they accepted it as a job. A bizarre job, but a job. They faced it as they had faced other equally dangerous but less unusual jobs. 5 seconds, snapped George. The lever was all the way over now. The half globe showed within its milky interior a hideously distorted landscape. The light had taken on a hard, brittle appearance, and its hiss had risen to a scream. The machine thundered steadily, with a suggestion of horrible power. "Time up!" The tall man stepped forward. His foot reached the disk. Another step, and he was bathed in the light. A third, and he glimmered momentarily, then vanished. Close on his heels followed the little Cockney. With his nerves at almost a snapping point, Henry moved on behind the fourth man. He was horribly afraid. He wanted to break from the line and run. It didn't matter where, any place to get away from that steady, steely light in front of him. He had seen 3 men step into it, glow for a second, and then disappear. A fourth man had placed his foot on the disk. Cold sweat stood out on his brow. Like an automaton, he placed one foot on the disk. The fourth man had already disappeared. "Snap into it, pal," growled the man behind him. Henry lifted the other foot, caught his toe on the edge of the disk, and stumbled headlong into the column of light. He was conscious of intense heat, which was instantly followed by equally intense cold. For a moment his body seemed to be under enormous pressure. Then it seemed to be expanding, flying apart, bursting, exploding. He felt solid ground under his feet, and his eyes, snapping open, saw an alien land. It was a land of somber color, with great gray moors and beetling black cliffs. There was something queer about it, an intangible quality that baffled him. He looked about him, expecting to see his companions. He saw no one. He was absolutely alone in that desolate, brooding land. Something dreadful had happened. Was he the only one to be safely transported from the third dimension? Had some horrible accident occurred? Was he alone? Sudden panic seized him. If something had happened, if the others were not here, might it not be possible that the machine would not be able to bring him back to his own dimension? Was he doomed to remain marooned forever in this terrible plane? He looked down at his body and gasped in dismay. It was not his body. It was a grotesque caricature of a body, a horrible, profane mass of flesh, like a phantasmagoric beast snatched from the dreams of a lunatic. It was real, however. He felt it with his hands, but they were not hands. They were something like hands. They served the same purpose that hands served in the third dimension. He was, he realized, a being of the fourth dimension, but in his fourth-dimensional brain still clung hard-fighting remnants of that faithful old third-dimensional brain. He could not as yet see with fourth-dimensional eyes, think purely fourth-dimensional thoughts. He had not oriented himself as yet to this new plane of existence. He was seeing the fourth dimension through the blurred lenses of millions of eons of third-dimensional existence. He was seeing it much more clearly than he had seen it in the half-globe atop the machine in Dr. White's laboratory, but he would not see it clearly until every vestige of the third dimension was wiped from him. That, he knew, would come in time. He felt his weird body with those things that served as hands, and he found, beneath his groping, unearthly fingers, great rolling muscles, powerful tendons, and hard, well-conditioned flesh. A sense of well-being surged through him, and he growled like an animal of that horrible fourth plane. But the terrible sounds that came from between his slobbering lips were not those of his own voice. They were the voices of many men. Then he knew. He was not alone. Here in this one body were the bodies, the brains, the power, the spirit of those other 98 men. In the fourth dimension, all the millions of third-dimensional things were one. Perhaps that particular portion of the third dimension called the Earth had sprung from, or degenerated from, one single unit of a dissolving, worn-out fourth dimension. The third dimension, warped back to a higher plane, was automatically obeying the mystic laws of evolution by reforming in the shape of that old ancestor, unimaginably removed in time from the race he had begot. He was no longer Henry Woods, newspaperman. He was an entity that had given birth, in the dim ages when the Earth was born, to a third dimension. Nor was he alone. This body of his was composed of the other sons of that ancient entity. He felt himself grow, felt his body grow vaster, assume greater proportions, felt new vitality flow through him. It was the other men, the men who were flinging themselves into the column of light in the laboratory to be warped back to this plane, to be incorporated into his body. It was not his body, however. His brain was not alone. The pronoun, he realized, represented the sum total of those other men, his fellow adventurers. Suddenly a new feeling came, a feeling of completeness, a feeling of supreme fitness. He knew that the last of the 98 men had stepped across the disk, that all were here in this giant body. Now he could see more clearly. Things in the landscape which had escaped him before became recognizable. Awful thoughts ran through his brain, heavy, ponderous, black thoughts. He began to recognize the landscape as something familiar, something he had seen before, a thing with which he was intimate. Phenomena which his third-dimensional intelligence would have gasped at became commonplace. He was finally seeing through fourth-dimensional eyes, thinking fourth-dimensional thoughts. Memory seeped into his brain, and he had fleeting visions. Visions of dark caverns lit by hellish flames, of huge seas that battered remorselessly with mile-high waves against towering headlands that reared titanic toward a glowering sky. He remembered a red desert, scattered with scarlet boulders. He remembered silver cliffs of gleaming metallic stone. Through all his thoughts ran something else, a scarlet thread of hate, and all-consuming passion, a fierce lust after the life of some other entity. He was no longer a composite thing built of third-dimensional beings. He was a creature of another plane, a creature with a consuming hate. And suddenly he knew against whom this hate was directed and why. He knew also that this creature was near, and his great fists closed and then spread wide as he knew it. How did he know it? Perhaps through some sense which he, as a being of another plane, held, but which was alien to the Earth. Later he asked himself this question. At the time, however, there was no questioning on his part. He only knew that somewhere near was a hated enemy, and he did not question the source of his knowledge. Mumbling in an idiom incomprehensible to a third-dimensional being, filled with rage that wove redly through his brain, he lumbered down the hill onto the moor, his great strides eating up the distance, his footsteps shaking the ground. At the foot of the hill he halted, and from his throat issued a challenging roar that made the very crags surrounding the moor tremble. The rocks flung back the roar as if in mockery. Again he shouted, and in the shout he framed a lurid insult to the enemy that lurked there in the cliffs. Again the crags flung back the insult, but this time the echoes booming over the moor were drowned by another voice, the voice of the enemy. At the far end of the moor appeared a gigantic form, a form that shambled on grotesque, misshapen feet, growling angrily as he came. He came rapidly, despite his clumsy gait, and as he came he mouthed terrific threats. Close to the other he halted, and only then did recognition dawn in his eyes. "You Mal Shaff?" he growled in his guttural tongue, and surprise and consternation were written large upon his ugly face. "Yes, it is I, Mal Shaff," boomed the other. "Remember, Ouglat, the day you destroyed me and my plane. I have returned to wreak my vengeance. I have solved a mystery you have never guessed, and I have come back. You did not imagine you were attacking me again when you sent your minions to that other plane to feed upon the beings there. It was I you were attacking, fool, and I am here to kill you." Ouglat leapt, and the thing that had been Henry Woods, newspaperman, and 98 other men, but was now Mal Shaff of the fourth dimension, leaped to meet him. Mal Shaff felt the force of Ouglat, felt the sharp pain of a hammering fist, and lashed out with those horrible arms of his to smash at the leering face of his antagonist. He felt his fists strike solid flesh, felt the bones creak and tremble beneath his blow. His nostrils were filled with the terrible stench of the other's foul breath and his filthy body. He teetered on his gnarled legs and sidestepped a vicious kick, and then stepped in to gouge with straightened thumb at the other's eye. The thumb went true, and Ouglat howled in pain. Mal Shaff leapt back as his opponent charged head down, and knotted his fist in a thunderous tattoo as the misshapen beast closed in. He felt clawing fingers seeking his throat, felt ghastly nails ripping at his shoulders. In desperation he struck blindly, and Ouglat reeled away. With a quick stride he shortened the distance between them, and struck Ouglat a hard blow squarely on his slavering mouth. Pressing hard upon the reeling figure, he swung his fists like sledge-hammers, and Ouglat stumbled, falling in a heap on the sand. Mal Shaff leaped upon the fallen foe and kicked him with his taloned feet, ripping him wickedly. There was no thought of fair play, no faintest glimmer of mercy. This was a battle to the death. There could be no quarter. The fallen monster howled, but his voice cut short as his foul mouth with its razor-edged fangs closed on the other's body. His talons, seeking a hold, clawed deep. Mal Shaff, his brain a screaming maelstrom of weird emotions, aimed pile-driver blows at the enemy, clawed and ripped. Together the two rolled, locked tight in titanic battle on the sandy plain, and a great cloud of heavy dust marked where they struggled. In desperation Ouglat put every ounce of his strength into a heave that broke the other's grip and flung him away. The two monstrosities surged to their feet, their eyes red with hate, glaring through the dust cloud at one another. Slowly Ouglat's hand stole to a black wicked cylinder that hung on a belt at his waist. His fingers closed upon it, and he drew the weapon. As he leveled it at Mal Shaff, his lips curled back and his features distorted into something that was not pleasant to see. Mal Shaff, with doubled fists, saw the great thumb of his enemy slowly depressing a button on the cylinder, and a great fear held him rooted in his tracks. In the back of his brain something was vainly trying to explain to him the horror of this thing which the other held. Then a multicolored spiral, like a corkscrew column of vapor, sprang from the cylinder and flashed toward him. It struck him full on the chest, and even as it did so he caught the ugly fire of triumph in the red eyes of his enemy. He felt a stinging sensation where the spiral struck, but that was all. He was astounded. He had feared this weapon, had been sure it portended some form of horrible death, but all it did was to produce a slight sting. For a split second he stood stock still. Then he surged forward and advanced upon Ouglat, his hands outspread like claws. From his throat came those horrible sounds, the speech of the fourth dimension. "Did I not tell you, foul son of Sarguth, that I had solved a mystery you have never guessed at? Although you destroyed me long ago, I have returned. Throw away your puny weapon. I am of the lower dimensions, and am invulnerable to your engines of destruction. You bloated—" His words trailed off into a stream of vileness that could never have occurred to a third-dimensional mind. Ouglat, with every line of his face distorted with fear, flung the weapon from him, and turning, fled clumsily down the moor, with Mal Shaff at his heels. Steadily Mal Shaff gained, and with only a few feet separating him from Ouglat, he dived with outspread arms at the other's legs. The two came down together, but Mal Shaff's grip was broken by the fall, and the two regained their feet at almost the same instant. The wild moor resounded to their throaty roaring, and the high cliffs flung back the echoes of the bellowing of the two gladiators below. It was sheer strength now, and flesh and bone were bruised and broken under the life-shaking blows that they dealt. Great furrows were plowed in the sand by the sliding of heavy feet as the two fighters shifted to or away from attack. Blood, blood of the fourth-dimensional creatures, covered the bodies of the two and stained the sand with its horrible hue. Perspiration streamed from them, and their breath came in gulping gasps. The lurid sun slid across the purple sky, and still the two fought on. Ouglat, one of the ancients, and Mal Shaff, reincarnated. It was a battle of giants, a battle that must have beggared even the titanic tilting of forgotten gods and entities in the ages when the third-dimensional Earth was young. Mal Shaff had no conception of time. He may have fought seconds or hours. It seemed an eternity. He had attempted to fight scientifically, but had failed to do so. While one part of him had cried out to elude his opponent, to wait for openings, to conserve his strength, another part had shouted at him to step in and smash, smash, smash at the hated monstrosity pitted against him. It seemed Ouglat was growing in size, had become more agile, that his strength was greater. His punches hurt more. It was harder to hit him. Still, Mal Shaff drilled in determinedly, head down, fists working like pistons. As the other seemed to grow stronger and larger, he seemed to become smaller and weaker. It was queer. Ouglat should be tired, too. His punches should be weaker. He should move more slowly, be heavier on his feet. There was no doubt of it. Ouglat was growing larger, was drawing on some mysterious reserve of strength. From somewhere new force and life were flowing into his body, but from where was this strength coming? A huge fist smashed against Mal Shaff's jaw. He felt himself lifted, and the next moment he skidded across the sand. Lying there, gasping for breath, almost too fagged to rise, with the black bulk of the enemy looming through the dust cloud before him, he suddenly realized the source of the other's renewed strength. Ouglat was recalling his minions from the third dimension. They were incorporating in his body, returning to their parent body. They were coming back from the third dimension to the fourth dimension, to fight a third-dimensional thing reincarnated in the fourth-dimensional form it had lost millions of eons ago. This was the end, thought Mal Shaff, but he staggered to his feet to meet the charge of the ancient enemy, and a grim song, a death chant, immeasurably old, suddenly and dimly remembered from out of the mists of countless millenniums, was on his lips as he swung a pile-driver blow into the suddenly astonished face of the onrushing Ouglat. The milky globe atop the machine in Dr. White's laboratory glowed softly, and within that glow two figures seemed to struggle. Before the machine, his hands still on the controls, stood Dr. Silas White. Behind him the room was crowded with newspapermen and photographers. Hours had passed since the 98 men, 99 counting Henry Woods, had stepped into the brittle column of light to be shunted back through unguessed time to a different plane of existence. The old scientist, during all those hours, had stood like a graven image before his machine, eyes staring fixedly at the globe. Through the open windows he had heard the cry of the newsboy as the press put the greatest scoop of all time on the street. The phone had rung like mad, and George answered it. The doorbell buzzed repeatedly, and George ushered in newspapermen who had asked innumerable questions, to which he had replied briefly, almost mechanically. The reporters had fought for the use of the one phone in the house, and had finally drawn lots for it. A few had raced out to use other phones. Photographers came, and flashes popped, and cameras clicked. The room was in an uproar. On the rare occasions when the reporters were not using the phone, the instrument buzzed shrilly. Authoritative voices demanded Dr. Silas White. George, his eyes on the old man, stated that Dr. Silas White could not be disturbed, that he was busy. From the street below came the heavy-throated hum of thousands of voices. The street was packed with a jostling crowd of awed humanity, every eye fastened on the house of Dr. Silas White. Lines of police held them back. "What makes them move so slowly?" asked a reporter, staring at the globe. "They hardly seem to be moving. It looks like a slow-motion picture." "They are not moving slowly," replied Dr. White. "There must be a difference in time in the fourth dimension. Maybe what is hours to us is only seconds to them. Time must flow more slowly there. Perhaps it is a bigger place than this third plane. That may account for it. They aren't moving slowly. They are fighting savagely. It's a fight to the death. Watch." The grotesque arm of one of the figures in the milky globe was moving out slowly, loafing along, aimed at the head of the other. Slowly the other twisted his body aside, but too slowly. The fist finally touched the head, still moving slowly forward, the body following as slowly. The head of the creature twisted, bent backward, and the body toppled back in a leisurely manner. "What does White say? Can't you get a statement of some sort from him? Won't he talk at all? A hell of a fine reporter you are. Can't even get a man to open his mouth. Ask him about Henry Woods. Get a human interest slant on Woods walking into the light. Ask him how long this is going to last. Damn it all, man, do something, and don't bother me again until you have a real story. Yes, I said a real story. Are you hard of hearing? For God's sake, do something!" The editor slammed the receiver on the hook. "Brooks," he snapped, "get to the War Department at Washington. Ask them if they're going to back up White. Go on, get busy." "How will you get them?" I don't know. Just get them, that's all. Get them." Typewriters gibbered like chuckling morons through the roaming tumult of the editorial rooms. Copy boys rushed about, white sheets clutched in their grimy hands. Telephones jangled, and strident voices blared through the haze that arose from the pipes and cigarettes of perspiring writers who feverishly transferred to paper the startling events that were rocking the world. The editor, his necktie off, his shirt open, his sleeves rolled to the elbow, drummed his fingers on the desk. It had been a hectic 24 hours, and he had stayed at the desk every minute of the time. He was dead tired. When the moment of relaxation came, when the tension snapped, he knew he would fall into an exhausted stupor of sleep, but the excitement was keeping him on his feet. There was work to do. There was news such as the world had never known before. Each new story meant a new front makeup, another extra. Even now the presses were thundering. Even now papers, with the ink hardly dry upon them, were being snatched by the avid public from the hands of screaming newsboys. A man raced toward the city desk, waving a sheet of paper in his hand. Sensing something unusual, the others in the room crowded about as he laid the sheet before the editor. "Just came in," the man gasped. The paper was a wire dispatch. It read, "Rome. The Black Horror is in full retreat. Although still apparently immune to the weapons being used against it, it is lifting the siege of the city. The cause is unknown." The editor ran his eye down the sheet. There was another dateline. "Madrid. The Black Horror, which has enclosed this city in a ring of dark terror for the last 2 days, is fleeing rapidly, disappearing." The editor pressed a button. There was an answering buzz. "Composing Rome?" he shouted. "Get ready for a new front. Yes, another extra. This will knock their eyes out." A telephone jangled furiously. The editor seized it. "Yes. What was that? White says he must have help? I see. Woods and the others are weakening, being badly beaten, eh? More men needed to go out to the other plane. Wants reinforcements. Yes, I see. Well, tell him that he'll have them. If he can wait half an hour, we'll have them walking by thousands into that light. I'll be damned if we won't. Just tell White to hang on. We'll have the whole nation coming to the rescue." He jabbed up the receiver. "Richards," he said, "write a streamer. Help needed. Reinforcements called. Something of that sort. You know, make it scream. Tell the foreman to dig out the biggest type he has, a foot high. If we ever needed big type, we need it now." He turned to the telephone. "Operator," he said, "get me the Secretary of War at Washington. The Secretary in person, you understand? No one else will do." He turned again to the reporters who stood about the desk. "In 2 hours," he explained, banging the desktop for emphasis, "we'll have the United States Army marching into that light Woods walked into." The bloody sun was touching the edge of the weird world, seeming to hesitate before taking the final plunge behind the towering black crags that hung above the inkpot shadows at their base. The purple sky had darkened until it was almost the color of soft black velvet. Great stars were blazing out. Ouglat loomed large in the gathering twilight, a horrible, misshapen ogre of an outer world. He had grown taller, broader, greater. Mal Shaf's head now was on a level with the other's chest. His huge arms seemed toy-like in comparison with those of Ouglat, his legs mere pipe stems. Time and again he had barely escaped as the clutching hands of Ouglat reached out to grasp him. Once within those hands he would be torn apart. The battle had become a game of hide and seek, a game of cat and mouse, with Mal Shaff the mouse. Slowly the sun sank, and the world became darker. His brain working feverishly, Mal Shaff waited for the darkness. Adroitly he worked the battle nearer and nearer to the Stygian darkness that lay at the foot of the mighty crags. In the darkness he might escape. He could no longer continue this unequal fight. Only escape was left. The sun was gone now. Blackness was dropping swiftly over the land, like a great blanket, creating the illusion of a glowering sky descending to the ground. Only a few feet away lay the total blackness under the cliffs. Like a flash, Mal Shaff darted into the blackness, was completely swallowed in it. Roaring, Ouglat followed. His shoulders almost touching the great rock wall that shot straight up hundreds of feet above him, Mal Shaff ran swiftly, fear lending speed to his shivering legs. Behind him he heard the bellowing of his enemy. Ouglat was searching for him. A hopeless search in that total darkness. He would never find him, Mal Shaff felt sure. Fagged and out of breath, he dropped panting at the foot of the wall. Blood pounded through his head, and his strength seemed to be gone. He lay still and stared out into the less dark moor that stretched before him. For some time he lay there, resting. Aimlessly he looked out over the moor, and then he suddenly noted some distance to his right a hill rising from the moor. The hill was vaguely familiar. He remembered it dimly as being of great importance. A sudden, inexplicable restlessness filled him. Far behind him he heard the enraged bellowing of Ouglat, but that he scarcely noticed. So long as darkness lay upon the land, he knew he was safe from his enemy. The hill had made him restless. He must reach the top. He could think of no logical reason for doing so. Obviously he was safer here at the base of the cliff, but a voice seemed to be calling, a friendly voice from the hilltop. He rose on aching legs and forged ahead. Every fiber of his being cried out in protest, but resolutely he placed one foot ahead of the other, walking mechanically. Opposite the hill he disregarded the strange call that pulsed down upon him, long enough to rest his tortured body. He must build up his strength for the climb. He realized that danger lay ahead. Once he quitted the blackness of the cliff's base, Ouglat, even in the darkness that lay over the land, might see him. That would be disastrous. Once over the top of the hill he would be safe. Suddenly the landscape was bathed in light, a soft green radiance. One moment it had been pitch dark, the next it was light as if a giant searchlight had been snapped on. In terror Mal Shaff looked for the source of the light. Just above the horizon hung a great green orb which moved up the ladder of the sky even as he watched. A moon! A huge green satellite hurtling swiftly around this cursed world. A great overwhelming fear sat upon Mal Shaff, and with a high shrill scream of anger he raced forward, forgetful of the aching body and outraged lungs. His scream was answered from far off, and out of the shadows of the cliffs towards the far end of the moor a black figure hurled itself. Ouglat was on the trail. Mal Shaff tore madly up the slope, topped the crest, and threw himself flat on the ground, almost exhausted. A queer feeling stole over him, a queer feeling of well-being. New strength was flowing into him. The old thrill of battle was pounding through his blood once more. Not only were queer things happening to his body, but also to his brain. The world about him looked queer, held a sort of intangible mystery he could not understand. A half question formed in the back of his brain. Who and what was he? Queer thoughts to be thinking. He was Mal Shaff. But had he always been Mal Shaff? He remembered a brittle column of light, creatures with bodies unlike his body, walking into it. He had been one of those creatures. There was something about dimensions, about different planes, a plan for one plane to attack another. He scrambled to his bowed legs and beat his great chest with mighty long-nailed hands. He flung back his head, and from his throat broke a sound to curdle the blood of even the bravest. On the moor below, Ouglat heard the cry and answered it with one equally ferocious. Mal Shaff took a step forward, then stopped stock still. Through his brain went a sharp command to return to the spot where he had stood, to wait there until attacked. He stepped back, shifting his feet impatiently. He was growing larger. Every second fresh vitality was pouring into him. Before his eyes danced a red curtain of hate, and his tongue roared forth a series of insulting challenges to the figure that was even now approaching the foot of the hill. As Ouglat climbed the hill, the night became an insane bedlam. The challenging roars beat like surf against the black cliffs. Ouglat's lips were flecked with foam. His red eyes were mere slits. His mouth worked convulsively. They were only a few feet apart when Ouglat charged. Mal Shaff was ready for him. There was no longer any difference in their size, and they met like the two forward walls of contending football teams. Mal Shaff felt the soft throat of the other under his fingers, and his grip tightened. Maddened, Ouglat shot terrific blow after terrific blow into Mal Shaff's body. Try as he might, however, he could not shake the other's grip. It was silent now. The night seemed brooding, watching the struggle on the hilltop. Larger and larger grew Mal Shaff, until he overtopped Ouglat like a giant. Then he loosened his grip, and, as Ouglat tried to scuttle away, reached down to grasp him by the nape of the neck. High above his head he lifted his enemy and dashed him to the ground. With a leap he was on the prostrate figure, trampling it apart, smashing it into the ground. With wild cries he stamped the earth, treading out the last of Ouglat, the Black Horror. When no trace of the thing that had been Ouglat remained, he moved away and viewed the trampled ground. Then, for the first time, he noticed that the crest of the hill was crowded with other monstrous figures. He glared at them, half in surprise, half in anger. He had not noticed their silent approach. "It is Mal Shaff!" cried one. "Yes, I am Mal Shaff. What do you want?" "But, Mal Shaff, Ouglat destroyed you once, long ago." "And I just now," replied Mal Shaff, "have destroyed Ouglat." The figures were silent, shifting uneasily. Then one stepped forward. "Mal Shaff," it said, "we thought you were dead. Apparently it was not so. We welcome you to our land again. Ouglat, who once tried to kill you and apparently failed, you have killed, which is right and proper. Come and live with us again in peace. We welcome you." Mal Shaff bowed. Gone was all thought of the third dimension. Through Mal Shaff's mind raced strange, haunting memories of a red desert scattered with scarlet boulders, of silver cliffs of gleaming metallic stone, of huge seas battering against towering headlands. There were other things, too. Great palaces of shining jewels, and weird nights of inhuman joy where hellish flames lit deep black caverns. He bowed again. "I thank you, Balthazar," he said. Without a backward look, he shambled down the hill with the others. "Yes," said the editor. "What's that you say? Dr. White is dead? A suicide? Yeah, I understand. Worry? Hey, here, Roberts, take this story." He handed over the phone. "When you write it," he said, "play up the fact that he was worried about not being able to bring the men back to the third dimension. Give him plenty of praise for ending the Black Horror. It's a big story." "Sure," said Roberts, then spoke into the phone. "All right, Bill, shoot the works." End of Hellhounds of the Cosmos by Clifford D. Simak.
The Hoofer. by Walter M. Miller. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Bologna Times. The Hoofer by Walter M. Miller, Jr. A wayfarer's return from a far country to his wife and family may be a shining experience, a kind of second honeymoon. Or it may be so shadowed by time's relentless tyranny that the changes which have occurred in his absence can lead only to tragedy and despair. This rarely discerning, warmly human story by a brilliant newcomer to the science fantasy field is told with no pulling of punches, and its adroit unfolding will astound you. The space rover has no business with a family, but what can a man in the full vigor of youth do if his heart cries out for a home? They all knew he was a spacer because of the white goggle marks on his sun-scorched face, and so they tolerated and helped him. They even made allowances for him when he staggered and fell in the aisle of the bus while pursuing the harassed little housewife from seat to seat and cajoling her to sit and talk with him. Having fallen, he decided to sleep in the aisle. Two men helped him to the back of the bus, dumped him on the rear seat, and tucked his gin bottle safely out of sight. After all, he had not seen Earth for 9 months, and judging by the crusted matter about his eyelids, he couldn't have seen it too well now, even if he had been sober. Glare blindness, gravity legs, and agoraphobia were excuses for a lot of things, when a man was just back from Big Bottomless, and who could blame a man for acting strangely? Minutes later he was back up the aisle and swaying giddily over the little housewife. "How?" he said. "Me Chief Broken Wing. You wanna Indian wrestle?" The girl, who sat nervously staring at him, smiled wanly and shook her head. "Quiet little pigeon, aren't you?" he burbled affectionately, crashing into the seat beside her. The two men slid out of their seats, and a hand clamped his shoulder. "Come on, Broken Wing, let's go back to bed." "My name's Hogey," he said. "Big Hogey Parker. I was just kidding about being an Indian." "Yeah, come on, let's go have a drink." They got him on his feet and led him stumbling back down the aisle. "My ma was half Cherokee, see? That's how come I said it. You want to hear a war whoop? Real stuff." "Never mind." He cupped his hands to his mouth and favored them with a blood-curdling proof of his ancestry, while the female passengers stirred restlessly and hunched in their seats. The driver stopped the bus and went back to warn him against any further display. The driver flashed a deputy's badge and threatened to turn him over to a constable. "I gotta get home," Big Hogey told him. "I got me a son now, that's why. You know, a little baby pigeon of a son. Haven't seen him yet." "Will you just sit still and be quiet then, eh?" Big Hogey nodded emphatically. "Sorry, officer. I didn't mean to make any trouble." When the bus started again, he fell on his side and lay still. He made retching sounds for a time, then rested, snoring softly. The bus driver woke him again at Kane's Junction, retrieved his gin bottle from behind the seat, and helped him down the aisle and out of the bus. Big Hogey stumbled about for a moment, then sat down hard in the gravel at the shoulder of the road. The driver paused with one foot on the step, looking around. There was not even a store at the road junction, but only a freight building next to the railroad track, a couple of farmhouses at the edge of a side road, and, just across the way, a deserted filling station with a sagging roof. The land was Great Plains country, treeless, barren, and rolling. Big Hogey got up and staggered around in front of the bus, clutching at it for support, losing his duffel bag. "Hey, watch the traffic," the driver warned. With a surge of unwelcome compassion, he trotted around after his troublesome passenger, taking his arms as he sagged again. "You crossing?" "Yeah," Hogey muttered. "Let me alone. I'm okay." The driver started across the highway with him. The traffic was sparse, but fast and dangerous in the central 90-mile lane. "I'm okay," Hogey kept protesting. "I'm a tumbler, you know. Gravity's got me. Damn gravity. I'm not used to gravity, you know. I used to be a tumbler. Huh. Only now I gotta be a hoofer." "Count of little Hogey. You know about little Hogey?" "Yeah, your son. Come on." "Say, you got a son? I bet you got a son." "Two kids," said the driver, catching Hogey's bag as it slipped from his shoulder. "Both girls." "Say, you ought to be home with them kids. Man ought to stick with his family. You ought to get another job." Hogey eyed him owlishly, waggled a moralistic finger, skidded on the gravel as they stepped onto the opposite shoulder, and sprawled again. The driver blew a weary breath, looked down at him, and shook his head. Maybe it'd be kinder to find a constable after all. This guy could get himself killed wandering around loose. "Somebody supposed to meet you?" he asked, squinting around at the dusty hills. "Huck, who, me?" Hogey giggled, belched, and shook his head. "Nope, nobody knows I'm coming. S'prise. I'm supposed to be here a week ago." He looked up at the driver with a pained expression. "Week late, you know. Marie's gonna be sore. Woo-hoo! Is she gonna be sore!" He waggled his head severely at the ground. "Which way are you going?" the driver grunted impatiently. Hogey pointed down the side road that led back into the hills. "Marie's pop's place. You know where? 'Bout 3 miles from here. Gotta walk, I guess." "Don't," the driver warned. "You sit there by the culvert till you get a ride, okay?" Hogey nodded forlornly. "Now stay out of the road," the driver warned, then hurried back across the highway. Moments later the atomic battery-driven motors droned mournfully and the bus pulled away. Big Hogey blinked after it, rubbing the back of his neck. "Nice people," he said. "Nice bunch of people. All hoofers." With a grunt and a lurch he got to his feet, but his legs wouldn't work right. With his tumbler's reflexes, he fought to right himself with frantic arm motions, but gravity claimed him and he went stumbling into the ditch. "Damn legs! Damn crazy legs!" he cried. The bottom of the ditch was wet, and he crawled up the embankment with mud-soaked knees and sat on the shoulder again. The gin bottle was still intact. He had himself a long, fiery drink, and it warmed him deep down. He blinked around at the gaunt and treeless land. The sun was almost down, forge red on a dusty horizon. The blood-streaked sky faded into sulphurous yellow toward the zenith, and the very air that hung over the land seemed full of yellow smoke, the omnipresent dust of the plains. A farm truck turned onto the side road and moaned away, its driver hardly glancing at the dark young man who sat swaying on his duffel bag near the culvert. Hogey scarcely noticed the vehicle. He just kept staring at the crazy sun. He shook his head. It wasn't really the sun. The sun, the real sun, was a hateful, eye-sizzling horror in the dead black pit. It painted everything with pure white pain, and you saw things by the reflected pain light. The fat red sun was strictly a phony, and it didn't fool him any. He hated it for what he knew it was behind the gory mask, and for what it had done to his eyes. With a grunt, he got to his feet, managed to shoulder the duffel bag, and started off down the middle of the farm road, lurching from side to side and keeping his eyes on the rolling distances. Another car turned onto the side road, honking angrily. Hogey tried to turn around to look at it, but he forgot to shift his footing. He staggered and went down on the pavement. The car's tires screeched on the hot asphalt. Hogey lay there for a moment, groaning. That one had hurt his hip. A car door slammed and a big man with a florid face got out and stalked toward him, looking angry.
"What the hell's the matter with you, fella?" he drawled. "You soused. Man, you've really got a load."
Hogey got up doggedly, shaking his head to clear it. "Space legs," he prevaricated. "Got space legs. Can't stand the gravity." The burly farmer retrieved his gin bottle for him, still miraculously unbroken. "Here's your gravity," he grunted. "Listen, fella, you better get home pronto." "Pronto? Hey, I'm no Mex. Honest, I'm just space burned, you know." "Yeah. Say, who are you anyway? Do you live around here?" It was obvious that the big man had taken him for a hobo or tramp. Hogey pulled himself together. "Going to the Hauptmann's place. Marie. You know Marie?" The farmer's eyebrows went up. "Marie Hauptmann? Sure I know her. Only she's Marie Parker now. Has been nigh on 6 years. Say," he paused, then gasped, "you ain't her husband by any chance?" "Hogey. That's me. Big Hogey Parker." "Well, I'll be. Get in the car. I'm going right past John Hauptmann's place. Boy, you're in no shape to walk it." He grinned wryly, waggled his head, and helped Hogey and his bag into the back seat. A woman with a sun-wrinkled neck sat rigidly beside the farmer in the front, and she neither greeted the passenger nor looked around. "They don't make cars like this any more," the farmer called over the growl of the ancient gasoline engine and the grind of gears. "You can have them new atomics with their loads of hot isotopes under the seat. Ain't safe, I say. Eh, Martha?" The woman with the sun-baked neck quivered her head slightly. "A car like this was good enough for Pa, and I reckon it's good enough for us," she drawled mournfully. 5 minutes later the car drew in to the side of the road. "Reckon you can walk it from here," the farmer said. "That's Hauptmann's road, just up ahead." He helped Hogey out of the car and drove away without looking back to see if Hogey stayed on his feet. The woman with the sun-baked neck was suddenly talking garrulously in his direction. It was twilight. The sun had set, and the yellow sky was turning gray. Hogey was too tired to go on, and his legs would no longer hold him. He blinked around at the land, got his eyes focused, and found what looked like Hauptmann's place on a distant hillside. It was a big frame house surrounded by a wheat field and a few scrawny trees. Having located it, he stretched out in the tall grass beyond the ditch to take a little rest. Somewhere dogs were barking, and a cricket sang creaking monotony in the grass. Once there was the distant thunder of a rocket blast from the launching station 6 miles to the west, but it faded quickly. An A-motored convertible whined past on the road, but Hogey went unseen. When he awoke, it was night, and he was shivering. His stomach was screeching, and his nerves dancing with high voltages. He sat up and groped for his watch, then remembered he had pawned it after the poker game. Remembering the game and the results of the game made him wince, and bite his lip and grope for the bottle again. He sat breathing heavily for a moment after the stiff drink. Equating time to position had become second nature with him, but he had to think for a moment because his defective vision prevented him from seeing the Earth crescent. Vega was almost straight above him in the late August sky, so he knew it wasn't much after sundown, probably about 8 o'clock. He braced himself with another swallow of gin, picked himself up, and got back to the road, feeling a little sobered after the nap. He limped on up the pavement and turned left at the narrow drive that led between barbed wire fences toward the Hauptmann farmhouse, 500 yards or so from the farm road. The fields on his left belonged to Marie's father, he knew. He was getting close to home and woman and child. He dropped the bag suddenly and leaned against a fence post, rolling his head on his forearms and choking in spasms of air. He was shaking all over and his belly writhed. He wanted to turn and run. He wanted to crawl out in the grass and hide. What were they going to say? And Marie most of all. How was he going to tell her about the money? 6 hitches in space, and every time the promise had been the same. One more tour, baby, and we'll have enough dough, and then I'll quit for good. One more time, and we'll have our stake, enough to open a little business, or buy a house with a mortgage and get a job. And she had waited, but the money had never been quite enough until this time. This time the tour had lasted 9 months, and he had signed on for every run from station to moon base to pick up the bonuses. And this time he'd made it. 2 weeks ago there had been 4,800 in the bank, and now, "Why," he groaned, striking his forehead against his forearms. His arm slipped, and his head hit the top of the fence post, and the pain blinded him for a moment. He staggered back into the road with a low roar, wiped blood from his forehead, and savagely kicked his bag. It rolled a couple of yards up the road. He leaped after it and kicked it again. When he had finished with it, he stood panting and angry, but feeling better. He shouldered the bag and hiked on toward the farmhouse. "They're hoofers. That's all. Just an earth-chained bunch of hoofers. Even Marie. And I'm a tumbler. A born tumbler. Know what that means? It means God, what does it mean? It means out in Big Bottomless, where Earth's like a fat moon with fuzzy mold growing on it. Mold, that's all you are, just mold." A dog barked, and he wondered if he had been muttering aloud. He came to a fence gap and paused in the darkness. The road wound around and came up the hill in front of the house. Maybe they were sitting on the porch. Maybe they'd already heard him coming. Maybe. He was trembling again. He fished the 5th of gin out of his coat pocket and sloshed it. Still over half a pint. He decided to kill it. It wouldn't do to go home with a bottle sticking out of his pocket. He stood there in the night wind, sipping at it, and watching the reddish moon come up in the east. The moon looked as phony as the setting sun. He straightened in sudden determination. It had to be sometime. Get it over with. Get it over with now. He opened the fence gap, slipped through, and closed it firmly behind him. He retrieved his bag and waded quietly through the tall grass until he reached the hedge which divided an area of sickly peach trees from the field. He got over the hedge somehow and started through the trees toward the house. He stumbled over some old boards, and they clattered. "Shh," he hissed, and moved on. The dogs were barking angrily, and he heard a screen door slam. He stopped. "Ho there!" a male voice called experimentally from the house. One of Marie's brothers. Hogey stood frozen in the shadow of a peach tree, waiting. "Anybody out there?" the man called again. Hogey waited, then heard the man muttering, "Sick 'em, boy, sick 'em." The hound's bark became eager. The animal came chasing down the slope, and stopped 10 feet away to crouch and bark frantically at the shadow in the gloom. He knew the dog. "Hooky," he whispered. "Hooky, boy. Here." The dog stopped barking, sniffed, trotted closer, and went "Roof!" Then he started sniffing suspiciously again. "Easy, Hooky. Here, boy," he whispered. The dog came forward silently, sniffed his hand, and whined in recognition. Then he trotted around Hogey, panting, doggy affection, and dancing an invitation to romp. The man whistled from the porch. The dog froze, then trotted quickly back up the slope. "Nothing, eh, Hooky?" the man on the porch said. "Chasing armadillos again, eh?" The screen door slammed again, and the porch light went out. Hogey stood there, staring, unable to think. Somewhere beyond the window lights were his woman, his son. What the hell was a tumbler doing with a woman and a son? After perhaps a minute, he stepped forward again. He tripped over a shovel, and his foot plunged into something that went squelch and swallowed the foot past the ankle. He fell forward into a heap of sand, and his foot went deeper into the sloppy wetness. He lay there with his stinging forehead on his arms, cursing softly and crying. Finally he rolled over, pulled his foot out of the mess, and took off his shoes. They were full of mud, sticky, sandy mud. The dark world was reeling about him, and the wind was dragging at his breath. He fell back against the sand pile and let his feet sink in the mud hole and wriggle his toes. He was laughing soundlessly, and his face was wet in the wind. He couldn't think. He couldn't remember where he was and why, and he stopped caring, and after a while he felt better. The stars were swimming over him, dancing crazily, and the mud cooled his feet, and the sand was soft behind him. He saw a rocket go up on a tail of flame from the station, and waited for the sound of its blast, but he was already asleep when it came. It was far past midnight when he became conscious of the dog licking wetly at his ear and cheek. He pushed the animal away with a low curse and mopped at the side of his face. He stirred and groaned. His feet were burning up. He tried to pull them toward him, but they wouldn't budge. There was something wrong with his legs. For an instant he stared wildly around in the night. Then he remembered where he was, closed his eyes, and shuddered. When he opened them again, the moon had emerged from behind a cloud, and he could see clearly the cruel trap into which he had accidentally stumbled. A pile of old boards, a careful stack of new lumber, a pick and shovel, a sand pile, heaps of fresh turned earth, and a concrete mixer. Well, it added up. He gripped his ankles and pulled, but his feet wouldn't budge. In sudden terror he tried to stand up, but his ankles were clutched by the concrete too, and he fell back in the sand with a low moan. He lay still for several minutes, considering carefully. He pulled at his left foot. It was locked in a vise. He tugged even more desperately at his right foot. It was equally immovable. He sat up with a whimper and clawed at the rough concrete until his nails tore and his fingertips bled. The surface still felt damp, but it had hardened while he slept. He sat there stunned until Hooky began licking at his scuffed fingers. He shouldered the dog away, and dug his hands into the sand pile to stop the bleeding. Hooky looked at his face, panting love. "Get away!" he croaked savagely. The dog whined softly, trotted a short distance away, circled, and came back to crouch down in the sand directly before Hogey, inching forward experimentally. Hogey gripped fistfuls of the dry sand and cursed between his teeth, while his eyes wandered over the sky. They came to rest on the sliver of light, the space station, rising in the west, floating out in Big Bottomless where the gang was. Nichols and Guerrera and Lavrente and Fats. And he wasn't forgetting Kesey, the rookie who'd replaced him. Kesey would have a rough time for a while, rough as a cob. The pit was no playground. The first time you went out of the station in a suit, the pit got you. Everything was falling, and you fell with it. Everything. The skeletons of steel, the tire-shaped station, the spheres and docks and nightmare shapes, all tied together by umbilical cables and flexible tubes. Like some crazy sea thing they seemed, floating in a black ocean with its tentacles bound together by drifting strands and the dark tide that bore it. Everything was pain bright or dead black, and it wheeled around you, and you went nuts trying to figure which way was down. In fact, it took you months to teach your body that all ways were down, and that the pit was bottomless. He became conscious of a plaintive sound in the wind, and froze to listen. It was a baby crying. It was nearly a minute before he got the significance of it. It hit him where he lived, and he began jerking frantically at his encased feet and sobbing low in his throat. They'd hear him if he kept that up. He stopped and covered his ears to close out the cry of his firstborn. A light went on in the house, and when it went off again, the infant's cry had ceased. Another rocket went up from the station. and he cursed it. Space was a disease, and he had it.
"Help!" he cried out suddenly. "I'm stuck! Help me! Help me!"
He knew he was yelling hysterically at the sky and fighting the relentless concrete that clutched his feet, and after a moment he stopped. The light was on in the house again, and he heard faint sounds. The stirring about woke the baby again, and once more the infant's wail came on the breeze.
"Make the kid shut up! Make the kid shut up!"
But that was no good. It wasn't the kid's fault. It wasn't Marie's fault. No fathers allowed in space, they said, but it wasn't their fault either. They were right, and he had only himself to blame. The kid was an accident, but that didn't change anything. Not a thing in the world. It remained a tragedy. A tumbler had no business with a family, but what was a man going to do? Take a skinning knife, boy, and make yourself a eunuch. But that was no good either. They needed bulls out there in the pit, not steers. And when a man came down from a year's hitch, what was he going to do? Live in a lonely shack and read books for kicks? Because you were a man, you sought out a woman, and because she was a woman, she got a kid, and that was the end of it. It was nobody's fault. Nobody's fault. Nobody's at all. He stared at the red eye of Mars low in the southwest. They were running out there now, and next year he would have been on the long, long run. But there was no use thinking about it. Next year and the years after belonged to little Hogey. He sat there with his feet locked in the solid concrete of the footing, staring out into Big Bottomless while his son's cry came from the house, and the Hauptman menfolk came wading through the tall grass in search of someone who had cried out. His feet were stuck tight, and he wouldn't ever get them out. He was sobbing softly when they found him. End of The Hoofer by Walter M. Miller.
The Jupiter Weapon by Charles L. Fontenay. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Jupiter Weapon by Charles L. Fontenay. He was a living weapon of destruction, immeasurably powerful, utterly invulnerable. There was only one question. Was he human? Trella feared she was in for trouble even before Motwick's head dropped forward on his arms in a drunken stupor. The two evil-looking men at the table nearby had been watching her surreptitiously, and now they shifted restlessly in their chairs. Trella had not wanted to come to the Golden Satellite. It was a squalid saloon in the rougher section of Jupiter's View, the terrestrial dome colony on Ganymede. Motwick, already drunk, had insisted. A woman could not possibly make her way through these streets alone to the better section of town, especially one clad in a silvery evening dress. Her only hope was that this place had a telephone. Perhaps she could call one of Motwick's friends. She had no one on Ganymede she could call a real friend herself. Tentatively, she pushed her chair back from the table and arose. She had to brush close by the other table to get to the bar. As she did, the dark, slick-haired man reached out and grabbed her around the waist with a steely arm. Trella swung with her whole body, and slapped him so hard he nearly fell from his chair. As she walked swiftly toward the bar, he leaped up to follow her. There were only two other people in the Golden Satellite, the fat, mustached bartender and a short, square-built man at the bar. The latter swung around at the pistol-like report of her slap, and she saw that, though no more than 4.5 feet tall, he was as heavily muscled as a lion. His face was clean and open, with close-cropped blonde hair and honest blue eyes. She ran to him. "Help me!" she cried. "Please help me!" He began to back away from her. "I can't," he muttered in a deep voice. "I can't help you. I can't do anything." The dark man was at her heels. In desperation, she dodged around the short man and took refuge behind him. Her protector was obviously unwilling, but the dark man, faced with his massiveness, took no chances. He stopped and shouted, "Craig!" The other man at the table arose, ponderously, and lumbered toward them. He was immense, at least 6½ feet tall, with a brutal, vacant face. Evading her attempts to stay behind him, the squat man began to move down the bar away from the approaching Craig. The dark man moved in on Trella again as Craig overtook his quarry and swung a huge fist like a sledgehammer. Exactly what happened, Trella wasn't sure. She had the impression that Craig's fist connected squarely with the short man's chin before he dodged to one side in a movement so fast it was a blur. But that couldn't have been, because the short man wasn't moved by that blow that would have felled a steer, and Craig roared in pain, grabbing his injured fist. "The bar!" yelled Craig. "I hit the damn bar!" At this juncture, the bartender took a hand. Leaning far over the bar, he swung a full bottle in a complete arc. It smashed on Craig's head, splashing the floor with the liquor, and Craig sank stunned to his knees. The dark man, who had grabbed Trella's arm, released her and ran for the door. Moving agilely around the end of the bar, the bartender stood over Craig, holding the jagged-edged bottleneck in his hand menacingly. "Get out!" rumbled the bartender. "I'll have no coppers raiding my place for the likes of you." Craig stumbled to his feet and staggered out. Trella ran to the unconscious Motwick's side. "That means you, too, lady," said the bartender beside her. "You and your boyfriend get out of here. You oughtn't have come here in the first place." "May I help you, miss?" asked a deep, resonant voice behind her. She straightened from her anxious examination of Motwick. The squat man was standing there, an apologetic look on his face. She looked contemptuously at the massive muscles whose help had been denied her. Her arm ached where the dark man had grasped it. The broad face before her was not unhandsome, and the blue eyes were disconcertingly direct, but she despised him for a coward. "I'm sorry I couldn't fight those men for you, miss, but I just couldn't," he said miserably, as though reading her thoughts. "But no one will bother you on the street if I'm with you." "A lot of protection you'd be if they did," she snapped. "But I'm desperate. You can carry him to the Stellar Hotel for me." The gravity of Ganymede was hardly more than that of Earth's moon, but the way the man picked up the limp Motwick with one hand and tossed him over his shoulder was startling, as though he lifted a feather pillow. He followed Trella out the door of the Golden Satellite and fell in step beside her. Immediately she was grateful for his presence. The dimly lighted street was not crowded, but she didn't like the looks of the men she saw. The transparent dome of Jupiter's view was faintly visible in the reflected night lights of the colonial city, but the lights were overwhelmed by the giant, vari-colored disk of Jupiter itself, riding high in the sky. "I'm Quest Mansard, miss," said her companion. "I'm just in from Jupiter." "I'm Trella Nuspar," she said, favoring him with a green-eyed glance. "You mean Io, don't you? Or Moon 5? "No," he said, grinning at her. He had an engaging grin, with even white teeth. "I meant Jupiter." "You're lying," she said flatly. "No one has ever landed on Jupiter. It would be impossible to blast off again." "My parents landed on Jupiter, and I blasted off from it," he said, soberly. "I was born there. Have you ever heard of Dr. Eriklund Mansard?" "I certainly have," she said, her interest taking a sudden upward turn. "He developed the surgiscope, didn't he? But his ship was drawn into Jupiter and lost." "It was drawn into Jupiter, but he landed it successfully," said Quest. "He and my mother lived on Jupiter until the oxygen equipment wore out at last. I was born and brought up there, and I was finally able to build a small rocket with a powerful enough drive to clear the planet." She looked at him. He was short, half a head shorter than she, but broad and powerful as a man might be who had grown up in heavy gravity. He trod the street with a light, controlled step, seeming to deliberately hold himself down. "If Dr. Mansard succeeded in landing on Jupiter, why didn't anyone ever hear from him again?" she demanded. "Because," said Quest, "his radio was sabotaged, just as his ship's drive was." "Jupiter's strength," she murmured, looking him over coolly. "You wear Motwick on your shoulder like a scarf. But you couldn't bring yourself to help a woman against two thugs?" He flushed. "I'm sorry," he said. "That's something I couldn't help." "Why not?" "I don't know. It's not that I'm afraid, but there's something in me that makes me back away from the prospect of fighting anyone." Trella sighed. Cowardice was a state of mind. It was particularly inappropriate, but not unbelievable, that the strongest and most agile man on Ganymede should be a coward. Well, she thought with a rush of sympathy, he couldn't help being what he was. They had reached the more brightly lighted section of the city now. Trella could get a cab from here, but the Stellar Hotel wasn't far. They walked on. Trella had the desk clerk call a cab to deliver the unconscious Motwick to his home. She and Quest had a late sandwich in the coffee shop. "I landed here only a week ago," he told her, his eyes frankly admiring her honey-colored hair and comely face. "I'm headed for Earth on the next spaceship." "We'll be traveling companions, then," she said. "I'm going back on that ship, too." For some reason she decided against telling him that the assignment on which she had come to the Jupiter system was to gather his own father's notebooks and take them back to Earth. Motwick was an irresponsible playboy whom Trella had known briefly on Earth, and Trella was glad to dispense with his company for the remaining 3 weeks before the spaceship blasted off. She found herself enjoying the steadier companionship of Quest. As a matter of fact, she found herself enjoying his companionship more than she intended to. She found herself falling in love with him. Now this did not suit her at all. Trella had always liked her men tall and dark. She had determined that when she married it would be to a curly-haired 6-footer. She was not at all happy about being so strongly attracted to a man several inches shorter than she. She was particularly unhappy about being drawn to a man who was a coward. The ship that they boarded on Moon 9 was one of the newer ships that could attain 100-mile-per-second velocity and take a hyperbolic path to Earth, but it would still require 54 days to make the trip. So Trella was delighted to find that the ship was the Cometfire and its skipper was her old friend, dark-eyed, curly-haired Jackdane Gill. "Jackdane," she said, flirting with him with her eyes as in days gone by, "I need a chaperone this trip, and you're ideal for the job." "I never thought of myself in quite that light, but maybe I'm getting old," he answered, laughing. "What's your trouble, Trella?" "I'm in love with that huge chunk of man who came aboard with me, and I'm not sure I ought to be," she confessed. "I may need protection against myself till we get to Earth." "If it's to keep you out of another fellow's clutches, I'm your man," agreed Jackdane heartily. "I always had a mind to save you for myself. I'll guarantee you won't have a moment alone with him the whole trip." "You don't have to be that thorough about it," she protested hastily. "I want to get a little enjoyment out of being in love, but if I feel myself weakening too much, I'll holler for help." The Cometfire swung around great Jupiter in an opening arc and plummeted ever more swiftly toward the tight circles of the inner planets. There were 4 crew members and 3 passengers aboard the ship's tiny personnel sphere, and Trella was thrown with Quest almost constantly. She enjoyed every minute of it. She told him only that she was a messenger, sent out to Ganymede to pick up some important papers and take them back to Earth. She was tempted to tell him what the papers were. Her employer had impressed upon her that her mission was confidential, but surely Dom Blessing could not object to Dr. Mansard's son knowing about it. All these things had happened before she was born, and she did not know what Dom Blessing's relation to Dr. Mansard had been, but it must have been very close. She knew that Dr. Mansard had invented the surgiscope. This was an instrument with a 3-dimensional screen as its heart. The screen was a cubical frame in which an apparently solid image was built up of an object under an electron microscope. The actual cutting instrument of the surgiscope was an ion stream. By operating a tool in the 3-dimensional screen, corresponding movements were made by the ion stream on the object under the microscope. The principle was the same as that used in the operation of remote control hands in atomic laboratories to handle hot material, and with the surgiscope very delicate operations could be performed at the cellular level. Dr. Mansard and his wife had disappeared into the turbulent atmosphere of Jupiter just after his invention of the surgiscope, and it had been developed by Dom Blessing. Its success had built spaceway instruments, Incorporated, which Blessing headed. Through all the years since Dr. Mansard's disappearance, Blessing had been searching the Jovian moons for a second, hidden laboratory of Dr. Mansard. When it was found at last, he sent Trella, his most trusted secretary, to Ganymede to bring back to him the notebooks found there. Blessing would, of course, be happy to learn that the son of Dr. Mansard lived, and would see that he received his rightful share of the inheritance. Because of this, Trella was tempted to tell Quest the good news herself, but she decided against it. It was Blessing's privilege to do this his own way, and he might not appreciate her meddling. At mid-trip, Trella made a rueful confession to Jack Dane. "It seems I was taking unnecessary precautions when I asked you to be a chaperone," she said. "I kept waiting for Quest to do something, and when he didn't I told him I loved him." "What did he say?" "It was very peculiar," she said unhappily. "He said he can't love me. He says he wants to love me, and he feels that he should, but there's something in him that refuses to permit it." She expected Jack Dane to salve her wounded feelings with a sympathetic pleasantry, but he did not. Instead, he just looked at her very thoughtfully and said no more about the matter. He explained his attitude after Asrange ran amok. Asrange was the third passenger. He was a lean, saturnine individual who said little and kept to himself as much as possible. He was distantly polite in his relations with both crew and other passengers, and never showed the slightest spark of emotion, until the day Quest squirted coffee on him. It was one of those accidents that can occur easily in space. The passengers and the two crewmen on that particular waking shift, including Jack Dane, were eating lunch on the center deck. Quest picked up his bowl of coffee, but inadvertently pressed it before he got it to his lips. The coffee squirted all over the front of Asrange's clean white tunic. "I'm sorry!" exclaimed Quest in distress. The man's eyes went wide and he snarled. So quickly it seemed impossible, he had unbuckled himself from his seat and hurled himself backward from the table with an incoherent cry. He seized the first object his hand touched. It happened to be a heavy wooden cane leaning against Jack Dane's bunk, propelled himself like a projectile at Quest. Quest rose from the table in a sudden uncoiling of movement. He did not unbuckle his safety belt. He rose and it snapped like a string. For a moment Trella thought he was going to meet Asrange's assault. But he fled in a long leap toward the companionway leading to the astrogation deck above. Landing feet first in the middle of the table and rebounding, Asrange pursued with the stick upraised. In his haste, Quest missed the companionway in his leap and was cornered against one of the bunks. Asrange descended on him like an avenging angel and, holding onto the bunk with one hand, rained savage blows on his head and shoulders with the heavy stick. Quest made no effort to retaliate. He cowered under the attack, holding his hands in front of him as if to ward it off. In a moment, Jack Dane and the other crewmen had reached Asrange and pulled him off. When they had Asrange in irons, Jack Dane turned to Quest, who was now sitting unhappily at the table. "Take it easy," he advised. "I'll wake the psychosurgeon and have him look you over. Just stay there." Quest shook his head. "Don't bother him," he said. "It's nothing but a few bruises." "Bruises? Man, that club could have broken your skull, or a couple of ribs, at the very least." "I'm all right," insisted Quest, and when the skeptical Jack Dane insisted on examining him carefully, he had to admit it. There was hardly a mark on him from the blows. "If it didn't hurt you any more than that, why didn't you take that stick away from him?" demanded Jack Dane. "You could have, easily." "I couldn't," said Quest miserably, and turned his face away. Later, alone with Trella on the control deck, Jack Dane gave her some sober advice. "If you think you're in love with Quest, forget it," he said. "Why? Because he's a coward? I know that ought to make me despise him, but it doesn't any more." "Not because he's a coward, because he's an android." "What? Jack Dane, you can't be serious." "I am. I say he's an android, an artificial imitation of a man. It all figures." Look, Trella, he said he was born on Jupiter. A human could stand the gravity of Jupiter inside a dome or a ship, but what human could stand the rocket acceleration necessary to break free of Jupiter? Here's a man strong enough to break a spaceship's safety belt just by getting up out of his chair against it, tough enough to take a beating with a heavy stick without being injured. How can you believe he's really human? Trella remembered the thug Craig striking Quest in the face and then crying that he had injured his hand on the bar. But he said Dr. Mansard was his father, protested Trella. Robots and androids frequently look on their makers as their parents, said Jackdain. Quest may not even know he's artificial. Do you know how Mansard died? The oxygen equipment failed, Quest said. Yes, do you know when? No, Quest never did tell me, that I remember. He told me, a year before Quest made his rocket flight to Ganymede. If the oxygen equipment failed, how do you think Quest lived in the poisonous atmosphere of Jupiter, if he's human? Trella was silent. For the protection of humans, there are 2 psychological traits built into every robot and android, said Jackdain gently. The first is that they can never, under any circumstances, attack a human being, even in self-defense. The second is that, while they may understand sexual desire objectively, they can never experience it themselves. Those characteristics fit your man Quest to a T, Trella. There is no other explanation for him. He must be an android. Trella did not want to believe Jackdain was right, but his reasoning was unassailable. Looking upon Quest as an android, many things were explained. His great strength, his short, broad build, his immunity to injury, his refusal to defend himself against a human, his inability to return Trella's love for him. It was not inconceivable that she should have unknowingly fallen in love with an android. Humans could love androids, with real affection, even knowing that they were artificial. There were instances of android nursemaids who were virtually members of the families owning them. She was glad now that she had not told Quest of her mission to Ganymede. He thought he was Dr. Mansard's son, but an android had no legal right of inheritance from his owner. She would leave it to Dom Blessing to decide what to do about Quest. Thus she did not, as she had intended originally, speak to Quest about seeing him again after she had completed her assignment. Even if Jackdain was wrong and Quest was human, as now seemed unlikely, Quest had told her that he could not love her. Her best course was to try to forget him. Nor did Quest try to arrange with her for a later meeting. "It has been pleasant knowing you, Trella," he said when they left the G-boat at White Sands. A faraway look came into his blue eyes, and he added, "I'm sorry things couldn't have been different, somehow." "Let's don't be sorry for what we can't help," she said gently, taking his hand in farewell. Trella took a fast plane from White Sands, and 24 hours later walked up the front steps of the familiar brownstone house on the outskirts of Washington. Dom Blessing himself met her at the door, a stooped, graying man who peered at her over his spectacles. "You have the papers, eh?" he said, spying the briefcase. "Good, good! Come in and we'll see what we have, eh?" She accompanied him through the bare, windowless anteroom which always seemed to her such a strange feature of this luxurious house, and they entered the big living room. They sat before a fire in the old-fashioned fireplace, and Blessing opened the briefcase with trembling hands. "There are things here," he said, his eyes sparkling as he glanced through the notebooks. "Yes, there are things here. We shall make something of these, Miss Trella, eh?" "I'm glad there's something you can use, Mr. Blessing," she said. "There's something else I found on my trip that I think I should tell you about." She told him about Quest. "He thinks he's the son of Dr. Mansard," she finished, "but apparently he is, without knowing it, an android Dr. Mansard built on Jupiter." "He came back to Earth with you, eh?" asked Blessing intently. "Yes. I'm afraid it's your decision whether to let him go on living as a man or to tell him he's an android and claim ownership as Dr. Mansard's heir." Trella planned to spend a few days resting in her employer's spacious home, and then to take a short vacation before resuming her duties as his confidential secretary. The next morning when she came down from her room, a change had been made. 2 armed men were with Dom Blessing at breakfast, and accompanied him wherever he went. She discovered that 2 more men with guns were stationed in the bare anteroom, and a guard was stationed at every entrance to the house. "Why all the protection?" she asked Blessing. "A wealthy man must be careful," said Blessing cheerfully. "When we don't understand all the implications of new circumstances, we must be prepared for anything, eh?" There was only one new circumstance Trella could think of. Without actually intending to, she exclaimed, "You aren't afraid of Quest? Why, an android can't hurt a human." Blessing peered at her over his spectacles. "And what if he isn't an android, eh? And what if he is? What if old Mansard didn't build in the prohibition against harming humans that's required by law? What about that, eh?" Trella was silent, shocked. There was something here she hadn't known about, hadn't even suspected. For some reason, Dom Blessing feared Dr. Eriklund Mansard, or his heir, or his mechanical servant. She was sure that Blessing was wrong, that Quest, whether man or android, intended no harm to him. Surely, Quest would have said something of such bitterness during their long time together on Ganymede and A-Space, since he did not know of Trella's connection with Blessing. But, since this was to be the atmosphere of Blessing's house, she was glad that he decided to assign her to take the Mansard papers to the New York laboratory. Quest came the day before she was scheduled to leave. Trella was in the living room with Blessing, discussing the instructions she was to give to the laboratory officials in New York. The 2 bodyguards were with them. The other guards were at their posts. Trella heard the doorbell ring. The heavy oaken front door was kept locked now, and the guards in the anteroom examined callers through a tiny window. Suddenly alarm bells rang all over the house. There was a terrific crash outside the room as the front door splintered. There were shouts and the sound of a shot. "The steel doors!" cried Blessing, turning white. "Let's get out of here!" He and his bodyguards ran through the back of the house out of the garage. Blessing, ahead of the rest, leaped into one of the cars and started the engine. The door from the house shattered and Quest burst through. The 2 guards turned and fired together. He could be hurt by bullets. He staggered momentarily. Then, in a blur of motion, he sprang forward and swept the guards aside with one hand with such force that they skidded across the floor and lay in an unconscious heap against the rear of the garage. Trella had opened the door of the car, but it was wrenched from her hand as Blessing stepped on the accelerator and it leaped into the driveway with spinning wheels. Quest was after it, like a chunky deer, running faster than Trella had ever seen a man run before. Blessing slowed for the turn at the end of the driveway and glanced back over his shoulder. Seeing Quest almost upon him, he slammed down the accelerator and twisted the wheel hard. The car whipped into the street, careened, and rolled over and over, bringing up against a tree on the other side in a twisted tangle of wreckage. With a horrified gasp, Trella ran down the driveway toward the smoking heap of metal. Quest was already beside it, probing it. As she reached his side, he lifted the torn body of Dom Blessing. Blessing was dead. "I'm lucky," said Quest soberly. "I would have murdered him." "But why, Quest?" "I knew he was afraid of you, but he didn't tell me why." "It was conditioned into me," answered Quest. "I didn't know it until just now, when it ended. But my father conditioned me psychologically from my birth to the task of hunting down Dom Blessing and killing him. It was an unconscious drive in me that wouldn't release me until the task was finished. You see, Blessing was my father's assistant on Ganymede. Right after my father completed the development of the surgiscope, he and my mother blasted off for Io. Blessing wanted the valuable rights to the surgiscope, and he sabotaged the ship's drive so it would fall into Jupiter. But my father was able to control it in the heavy atmosphere of Jupiter, and landed it successfully. I was born there, and he conditioned me to come to Earth and track down Blessing. I know now that it was part of the conditioning that I was unable to fight any other man until my task was finished. It might have gotten me in trouble and diverted me from that purpose." More gently than Trella would have believed possible for his Jupiter-strong muscles, Quest took her in his arms. "Now I can say I love you," he said. "That was part of the conditioning too. I couldn't love any woman until my job was done." Trella disengaged herself. "I'm sorry," she said. "Don't you know this, too, now? That you're not a man, but an android?" He looked at her in astonishment, stunned by her words. "What in space makes you think that?" he demanded. "Why, Quest, it's obvious," she cried, tears in her eyes. "Everything about you. Your build, suited for Jupiter's gravity, your strength, the fact that you were able to live in Jupiter's atmosphere after the oxygen equipment failed. I know you think Dr. Mansard was your father, but androids often believe that." He grinned at her. "I'm no android," he said confidently. "Do you forget my father was the inventor of the surgiscope? He knew I'd have to grow up on Jupiter, and he operated on the genes before I was born. He altered my inherited characteristics to adapt me to the climate of Jupiter, even to being able to breathe a chlorine atmosphere as well as an oxygen atmosphere." Trella looked at him. He was not badly hurt, any more than an elephant would have been, but his tunic was stained with red blood where the bullets had struck him. Normal android blood was green. "How can you be sure?" she asked doubtfully. "Androids are made," he answered with a laugh. "They don't grow up, and I remember my boyhood on Jupiter very well." He took her in his arms again, and this time she did not resist. His lips were very human. End of The Jupiter Weapon, by Charles L. Fontenay.
The Last Supper by T.D. Hom. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Last Supper by T.D. Hom. Hampered as she was by the child in her arms, the woman was running less fleetly now. A wave of exultation swept over Galdran, drowning out of the uneasy feeling of guilt at disobeying orders. The instructions were mandatory and concise. No capture must be attempted individually. In the event of sighting any form of human life, the ship must be notified immediately. All small craft must be back at the landing space not later than 1 hour before takeoff. Anyone not so reporting will be presumed lost. Galdran thought uneasily of the great seas of snow and ice sweeping inexorably toward each other since the earth had reversed on its axis in the great catastrophe a millennium ago. Now, summer and winter alike brought paralyzing gales and blizzards, heralded by the sleety snow in which the woman's skin-clad feet had left the tracks which led to discovery. His trained anthropologist's mind speculated avidly over the little they had gotten from the younger of the two men found nearly a week before, nearly frozen and half-starved. The older man had succumbed almost at once. The other, in the most primitive sign language, had indicated that, of several humans living in caves to the west, only he and the other had survived to flee some mysterious terror. Galdran felt a throb of pity for the woman and her child, left behind by the men, no doubt as a hindrance. But what a stroke of fortune that there should be left a male and female of the race to carry the seed of Terra to another planet, and what a triumph if he, Galdran, should be the one to return at the 11th hour with the prize. No need of calling for help. This was no armed war party, but the most defenseless being in the universe, a mother burdened with a child. Galdran put on another burst of speed. His previous shouts had served only to spur the woman to greater efforts. Surely there was some magic word that had survived even the centuries of illiteracy, something equivalent to the bread and salt of all illiterate peoples. Cupping his hands to his mouth, he shouted, "Food! Food!" Ahead of him the woman turned her head, leaped lightly in mid-stride, and went on, slowing a little but still running doggedly. Galdran's pulse leaped. He yelled again, "Food!" The instant that his foot touched the yielding surface of the trap, he knew that he had met defeat. As his body crashed down on the fire-sharpened stakes, he knew too the terror from which the last men of the human race had fled. Above him the woman looked down, her teeth gleaming wolfishly. She pointed down into the pit, spoke exultantly to the child. "Food," said the last woman on earth. The end. End of The Last Supper by T.D. Hom.
The Risk Profession by Donald E. Westlake. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Greg Marguerite. The Risk Profession by Donald E. Westlake. The men who did dangerous work had a special kind of insurance policy. But when somebody wanted to collect on that policy, the claims investigator suddenly became a member of the Risk Profession. Mr. Henderson called me into his office my third day back in Tangiers. That was a day and a half later than I'd expected. Roving claims investigators for Tangiers Mutual Insurance Corporation don't usually get to spend more than 36 consecutive hours at home base. Henderson was jovial but stern. That meant he was happy with the job I'd just completed, and that he was pretty sure I'd find some crooked shenanigans on this next assignment. That didn't please me. I'm basically a plain living type, and I hate complications. I almost wished for a second there that I was back on Fire and Theft in Greater New York. But I knew better than that. As a roving claim investigator, I avoided the more stultifying paperwork inherent in this line of work, and had the additional luxury of an expense account nobody ever questioned. It made working for a living almost worthwhile. When I was settled in the chair beside his desk, Henderson said, "That was good work you did on Luna, Ged. Saved the company a pretty pence." I smiled modestly and said, "Thank you, sir," and reflected to myself for the 1000th time that the company could do worse than split that saving with the guy who made it possible. Me, in other words. "Got a tricky one this time, Ged," said my boss. He had done his back patting. Now we got down to business. He peered keenly at me, or at least as keenly as a round-faced, tiny-eyed fat man can peer. "What do you know about the Risk Profession Retirement Plan?" he asked me. "I've heard of it," I said truthfully. "That's about all." He nodded. "Most of the policies are sold off planet, of course. It's a form of insurance for non-insurables. Spaceship crews, asteroid prospectors, people like that." "I see," I said unhappily. I knew right away this meant I was going to have to go off Earth again. I'm a 1G boy all the way. Gravity changes get me in the solar plexus. I get G-sick at the drop of an elevator. "Here's the way it works," he went on, either not noticing my sad face or choosing to ignore it. "The client pays a monthly premium. He can be as far ahead or as far behind in his payments as he wants. The policy has no lapse clause, just so he's all paid up by the target date. The target date is a retirement age, 45 or above, chosen by the client himself. After the target date, he stops paying premiums, and we begin to pay him a monthly retirement check, the amount determined by the amount paid into the policy, his age at retiring, and so on. Clear?" I nodded, looking for the gimmick that made this a paying proposition for good old Tangiers Mutual. "The double RP, that's what we call it around the office here, assures the client that he won't be reduced to panhandling in his old age, should his other retirement plans fall through. For belt prospectors, of course, this means the big strike, which maybe 1 in 100 find. For the man who never does make that big strike, this is something to fall back on. He can come home to Earth and retire with a guaranteed income for the rest of his life." I nodded again, like a good company man. "Of course," said Henderson, emphasizing this point with an upraised chubby finger, "these men are still uninsurables. This is a retirement plan only, not an insurance policy. There is no beneficiary other than the client himself." And there was the gimmick. I knew a little something of the actuarial statistics concerning uninsurables, particularly belt prospectors. Not many of them lived to be 45, and the few who would survive the belt and come home to collect the retirement wouldn't last more than a year or two. A man who's spent the last 20 or 30 years on low-G asteroids just shrivels up after a while when he tries to live on Earth. It needed a company like Tangiers Mutual to dream up a racket like that. The term uninsurables to most insurance companies means those people whose jobs or habits make them too likely as prospects for obituaries. To Tangiers Mutual, uninsurables are people who have money the company can't get at. Now, said Henderson importantly, we come to the problem at hand. He ruffled up his up to now neat in-basket and finally found the folder he wanted. He studied the blank exterior of this folder for a few seconds, pursing his lips at it, and said, "One of our clients under the RRP was a man named Jafe McCann." "Was?" I echoed. He squinted at me, then nodded at my sharpness. "That's right. He's dead." He sighed heavily and tapped the folder with all those pudgy fingers. "Normally," he said, "that would be the end of it. File closed. However, this time there are complications." Naturally. Otherwise he wouldn't be telling me about it. But Henderson couldn't be rushed, and I knew it. I kept the alert look on my face and thought of other things while waiting for him to get to the point. 2 weeks after Jafe McCann's death, Henderson said, we received a cash return form on his policy. A cash return form? I'd never heard of such a thing. It didn't sound like anything Tangiers Mutual would have anything to do with. We never return cash. "It's something special in this case," he explained. You see, this isn't an insurance policy, it's a retirement plan, and the client can withdraw from the retirement plan at any time and have 75% of his paid-up premiums returned to him. It's, the law in plans such as this." "Oh," I said. That explained it. A law that had snuck through the World Finance Code Commission while the insurance lobby wasn't looking. "But you see the point," said Henderson. "This cash return form arrived 2 weeks after the client's death." "You said there weren't any beneficiaries," I pointed out. "Of course, but the form was sent in by the man's partner, one Ab Karpin. McCann left a handwritten will bequeathing all his possessions to Karpin. Since, according to Karpin, this was done before McCann's death, the premium money cannot be considered part of the policy, but as part of McCann's cash on hand. And Karpin wants it." "It can't be that much, can it?" I asked. I was trying my best to point out to him that the company would spend more than it would save if it sent me all the way out to the asteroids, a prospect I could feel coming, and one which I wasn't ready to cry hosanna over. "McCann died," Henderson said ponderously, "at the age of 56. He had set his retirement age at 60. He took out the policy at the age of 34, with monthly payments of 50 credits. Figure it out for yourself." I did, in my head, and came up with a figure of 13,200 credits. 75% of that would be 9,900 credits. Call it 10,000 credits even. I had to admit it. It was worth the trip. "I see," I said sadly. "Now," said Henderson, "the conditions, the circumstances of McCann's death are somewhat suspicious. And so is the cash return form itself." "There's a chance of forgery?" "One would think so," he said. "But our handwriting experts have worn themselves out with that form, comparing it with every other single scrap of McCann's writing they can find. And their conclusion is that not only is it genuinely McCann's handwriting, but it is McCann's handwriting at age 56. "So McCann must have written it," I said. "Under duress, do you think?" "I have no idea," said Henderson complacently. "That's what you're supposed to find out. Oh, there's just one more thing." I did my best to make my ears perk. "I told you that McCann's death occurred under somewhat suspicious circumstances." "Yes," I agreed, "you did." "McCann and Karpin," he said, "have been partners, unincorporated, of course, for the last 15 years. They had found small, rare metal deposits now and again, but they had never found that one big strike all the belt prospectors waste their lives looking for. Not until the day before McCann died. Aha! I said. Then they found the big strike. Exactly. And McCann's death? Accidental. Sure, I said. What proof have we got? None. The body is lost in space, and law is few and far between that far out. So all we've got is this guy Karpin's word for how McCann died, is that it? That's all we have so far. Sure. And now you want me to go on out there and find out what's cooking and see if I can maybe save the company 10,000 credits. Exactly, said Henderson. The copter took me to the spaceport west of Cairo, and there I boarded the good ship Demeter for Luna City and points out. I loaded up on G-sickness pills, and they worked fine. I was sick as a dog. By the time we got to Atronic City, my insides had grown resigned to their fate. As long as I didn't try to eat, my stomach would leave me alone. Atronic City was about as depressing as a Turkish bath with all the lights on. It stood on a chunk of rock a couple of miles thick, and it looked like nothing more in this world than a welder's practice range. From the outside, Atronic City is just a derby-shaped dome of nickel iron, black and kind of dirty looking. I suppose a transparent dome would have been more fun, but the builders of the company cities in the asteroids were businessmen, and they weren't concerned with having fun. There's nothing to look at outside the dome but chunks of rock and the blackness of space anyway. And you've got all this cheap iron floating around in the vicinity, and all a dome's supposed to do is keep the air in. Besides, though the belt isn't as crowded as a lot of people think, there is quite a lot of debris rushing here and there, bumping into things, and a transparent dome would just get all scratched up, not to mention punctured. From the inside, Atronic City is even jollier. There's the top level, directly under the dome, which is mainly parking area for scooters and tuggers of various kinds, plus the office shacks of the assayer's office, the entry authority, the industry troopers, and so on. The next 3 levels have all been burned into the bowels of the planetoid. Level 2 is the Atronics plant, and a noisy plant it is. Level 3 is the shopping and entertainment area, grocery stores and clothing stores and movie theaters and bars. And level 4 is housing, 2 rooms and kitchen for the unmarried, 4 rooms and kitchen plus 1 room for each child for the married. All of these levels have one thing in common: square corners painted olive drab. The total effect of the place is suffocating. You feel like you're stuck in the middle of a stack of packing crates. Most of the people living in Atronic City work, of course, for International Atronics Incorporated. The rest of them work in the service occupations, running the bars and grocery stores and so on that keep the company employees alive and relatively happy. Wages come high in the places like Atronic City. Why not? The raw materials come practically for free. And as for working conditions, well, take a for instance. How do you make a vacuum tube? You fiddle with the innards and surround it all with glass. And how do you get the air out? No problem, boy. There wasn't any air in there to begin with. At any rate, there I was at Atronic City. That was as far as Demeter would take me. Now, while the ship went on to Ludlum City and Chemisant City and the other asteroid business towns, my 2 suitcases and I dribbled down the elevator to my hostelry on level 4. Have you ever taken an elevator ride when the gravity is practically non-existent? Well, don't. You see, the elevator manages to sink faster than you do. It isn't being lowered down to level 4, it's being pulled down. What this means is that the suitcases have to be lashed down with the straps provided, and you and the operator have to hold on tight to the hand grips placed here and there around the wall. Otherwise, you'd clonk your head on the ceiling. But we got to level 4 at last, and off I went with my suitcases and the operator's directions. The suitcases weighed about half an ounce each out here, and I felt as though I weighed the same. Every time I raised a foot, I was sure I was about to go sailing into a wall. Local citizens eased by me, their feet occasionally touching the iron pavement as they soared along, and I gave them all dirty looks. Level 4 was nothing but walls and windows. The iron floor went among these walls and windows in a straight line, bisecting other streets at perfect right angles, and the iron ceiling 16 feet up was lined with a double row of fluorescent tubes. I was beginning to feel claustrophobic already. The Chalmers Hotel, named for an Atronics vice president, had received my advance registration, which was nice. I was shown to a second-floor room. Nothing on level 4 had more than 2 stories, and was left to unpack my suitcase as best I may. I had decided to spend a day or two at Atronics City before taking a scooter out to Ab Karpin's claim. Atronics City had been Karpin's and McCann's home base. All of McCann's premium payments had been mailed from here, and the normal mailing address for both of them was GPO, Atronics City. I wanted to know as much as possible about Ab Karpin before I went out to see him, and Atronics City seemed like the best place to get my information. But not today. Today, my stomach was very unhappy and my head was on sympathy strike. Today, I was going to spend my time exclusively in bed, trying not to float up to the ceiling. The mapping and registry office, it seemed to me the next day, was the best place to start. This was where prospectors filed their claims, but it was a lot more than that. The waiting room of the M&R was the unofficial club of the asteroid prospectors. This is where they met with one another, talked together about the things that prospectors discuss, and made and dissolved their transient partnerships. In this way, Karpin and McCann were unusual. They had maintained their partnership for 15 years. That was about 60 times longer than most such arrangements lasted. Searching the asteroid chunks for rare and valuable metals is basically pretty lonely work, and it's inevitable that the prospectors will every once in a while get hungry for human company and decide to try a team operation. But at the same time, work like this attracts people who don't get along very well with human company. So the partnerships come and go, and the hatreds flare and are forgotten, and the normal prospecting team lasts an average of 3 months. At any rate, it was to the mapping and registry office that I went first, and since that office was up on the first level, I went by elevator. Riding up in that elevator was a heck of a lot more fun than riding down. The elevator whipped up like mad. The floor pressed against the soles of my feet, and it felt almost like good old Earth for a second or two there. But then the elevator stopped, and I held on tight to the hand grips to keep from shooting through the top of the blasted thing. The operator, a phlegmatic sort, gave me directions to the M&R, and off I went, still trying to figure out how to sail along as gracefully as the locals. The mapping and registry office occupied a good-sized shack over near the dome wall, next to the entry lock. I pushed open the door and went on in. The waiting room was cozy and surprisingly large, large enough to comfortably hold the 6 maroon leather sofas scattered here and there on the pale green carpet, flanked by bronze ashtray stands. There were only 6 prospectors here at the moment, chatting together in 2 groups of 3, and they all looked alike. Grizzled, ageless, watery-eyed, their clothing clean but baggy. I passed them and went on to the desk at the far end, behind which sat a young man in official gray, slowly turning the crank of a microfilm reader. He looked up at my approach. I flashed my company identification and asked to speak to the manager. He went away, came back, and ushered me into an office which managed to be Spartan and sumptuous at the same time. The walls had been plastic painted in textured brown. The iron floor had been lushly carpeted in gray, and the desk had been covered with a simulated wood coating. The manager, a man named Teeking, went well with the office. His face and hands were spare and lean, but his uniform was immaculate, covered with every curlicue the regulations allowed. He welcomed me politely but curiously, and I said, I wonder if you know a prospector named Ab Karpin." "Karpin? Of course. He and old Jafe McCann. Pity about McCann. I hear he got killed." "Yes, he did." "And that's what you're here for, eh?" He nodded sagely. "I didn't know the Belt boys could get insurance," he said. "It isn't exactly that," I said. "This concerns a retirement plan, and, well, the details don't matter," which I hoped would end his curiosity in that line. "I was hoping you could give me some background on Karpin, and on McCann, too, for that matter." He grinned a bit. "You saw the men sitting outside?" I nodded. "Then you've seen Karpin and McCann. exactly the same. It doesn't matter if a man's 30 or 60 or what. It doesn't matter what he looked like before he came out here. If he's been here a few years, he looks exactly like the bunch you saw outside there." "That's appearance," I said. "What I was looking for was personality." "Same thing," he said. "All of them. Close-mouthed, antisocial, fiercely independent, incurably romantic, always convinced that the big strike is just a piece of rock away. McCann, now, he was a bit more realistic than most. He'd be the one I'd expect to take out a retirement policy. A real pence-pincher, that one, though I shouldn't say it as he's dead, but that's the way he was. Brighter than most Belt boys when it came to money matters. I've seen him haggle over a new piece of equipment for their scooter or some repair work or some such thing, and he was a wonder to watch." "And Karpin?" I asked him. "A prospector," he said, as though that answered my question. "Same as everybody else. Not as sharp as McCann when it came to money. That's why all the money stuff in the partnership was handled by McCann. But Karpin was one of the sharpest boys in the business when it came to mineralogy. He knew rocks you and I never heard of, and most times he knew them by sight. Almost all of the Belt boys are college grads. You've got to know what you're looking for out here and what it looks like when you've found it. But Karpin has practically all of them beat. He's sharp." "Sounds like a good team," I said. "I guess that's why they stayed together so long," he said. "They complemented each other." He leaned forward, the inevitable prelude to a confidential remark. "I'll tell you something off the record, mister," he said. "Those two were smarter than they knew. Their partnership was never legalized. It was never anything more than a piece of paper. And there's a bunch of fellas around here mighty unhappy about that today. Jafe McCann is the one who handled all the money matters, like I said. He's got IOUs all over town." "And they can't collect from Karpin?" He nodded. "Jafe McCann died just a bit too soon. He was sharp and cheap, but he was honest. If he'd lived, he would have repaid all his debts, I'm sure of it. And if this strike they made is as good as I hear, he would have been able to repay them with no trouble at all." I nodded somewhat impatiently. I had the feeling by now that I was talking to a man who was one of those who had a Jafe McCann IOU in his pocket. "How long has it been since you've seen Karpin?" I asked him, wondering what Karpin's attitude and expression was now that his partner was dead. "Oh, Lord, not for a couple of months," he said. "Not since they went out together the last time and made that strike." "Didn't Karpin come in to make his claim?" "Not here. Over to Chemisant City. That was the nearest M&R to the strike." "Oh, that was a pity. I would have liked to have known if there had been a change of any kind in Karpin since his partner's death. I'll tell you what the situation is," I said with a false air of truthfulness. "We have some misgivings about McCann's death. Not suspicions, exactly. Just misgivings. The timing is what bothers us." "You mean because it happened just after the strike?" "That's it," I answered frankly. He shook his head. "I wouldn't get too excited about that if I were you," he said. "It wouldn't be the first time it's happened. A man makes the big strike after all, and he gets so excited he forgets himself for a minute and gets careless, and you only have to be careless once out here." "That may be it," I said. I got to my feet knowing I'd picked up all there was from this man. "Thanks for your cooperation," I said. "Any time," he said. He stood and shook hands with me. I went back out through the chatting prospectors and crossed the echoing cavern that was level 1, aiming to rent myself a scooter. I don't like rockets. They're noisy as the dickens, they steer hard and drive erratically, and you can never carry what I would consider a safe emergency excess of fuel. Nothing like the big, steady G interplanetary liners. On those I feel almost human. The appearance of the scooter I was showed at the rental agency didn't do much to raise my opinion of this mode of transportation. The thing was a good 10 years old, the paint scraped and scratched all over its egg-shaped, originally green-colored body, and the windshield, a silly term really for the front window of a craft that spends most of its time out where there isn't any wind, was scratched and pockmarked to the point of translucency by years of exposure to the asteroidal dust. The rental agent was a sharp-nosed, thin-faced type who displayed this refugee from a melting vat without a blush, and still didn't blush when he told me the charges. 20 credits a day plus fuel. I paid without a murmur. It was the company's money, not mine, and paid an additional 10 credits for the rental of a suit to go with it. I worked my way awkwardly into the suit and clambered into the driver's seat of the Relic. I attached the suit to the ship in all the necessary places, and the agent closed and spun the door. Most of the black paint had worn off the handles of the controls, and insulation peeked through rips in the plastic siding here and there. I wondered if the thing had any slow leaks, and supposed fatalistically that it had. The agent waved at me, stony-faced. The conveyor belt trundled me outside the dome, and I kicked the weary rockets into life. The scooter had a tendency to roll to the right. If I hadn't kept fighting it back, it would have soon worked up a dandy little spin. I was spending so much time juggling with the controls that I practically missed a couple of my beacon rocks, and that would have been just too bad. If I'd gotten off the course I had carefully outlined for myself, I'd never have found my bearings again, and I would have just floated around amid the scenery until some passer-by took pity and towed me back home. But I managed to avoid getting lost, which surprised me, and after 4 nerve-wracking hours I finally spotted the yellow-painted X of a registered claim on a half-mile thick chunk of rock dead ahead. As I got closer I spied a scooter parked near the X, and beside it an inflated portable dome. The scooter was somewhat larger than mine, but no newer, and probably even less safe. The dome was varicolored from repeated patching. This would be the claim, and this is where I would find Karpin, sitting on his property while waiting for the sale to go through. Prospectors like Karpin are freelance men, working for no particular company. They register their claims in their own names and then sell the rights to whichever company shows up first with the most attractive offer. There's a lot of paperwork to such a sale, and it's all handled by the company. While waiting, the smart prospector sits on his claim and makes sure nobody chips off a part of it for himself, a stunt that still happens now and again. It doesn't take too much concentrated explosive to make 2 rocks out of 1 rock, and a man's claim is only the rock with his X on it. I set the scooter down next to the other one and flicked the toggle for the air pumps, then put on the fishbowl and went about unattaching the suit from the ship. When the red light flashed on and off, I spun the door, opened it, and stepped out onto the rock, moving very cautiously. It isn't that I don't believe the magnets in the boot soles will work. It's just that I know for a fact that they won't work if I happen to raise both feet at the same time. I clumped across the crude X to Karpin's dome. The dome had no viewports at all, so I wasn't sure Karpin was aware of my presence. I rapped my metal glove on the metal outer door of the lock, and then I was sure. But it took him long enough to open up. I had just about decided he'd joined his partner in the long sleep when the door cracked open an inch. I pushed it open and stepped into the lock, ducking my head. The door was only 5 feet high, and just as wide as the lock itself, 3 feet. The other dimensions of the lock were height, 6 feet 6, width, 1 foot. Not exactly room to dance in. When the red light high on the left-hand wall clicked off, I rapped on the inner door. It promptly opened. I stepped through and removed the fishbowl. Karpin stood in the middle of the room, a small revolver in his hand. "Shut the door," he said. I obeyed, moving slowly. I didn't want that gun to go off by mistake. "Who are you?" Karpin demanded. The M&R man had been right. Ab Karpin was a dead ringer for all those other prospectors I'd seen back at Atronics City. Short and skinny and grizzled and ageless. He could have been 40 and he could have been 90, but he was probably somewhere the other side of 50. His hair was black and limp and thinning, ruffled in little wisps across his wrinkled pate. His forehead and cheeks were lined like a plowed field, and were much the same color. His eyes were wide apart and small, so deep set beneath shaggy brows that they seemed black. His mouth was thin, almost lipless. The hand holding the revolver was nothing but bones and blue veins covered with taut skin. He was wearing a dirty undershirt and an old pair of trousers that had been cut off raggedly just above his knobby knees. Faded slippers were on his feet. He had good reason for dressing that way. The temperature inside the dome must have been nearly 90 degrees. The dome wasn't reflecting away the sun's heat as well as it had when it was young. I looked at Karpin, and despite the revolver and the tense expression on his face, he was the least dangerous-looking man I'd ever run across. All at once, the idea that this antisocial old geezer had the drive or the imagination to murder his partner seemed ridiculous. Apparently, I spent too much time looking him over, because he said again, "Who are you?" And this time he motioned impatiently with the revolver. "Stanton," I told him. "Ged Stanton, Tangiers Mutual Insurance. I have identification, but it's in my pants pocket, down inside my suit." "Get it," he said, "and move slow." "Right you are." I moved slow, as per directions, and peeled out of the suit, then reached into my trouser pocket and took out my ID clip. I flipped it open and showed him the card bearing my signature and picture and right thumbprint and the name of the company I represented, and he nodded satisfied and tossed the revolver over onto his bed. "I got to be careful," he said. "I got a big claim here." "I know that," I told him. "Congratulations for it." "Thanks," he said, but he still looked peevish. "You're here about Jafe's insurance, right?" "That I am." "Don't want to pay up, I suppose. That doesn't surprise me." Blunt old men irritate me. "Well," I said, "we do have to investigate." "Sure," he said. "You want some coffee?" "Thank you." "You can sit in that chair there. That was Jafe's." I settled gingerly in the cloth and plastic fold-away chair he'd pointed at, and he went over to the kitchen area of the dome to start coffee. I took the opportunity to look the dome over. It was the first portable dome I'd ever been inside. It was all one room, roughly circular, with a diameter of about 15 feet. The sides went straight up for the first 7 feet, then curved gradually inward to form the roof. At the center of the dome, the ceiling was about 12 feet high. The floor of the room was simply the asteroidal rock surface, not completely level and smooth. There were 2 chairs and a table to the right of the entry lock, 2 fold-away cots around the wall beyond them, the kitchen area next, and a cluttered storage area around on the other side. There was a heater standing alone in the center of the room, but it certainly wasn't needed now. Sweat was already trickling down the back of my neck and down my forehead into my eyebrows. I peeled off my shirt and used it to wipe sweat from my face. "Warm in here," I said. "You get used to it," he muttered, which I found hard to believe. He brought over the coffee, and I tasted it. It was rotten, as bitter as this old hermit's soul, but I said, "Good coffee. Thanks a lot." "I like it strong," he said. I looked around at the room again. "All the comforts of home, eh? Pretty ingenious arrangement." "Sure," he said sourly. "How about getting to the point, mister?" There's only one way to handle a blunt old man. Be blunt right back. "I'll tell you how it is," I said. "The company isn't accusing you of anything, but it has to be sure everything's on the up and up before it pays out any 10,000 credits. And your partner just happening to fill out that cash return form just before he died, well, you've got to admit it's a funny kind of coincidence." "How so?" He slurped coffee and glowered at me over the cup. "We made this strike here," he said. "We knew it was the big one. Jafe had that insurance policy of his in case he never did make the big strike. As soon as we knew this was the big one, he said, 'I guess I don't need that retirement now,' and sat right down and wrote out the cash return. Then we opened a bottle of liquor and celebrated, and he got himself killed." The way Karpin said it, it sounded smooth and natural. Too smooth and natural. "How did this accident happen, anyway?" I asked him. "I'm not 100% sure of that myself," he said. "I was pretty well drunk myself by that time. But he put on his suit and said he was going out to paint the X. He was falling all over himself, and I tried to tell him it could wait till we'd had some sleep, but he wouldn't pay any attention to me." "So he went out," I said. He nodded. "He went out first. After a couple minutes I got lonesome in here, so I suited up and went out after him. It happened just as I was going out the lock, and I just barely got a glimpse of what happened." He attacked the coffee again, noisily, and I prompted him, saying, "What did happen, Mr. Karpin?" "Well, he was capering around out there, waving the paint tube and such. There's a lot of sharp rock sticking out around here. Just as I got outside, he lost his balance and kicked out, and scraped right into some of that rock and punctured his suit." "I thought his body was lost," I said. He nodded. "It was. The last thing in life Jafe ever did was try to shove himself away from those rocks. That and the force of air coming out of that puncture for the first second or two was enough to throw him up off the surface. It threw him up too high, and he never got back down." My doubt must have showed in my face, because he added, "Mister, there isn't enough gravity on this place to shoot craps with." He was right. As we talked, I kept finding myself holding unnecessarily tight to the arms of the chair. I kept having the feeling I was going to float out of the chair and hover around up at the top of the dome if I were to let go. It was silly, of course. There was some gravity on that planetoid, after all, but I just don't seem to get used to low G. Nevertheless, I still had some more questions. "Didn't you try to get his body back? Couldn't you have reached him?" "I tried to, mister," he said. "Old Jafe McCann was my partner for 15 years, but I was drunk, and that's a fact. And I was afraid to go jumping up in the air for fear I'd go floating away, too." "Frankly," I said, "I'm no expert on low-gravity asteroids, but wouldn't McCann's body just go into orbit around this rock? I mean, it wouldn't simply go floating off into space, would it?" "It sure would," he said. "There's a lot of other rocks out here, too, mister, and a lot of them are bigger than this one and have a lot more gravity pull. I don't suppose there's a navigator in the business who could have computed Jafe's course in advance. He floated up, and then he floated back over the dome here and seemed to hover for a couple of minutes, and then he just floated out and away. His isn't the only body circling the sun with all these rocks, you know." I chewed a lip and thought it all over. I didn't know enough about asteroid gravity or the conditions out here to be able to say for sure whether Karpin's story was true or not. Up to this point, I couldn't attack the problem on a fact basis. I had to depend on feelings now. The hunches and instincts of 8 years in this job, hearing some people tell lies and other people tell the truth. And my instinct said Ab Karpin was lying in his teeth. That dramatic little touch about McCann's body hovering over the dome before disappearing into the void, that sounded more like the embellishment of fiction than the circumstance of truth. And the string of coincidences were just too much. McCann just coincidentally happened to die right after he and his partner made their big strike. He happens to write out the cash return form just before dying. And his body just happens to float away so nobody can look at it and check Karpin's story. But no matter what my instinct said, the story was smooth. It was smooth as glass, and there was no place for me to get a grip on it. What now? There wasn't any hole in Karpin's story, at least none that I could see. I had to break his story somehow, and in order to do that I had to do some nosing around on this planetoid. I couldn't know in advance what I was looking for. I could only look. I'd know it when I found it. It would be something that conflicted with Karpin's story. And for that I had to be sure the story was complete. "You said McCann had gone out to paint the X," I said. "Did he paint it?" Karpin shook his head. "He never got the chance. He spent all his time dancing up till he went and killed himself." "So you painted it yourself?" He nodded. "And then you went on into Atronic City and registered your claim. Is that the story?" "No. Chemisant City was closer than Atronic City right then, so I went there. Just after Jafe's death and everything, I didn't feel like being alone any more than I had to." "You said Chemisant City was closer to you then," I said. "Isn't it now?" "Things move around a lot out here, mister," he said. "Right now, Chemisant City's almost twice as far from here as Atronic City. In about 3 days, it'll start swinging in closer again. Things keep shifting around out here." "So I've noticed," I said. When you took off to go to Chemisant City, you didn't make a try for your partner's body then?" He shook his head. "He was long out of sight by then," he said. "That was 10, 11 hours later when I took off." "Why's that? All you had to do was paint the X and take off." "Mister, I told you I was drunk. I was falling down drunk, and when I saw I couldn't get at Jafe, and he was dead anyway, I came back in here and slept it off. Maybe if I'd been sober I would have taken the scooter and gone after him. But I was drunk." "I see." And there just weren't any more questions I could think of to ask. Not right now. So I said, "I've just had a shaky 4-hour ride coming out here. Mind if I stick around a while before going back?" "Help yourself," he said, in a pretty poor attempt at genial hospitality. "You can sleep over if you want." "Fine," I said. I think I'd like that." "You wouldn't happen to play cribbage, would you?" he asked, with the first real sign of animation I'd seen in him yet. "I learn fast," I told him. "Okay," he said. "I'll teach you." And he produced a filthy deck of cards and taught me. After losing 9 straight games of cribbage, I quit and got to my feet. I was at my most casual as I stretched and said, "Okay if I wander around outside for a while? I've never been on an asteroid like this before. I mean a little one like this. I've just been to the company cities up to now." "Go right ahead," he said. "I've got some polishing and patching to do anyway." He made his voice sound easy and innocent, but I noticed his eyes were alert and wary, watching me as I struggled back into my suit. I didn't bother to put my shirt back on first, and that was a mistake. The temperature inside an atmosphere suit is a steady 68 degrees. That had never seemed particularly chilly before, but after the heat of that dome, it seemed cold as a blizzard inside the suit. I went on out through the airlock and moved as briskly as possible in the cumbersome suit, while the sweat chilled on my back and face, and I accepted the glum conviction that one thing I was going to get out of this trip for sure was a nasty head cold. I went over to the X first, and stood looking at it. It was just an X, that's all, shakily scrawled in yellow paint, with the initials J.A. scrawled much smaller beside it. I left the X and clumped away. The horizon was practically at arm's length, so it didn't take long for the dome to be out of sight. And then I clumped more slowly, studying the surface of the asteroid. What I was looking for was a grave. I believed that Karpin was lying, that he had murdered his partner. And I didn't believe that Jafe McCann's body had floated off into space. I was convinced that his body was still somewhere on this asteroid. Karpin had been forced to concoct a story about the body being lost because the appearance of the body would prove somehow that it had been murder and not accident. I was convinced of that, and now all I had to do was prove it. But that asteroid was a pretty unlikely place for a grave. That wasn't dirt I was walking on, it was rock, solid metallic rock. You don't dig a grave in solid rock, not with a shovel. You maybe can do it with dynamite, but that won't work too well if your object is to keep anybody from seeing that the hole has been made. Dirt can be patted down. Blown up rock looks like blown up rock, and that's all there is to it. I considered crevices and fissures in the surface, some cranny large enough for Karpin to have stuffed the body into. But I didn't find any of these either as I plodded along, being sure to keep one magneted boot always in contact with the ground. Karpin and McCann had set their dome up at just about the only really level spot on that entire planetoid. The rest of it was nothing but jagged rock, and it wasn't easy traveling at all, maneuvering around with magnets on my boots and a bulky atmosphere suit cramping my movements. And then I stopped and looked out at space and cursed myself for a ring-tailed baboon. McCann's body might be anywhere in the solar system, anywhere at all. But there was one place I could be sure it wasn't, and that place was this asteroid. No, Karpin had not blown a grave or stuffed the body into a fissure in the ground. Why not? Because this chunk of rock was valuable. That's why not. Because Karpin was in the process of selling it to one of the major companies, and that company would come along and chop this chunk of rock to pieces, getting the valuable metal out. and McCann's body would turn up in the first week of operations if Karpin were stupid enough to bury it here. 10 hours between McCann's death and Karpin's departure for Chemisant City. He'd admitted that already. And I was willing to bet he'd spent at least part of that time carrying McCann's body to some other asteroid, one he was sure was nothing but worthless rock. If that were true, it meant the mortal remains of Jafe McCann were now somewhere, anywhere, in the asteroid belt. Even if I assumed that the body had been hidden on an asteroid somewhere between here and Chemisant City, which wasn't necessarily so, that wouldn't help at all. The relative positions of planetoids in the belt just kept on shifting. A small chunk of rock that was between here and Chemisant City a few weeks ago, it could be almost anywhere in the belt right now. The body. That was the main item. I'd more or less counted on finding it somehow. At the moment, I couldn't think of any other angle for attacking Karpin's story. As I clopped morosely back to the dome, I nibbled at Karpin's story in my mind. For instance, why go to Chemisant City? It was closer, he said, but it couldn't have been closer by more than a couple of hours. The way I understood it, Karpin was well known back on Atronic City. It was the normal base of operations for he and his partner, and he didn't know a soul at Chemisant City. Did it make sense for him to go somewhere he wasn't known after his partner's death, even if it was an hour closer? No, it made a lot more sense for a man in that situation to go where he's known. Go someplace where he has friends who'll sympathize with him and help him get over the shock of losing a partner of 15 years standing, even if going there does mean traveling an hour longer. And there was always the cash return form. That was what I was here about in the first place. It just didn't make sense for McCann to have held up his celebration while he filled out a form that he wouldn't be able to mail until he got back to Atronic City. And yet the company's handwriting experts were convinced that it wasn't a forgery, and I could pretty well take their word for it. Mulling these things over as I tramped back toward the dome, I suddenly heard a distant bell ringing way back in my head. The glimmering of an idea. Not an idea yet, but just the hint of one. I wasn't sure where it led, or even if it led anywhere at all, but I was going to find out. Karpin opened the doors for me. By the time I'd stripped off the suit, he was back to work. He was cleaning the single unit, which was his combination stove and refrigerator and sink and garbage disposal. I looked around the dome again, and I had to admit that a lot of ingenuity had gone into the manufacture and design of this dome and its contents. The dome itself, when deflated, folded down into an oblong box 3 feet by 1 foot by 1 foot. The lock itself, of course, folded separately into another box, somewhat smaller than that. As for the gear inside the dome, it was functional and collapsible, and there wasn't a single item there that wasn't needed. There were the 2 chairs and the 2 cots and the table, all of them fold-away. There was that fantastic combination job Karpin was cleaning right now, and that had dimensions of 4 feet by 3 feet by 3 feet. The clutter of gear over to the left wasn't as much of a clutter as it looked. There was a Geiger counter, an automatic spectrograph, 2 atmosphere suits, a torsion densimeter, a core cutting drill, a few small hammers and picks, 2 spare air tanks, boxes of food concentrate, a paint tube, a doorless Jimmy John, and 2 small metal boxes about 8 inches square. These last were undoubtedly Karpin's and McCann's pouches, where they kept whatever letters, money, address books, or other small bits of possessions they owned. Back of this mound of gear against the wall stood the air reconditioner, humming quietly to itself. In this small enclosed space there was everything a man needed to keep himself alive. Everything except human company. And if you didn't need human company, then you had everything. Just on the other side of that dome there was a million miles of death in a million possible ways. On this side of the dome, life was cozy, if somewhat Spartan, and very hot. I knew for sure I was going to get a head cold. My body had adjusted to the 68 degrees inside the suit, finally, and now was very annoyed to find the temperature shooting up to 90 again. Since Karpin didn't seem inclined to talk, and I would rather spend my time thinking than talking anyway, I took a hint from him and did some cleaning. I'd noticed a smeared spot about the nose level on the faceplate of my fishbowl, and now was as good a time as any to get rid of it. It had a tendency to make my eyes cross. My shirt was sodden and wrinkled by this time anyway, having first been used to wipe sweat from my face and later been rolled into a ball and left on the chair when I went outside, so I used it for a cleaning rag, buffing like mad the silvered surface of the faceplate. Faceplates are silvered, not so the man inside can look out and no one else can look in, but in order to keep some of the more violent rays of the sun from getting through to the face. I buffed for a while, and then I put the fishbowl on my head and looked through it. The spot was gone, so I went over and reattached it to the rest of the suit, and then settled back in my chair again and lit a cigarette. Karpin spoke up. "Wish you wouldn't smoke. Makes it tough on the conditioner." "Oh," I said. "Sorry." So I just sat, thinking morosely about non-forged cash return forms and coincidences and likely spots to hide a body in the asteroid belt. Where would one dispose of a body in the asteroids? I went back through my thinking on that topic, and I found holes big enough to drive Karpin's claim through. This idea of leaving the body on some worthless chunk of rock, for instance. If Karpin had killed his partner, and I was dead sure he had, he'd planned it carefully, and he wouldn't be leaving anything to chance. Now, an asteroid isn't worthless to a prospector until that prospector has landed on it and tested it. Karpin might know that such an asteroid was nothing but worthless stone, but the guy who stops there and finds McCann's body might not know it. No, Karpin wouldn't leave that to chance. He would get rid of that body, and he would do it in such a way that nobody would ever find it. How? Not by leaving it on a worthless asteroid, and not by just pushing it off into space. The distance between asteroids is large, but so's the travel. McCann's body, floating around in the blackness, might just be found by somebody. And that, so far as I could see, eliminated the possibilities. McCann's body was in the belt. I'd eliminated both the asteroids themselves and the space around the asteroids as hiding places. What was left? The sun, of course. I thought that over for a while, rather surprised at myself for having noticed the possibility. Now, let's say Karpin attaches a small rocket to McCann's body, stuffed into its atmosphere suit. He sets the rocket going, and off goes McCann. Not that he aims it toward the sun. That wouldn't work well at all. Instead of falling into the sun, the body would simply take up a long elliptical orbit around the sun, and would come back to the asteroids every few hundred years. No, he would aim McCann back, in the direction opposite to the direction of rotation of the asteroids. He would, in essence, slow McCann's body down, make it practically stop in relation to the motion of the asteroids, and then it would simply fall into the sun. None of my ideas, it seemed, were happy ones. If McCann's body were even at this moment falling toward the sun, it was just as useful to me as if it were on some other asteroid. But wait a second. Karpin and McCann had worked with the minimum of equipment. I'd already noticed that. They didn't have extras of anything, and they certainly wouldn't have extra rockets. Except for one fast trip to Chemisant City, when he had neither the time nor the excuse to buy a Chato rocket, Karpin had spent all of his time since McCann's death right here on this planetoid. So that killed that idea. While I was hunting around for some other idea, Karpin spoke up again for the first time in maybe 20 minutes. "You think I killed him, don't you?" he said, not looking around from his cleaning job. I considered my answer. There was no reason at all to be overly polite to this sour old buzzard, but at the same time I am naturally the soft-spoken type. "We aren't sure," I said. "We just think there are some odd items to be explained." "Such as what?" he demanded. "Such as the timing of McCann's cash return form." "I already explained that," he said. "I know. You've explained everything." "He wrote it out himself," the old man insisted. He put down his cleaning cloth and turned to face me. "I suppose your company checked the handwriting already, and Jafe McCann is the one who wrote that form." He was so blasted sure of himself. "It would seem that way," I said. "What other odd items you worried about?" He asked me in a rusty attempt at sarcasm. "Well," I said, "there's this business of going to Chemisant City. It would have made more sense for you to go to Atronics City, where you were known." "Chemisant was closer," he said. He shook a finger at me. "That company of yours thinks it can cheat me out of my money," he said. "Well, it can't. I know my rights. That money belongs to me." "I guess you're doing pretty well without McCann," I said. His angry expression was replaced by one of bewilderment. "What do you mean?" "They told me back at Atronics City," I explained, "that McCann was the money expert and you were the metals expert. And that's why McCann handled all your buying on credit and stuff like that. Looks as though you've got a pretty keen eye for money yourself." "I know what's mine," he mumbled, and turned away. He went back to scrubbing the stove coils again. I stared at his back. Something had happened just then, and I wasn't sure what. He'd just been starting to warm up to a tirade against the dirty insurance company, and all of a sudden he'd folded up and shut up like a clam. And then I saw it. Or at least I saw part of it. I saw how that cash return form fit in, and how it made perfect sense. Now all I needed was proof of murder, preferably a body. I had the rest of it. Then I could pack the old geezer back to Atronics City and get proof for the part I'd already figured out. I'd like that. I'd like getting back to Atronics City and having this all straightened out, and then taking the very next liner straight back to Earth. More immediately, I'd like to get out of this heat and back into the cool 68 degrees of... And then it hit me. The whole thing hit me. And I just sat there and stared. They did not carry extras. Karpin and McCann, they did not carry one item of equipment more than they needed. I sat there and looked at the place where the dead body was hidden, and I said, "Well, I'll be a son of a gun." He turned and looked at me, and then he followed the direction of my gaze. He saw what I was staring at, and he made a jump across the room at the revolver lying on the cot. That was what saved me. He moved too fast, jerked his muscles too hard, and went sailing up and over the cot and ricocheted off the dome wall. And that gave me plenty of time to get up from the chair, moving more cautiously than he had, and get my hands on the revolver before he could get himself squared away again. I straightened with the gun in my hand and looked into the face, white with frustration and rage. "Okay, Mr. McCann," I said, "it's all over." He knew I had him, but he tried not to show it. "What are you talking about? McCann's dead." "Sure he is," I said. "Jafe McCann was the money-minded part of the team. He was the one who signed for all the loans and all the equipment bought on credit. With this big strike in, Jafe McCann was the one who'd have to pay all that money." "You're babbling," he snapped, but the words were hollow. "You weren't satisfied with half a loaf," I said. "You should have been. Half a loaf is better than none. But you wanted every penny you could get your hands on, and you wanted to pay out just as little money as you possibly could. So when you killed Ab Karpin, you saw a way to kill your debts as well. You'd become Ab Karpin, and it would be Jafe McCann who was dead, and the debts dead with him." "That's a lie," he said, his voice getting shrill. "I'm Ab Karpin, and I've got papers to prove it." "Sure. Papers you stole from a dead man. And you might have gotten away with it, too, but you just couldn't leave well enough alone, could you? Not satisfied with having the whole claim to yourself, you switched identities with your victim to avoid your debts. And not satisfied with that, you filled out a cash return form and tried to collect your money as your own heir. That's why you had to go to Chemisant City, where nobody would recognize Ab Karpin or Jafe McCann, rather than to Atronics City, where you were well known." "You don't want to make too many wild accusations," he shouted, his voice shaking. "You don't want to go around accusing people of things you can't prove." "I can prove it," I told him. "I can prove everything I've said. As to who you are, there's no problem. All I have to do is bring you back to Atronics City. There'll be plenty of people there to identify you. And as to proving you murdered Ab Karpin, I think his body will be proof enough, don't you?" McCann watched me as I backed slowly around the room to the mound of gear. The partners had no extra equipment at all. I looked down at the two atmosphere suits lying side by side on the metallic rock floor. Two atmosphere suits. The dead man was supposed to be in one of those, floating out in space somewhere. He was in the suit, right enough. I was sure of that. But he wasn't floating anywhere. A spacesuit is a perfect place to hide a body for as long as it has to be hid. The silvered faceplate keeps you from seeing inside, and the suit is, naturally, a sealed atmosphere. A body can rot away to ashes inside a spacesuit, and you'll never notice a thing on the outside. I'd had the right idea after all. McCann had planned to get rid of Karpin's body by attaching a rocket to it, slowing it down, and letting it fall into the sun. But he hadn't had the opportunity yet to go buy a rocket. He couldn't go to Atronics City, where he could have bought the rocket on credit, and he couldn't go to Chemisant City until the claim sale went through and he had some money to spend. And in the meantime, Karpin's body was perfectly safe, sealed away inside his atmosphere suit. And it would have been safe, too, if McCann hadn't been just a little bit too greedy. He could kill his partner and get away with it. Policemen on the belt are even farther apart than the asteroids. He could swindle his creditors and get away with it. They had no way of checking up, and no reason to suspect a switch in identities. But when he tried to get his own money back from Tangier's mutual insurance, that's when he made his mistake. I studied the two atmosphere suits, at the same time managing to keep a wary eye on Jafe McCann, standing rigid and silent across the room. Which one of those suits contained the body of Ab Karpin? The one with the new patch on the chest, of course. As I'd guessed, McCann had shot him, and that's why he had the problem of disposing of the body in the first place. I prodded that suit with my toe. He's in there, isn't he? You're crazy. Think I should open it up and check? It's been almost a month. I imagine he's pretty ripe by now. I reached down to the neck fastenings on the fishbowl, and McCann finally moved. His arms jerked up, and he cried, "Don't! He's in there! He's in there! For God's sake, don't open it up!" I relaxed. Mission accomplished. "Crawl into your suit, little man," I said. "We've got ourselves a trip to make. The three of us." Henderson, as usual, was jovial but stern. "You did a fine job up there, Ged," he said, with false familiarity. "Really brilliant work." "Thank you very much," I said. I was holding the last piece of news for a minute or two, relishing it. "But you brought McCann in over a week ago. I don't see why you had to stay up at Atronics City at all after that, much less 10 days. I sat back in the chair and negligently crossed my legs. "I just thought I'd take a little vacation," I said carelessly, and lit a cigarette. I flicked ashes in the general direction of the ashtray on Henderson's desk. Some of them made it. "A vacation?" he echoed, eyes widening. Henderson was a company man, a real company man. A vacation for him was purgatory. It was separation from a loved one. "I don't believe you have a vacation coming," he said frostily, "for at least 6 months." "That's what you think, Henny," I said. All he could do at that was blink. I went on, enjoying myself hugely. "I don't like this company," I said, "and I don't like this job, and I don't like you, and from now on I've decided it's going to be vacation all the time." "Ged," he said, his voice faint, "what's the matter with you? Don't you feel well?" "I feel well," I told him. "I feel fine. Now, I'll tell you why I spent an extra 10 days at Atronics City. McCann made and registered the big strike, right?" Henderson nodded blankly, apparently not trusting himself to speak. "Wrong," I said cheerfully. "McCann went to Chemisant City and filled out all the forms required for registering a claim. But every place he was supposed to sign his name, he wrote Ab Karpin instead. Jafe McCann never did make a legal registration of his claim." Henderson just looked fish-eyed. "So," I went on, "as soon as I turned McCann over to the law at Atronics City, I went and registered that claim myself. And then I waited around for 10 days until the company finished the paperwork involved in buying that claim from me. And then I came straight back here, just to say goodbye to you. Wasn't that nice?" He didn't move. "Goodbye," I said. End of The Risk Profession by Donald E. Westlake.
The Smiler by Albert Herrnhunter. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Bologna Times. The Smiler by Albert Herrnhunter. Have you ever written science fiction? Have your stories been rejected? Herein may lie the reason. Your name? Cole, Martin Cole. Your profession? A very important one. I am a literary agent specializing in science fiction. I sell the work of various authors to magazine and book publishers. The coroner paused to study Cole, to ponder the thin, mirthless smile. The coroner said, "Mr. Cole, this inquest has been called to look into the death of one Sanford Smith, who was found near your home with a gun in his hand and a bullet in his brain. The theory of suicide has been rather hard to rationalize." The coroner blinked. "You could put it that way. I would put it even stronger. The theory is obviously ridiculous. It was a weak cover-up, the best I could do under the circumstances." "You are saying that you killed Sanford Smith?" "Of course." The coroner glanced at his six-man jury, at the two police officers, at the scattering of spectators. They all seemed stunned. Even the reporter sent to cover the hearing made no move toward the telephone. The coroner could think of only the obvious question. Why did you kill him? "He was dangerous to us." "Whom do you mean by us?" "We Martians, who plan to take over your world." The coroner was disappointed. A lunatic. But a lunatic can murder. Best to proceed, the coroner thought. "I was not aware that we have Martians to contend with." "If I'd had the right weapon to use on Smith, you wouldn't be aware of it now. We still exercise caution." The coroner felt a certain pity. "Why did you kill Smith?" "We Martians have found science fiction writers to be our greatest danger. Through the medium of imaginative fiction, such writers have more than once revealed our plans. If the public suddenly realized that—" The coroner broke in. "You killed Smith because he revealed something in his writings?" "Yes, he refused to take my word that it was unsaleable. He threatened to submit it direct. It was vital material. But there are many other such writers you can't control. We control 90% of the output. We have concentrated on the field, and all of the science fiction agencies are in our hands. This control was imperative." "I see." The coroner spoke in the gentle tones one uses with the insane. "Any writing dangerous to your cause is deleted or changed by the agents." "Not exactly. The agent usually persuades the writer to make any such changes, as the agent is considered an authority on what will or will not sell." "The writers always agree?" "Not always. If stubbornness is encountered, the agent merely shelves the manuscript and tells the writer it has been repeatedly rejected." The coroner glanced at the two policemen. Both were obviously puzzled. They returned the coroner's look, apparently ready to move on his order. The thin, mirthless smile was still on Cole's lips. Maniacal violence could lie just behind it. Possibly Cole was armed, better to play for time, tried to quiet the madness within. The coroner continued speaking. "You Martians have infiltrated other fields also?" "Oh, yes, we are in government, industry, education. We are everywhere. We have, of course, concentrated mainly upon the ranks of labor and in the masses of ordinary everyday people. It is from these sources that we will draw our shock troops when the time comes. That time will be soon, very soon. The coroner could not forbear a smile. You find the science fiction writers more dangerous than the true scientists? Oh, yes. The scientific mind tends to reject anything science disproves. There was now a mocking edge to Cole's voice. Science can easily prove we do not exist. But the science fiction writer? The danger from the imaginative mind cannot be overestimated. The coroner knew he must soon order the officers to lay hands upon this madman. He regretted his own lack of experience with such situations. He tried to put a soothing, confidential note into his voice. You said a moment ago that if you'd had the right kind of weapon to use on Smith. Cole reached into his pocket and brought out what appeared to be a fountain pen. This. It kills instantly and leaves no mark whatever. Heart failure is invariably stated as the cause of death. The coroner felt better. Obviously, Cole was not armed. As the coroner raised a hand to signal the officers, Cole said, You understand, of course, that I can't let you live. Take this man into custody. The police officers did not move. The coroner turned on them sharply. They were smiling. Cole pointed the fountain pen. The coroner felt a sharp chill on his flesh. He looked at the jury, at the newspapermen, the spectators. They were all smiling, cold, thin, terrible smiles. A short time later, the newspaperman phoned in his story. The afternoon editions carried it. Coroner Bell dies of heart attack. Shortly after this morning's inquest, which resulted in a jury verdict of suicide in the case of Sanford Smith, Coroner James Bell dropped dead of heart failure in the hearing room of the county building. Mr. Bell leaves a wife and... End of The Smiler by Albert Herrnhunter.
The Sound of Silence by Barbara Constant. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Roger Moline. Most people, when asked to define the ultimate in loneliness, say it's being alone in a crowd, and it takes only one slight difference to make one forever alone in the crowd. Nobody at Huskins, Haskell & Chapman, Incorporated, knew just why Lucilla Brown, G.G. Huskins' secretary, came to work half an hour early every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. Even G.G. himself, had he been asked, would have had trouble explaining how his occasional exasperated wish that just once somebody would reach the office ahead of him could have caused his attractive young secretary to start doing so 3 times a week, or kept her at it all the months since that first gloomy March day. Nobody asked G.G., however, not even Paul Chapman, the very junior partner in the advertising firm, who had displayed more than a little interest in Lucilla all fall and winter, but very little interest in anything all spring and summer. Nobody asked Lucilla why she left early on the days she arrived early. After all, 8 hours is long enough, and certainly nobody knew where Lucilla went at 4:30 on those 3 days, nor would anybody in the office have believed it had he known. "Lucky Brown? Seeing a psychiatrist?" The typist would have giggled, the office boy would have snorted, and every salesman on the force would have guffawed. Even Paul Chapman might have managed a wry smile. A real laugh had been beyond him for several months, ever since he asked Lucilla confidently, "Will you marry me?" And she answered, "I'm sorry, Paul, thanks, but no thanks." Not that seeing a psychiatrist was anything to laugh at, in itself. After all, the year was 1962, and there were almost as many serious articles about mental health as there were cartoons about psychoanalysts, even in the magazines that specialized in poking fun. In certain cities, including Los Angeles, and certain industries, especially advertising, "I have an appointment with my psychiatrist," was a perfectly acceptable excuse for leaving work early. The idea of a secretary employed by almost the largest advertising firm in one of the best known suburbs in the sprawling City of the Angels doing so should not, therefore, have seemed particularly odd. Nor would it have, if the person involved had been anyone at all except Lucilla Brown. The idea that she might need aid of any kind, particularly psychiatric, was ridiculous. She had been born 22 years earlier in undisputed possession of a sizable silver spoon, and she was in addition bright, beautiful, and charming, with 20/20 vision, perfect teeth, a father and mother who adored her, friends who did likewise, and the kind of luck you'd have to see to believe. Other people entered contests. Lucilla won them. Other people drove 5 miles over the legal speed limit and got caught doing it. Lucilla outdistanced them, but fortuitously slowed down just before the highway patrol appeared from nowhere. Other people waited in the wrong line at the bank while the woman ahead of them learned how to roll pennies. Lucilla was always in the line that moved right up to the teller's window. Lucky was not, in other words, just a happenstance abbreviation of Lucilla. It was an exceedingly apt nickname, and Lucky Brown's coworkers would have been quite justified in laughing at the very idea of her being unhappy enough about anything to spend 3 precious hours a week stretched out on a brown leather couch, staring miserably at a pale blue ceiling and fumbling for words that refused to come. There were a good many days when Lucilla felt like laughing at the idea herself. And there were other days when she didn't even feel like smiling. Wednesday, the 25th of July, was one of the days when she didn't feel like smiling, or talking, or moving. It had started out badly when she opened her eyes and found herself staring at a familiar blue ceiling. "I don't know," she said irritably. "I tell you, I simply don't know what happens. I'll start to answer someone, and the words will be right on the tip of my tongue, ready to be spoken, then I'll say something altogether different. Or I'll start to cross the street and, for no reason at all, be unable to even step off the curb." "For no reason at all?" Dr. Andrews asked. "Are you sure you aren't withholding something you ought to tell me?" She shifted a little, suddenly uncomfortable, and then she was fully awake and the ceiling was ivory, not blue. She stared at it for a long moment, completely disoriented, before she realized that she was in her own bed, not on Dr. Andrews' brown leather couch, and that the conversation had been another of the interminable imaginary dialogues she found herself carrying on with the psychiatrist, day and night, awake and asleep. "Get out of my dreams," she ordered crossly, summoning up a quick mental picture of Dr. Andrews' expressive face, level gray eyes, and silvering temples, the better to banish him from her thoughts. She was immediately sorry she had done so, for the image remained fixed in her mind. She could almost feel his eyes as she heard his voice ask again, "For no reason at all, Lucilla?" The weathermen had promised a scorcher, and the heat that already lay like a blanket over the room made it seem probable the promise would be fulfilled. She moved listlessly, showering, patting herself dry, lingering over the choice of a dress until her mother called urgently from the kitchen. She was long minutes behind schedule when she left the house. Usually she rather enjoyed easing her small car into the stream of automobiles pouring down Sepulveda toward the San Diego freeway, jockeying for position, shifting expertly from one lane to another to take advantage of every break in the traffic. This morning she felt only angry impatience. She choked back on the irritated impulse to drive directly into the side of a car that cut across in front of her, held her horn button down furiously when a slow-starting truck hesitated fractionally after the light turned green. When she finally edged her Renault up on the on-ramp and the freeway stretched straight and unobstructed ahead, she stepped down on the accelerator and watched the needle climb up and past the legal 65-mile limit. The sound of her tires on the smooth concrete was soothing, and the rush of wind outside gave the morning an illusion of coolness. She edged away from the tangle of cars that had pulled onto the freeway with her and momentarily was alone on the road, with her rear-view mirror blank, the oncoming lanes bare, and a small rise shutting off the world ahead. That was when it happened. "Get out of the way!" a voice shrieked. "Out of the way! Out of the way! Out of the way!" Her heart lurched, her stomach twisted convulsively, and there was a brassy taste in her mouth. Instinctively she stamped down on the brake pedal, swerved sharply into the outer lane. By the time she had topped the rise, she was going a cautious 50 miles an hour and hugging the far edge of the freeway. Then, and only then, she heard the squeal of agonized tires and saw the cumbersome semi-trailer coming from the opposite direction rock dangerously, jackknife into the dividing posts that separated north and southbound traffic, crunch ponderously through them, and crash to a stop, several hundred feet ahead of her, and squarely athwart the lane down which she had been speeding only seconds earlier. The highway patrol materialized within minutes. Even so, it was after 8 by the time Lucilla gave them her statement, agreed for the umpteenth time with the shaken but uninjured truck driver that it was indeed fortunate she hadn't been in the center lane, and drove slowly the remaining miles to the office. The gray mood of early morning had changed to black. Now there were two voices in her mind, competing for attention. "I knew it was going to happen," the truck driver said. "I couldn't see over the top of that hill. All I could do was fight the wheel and pray that if anybody was coming, he'd get out of the way." She could almost hear him repeating the words, "Get out of the way, out of the way." And right on the heel of his cry came Dr. Andrews' soft query, "For no reason at all, Lucilla?" She pulled into the company parking lot, jerked the wheel savagely to the left, jammed on the brakes. "Shut up!" she said. "Shut up, both of you!" She started into the building, then hesitated. She was already late, but there was something. "Get out of the way, the way. For no reason at all, at all?" She yielded to impulse and walked hurriedly downstairs to the basement library. "That stuff I asked you to get together for me by tomorrow, Ruthie," she said to the gray-haired librarian. "You wouldn't by any chance have already done it, would you?" "Funny you should ask." The elderly woman bobbed down behind the counter and popped back up with an armload of magazines and newspapers. "Just happened to have some free time last thing yesterday. It's already charged out to you, so you just go right ahead and take it, dearie." It was 8:30 when Lucilla reached the office. "When I need you, where are you?" Gigi asked sourly. "Learned last night that the top dog at Carey Carton Corporation is in town today. So they've pushed that conference up from Friday to 10 this morning. If you'd been here early, or even on time, we might at least have gotten some of the information together." Lucilla laid the stack of material on his desk. "I haven't had time to flag the pages yet," she said, "but they're listed on the library request on top. We did 19 ads for KK last year, and 3 of premium offers. I stopped by sales on my way in. Susie's digging out figures for you now." Said Gigi. "Well, so that's where you've been. You could at least have let me know." There was grudging approval beneath his gruffness. "Say, how'd you know I needed this today, anyhow?" "Didn't," said Lucilla, putting her purse away and whisking the cover off her typewriter. "Happenstance, that's all. Just happened to go down to the library. For no reason at all. Withholding something. Get out of the way." The telephone's demand for attention overrode her thoughts. She reached for it, almost gratefully. "Mr. Huskin's office," she said. "Yes. Yes, he knows about the 10 o'clock meeting this morning. Thanks for calling, anyway." She hung up and glanced at Gigi, but he was so immersed in one of the magazines that the ringing telephone hadn't even disturbed him. Ringing? The last thing she did before she left the office each night was set the lever in the instrument's base to "off," so that the bell would not disturb Gigi if he worked late. So far today nobody had set it back to "on." "It's getting worse," she said miserably to the pale blue ceiling. "The phone didn't ring this morning. It couldn't have, but I answered it." Dr. Andrews said nothing at all. She let her eyes flicker sidewise, but he was outside her range of vision. "I don't like having you sit where I can't see you," she said crossly. "Freud may have thought it was a good idea, but I think it's a lousy one." She clenched her hands and stared at nothing. The silence stretched thinner and thinner, like a balloon blown big, until the temptation to rupture it was too great to resist. "I didn't see the truck this morning. Nor hear it. There was no reason at all for me to slow down and pull over." "You might be dead if you hadn't. Would you like that better?" The matter-of-fact question was like a hand laid across Lucilla's mouth. "I don't want to be dead," she admitted finally. "Neither do I want to go on like this, hearing words that aren't spoken and bells that don't ring. When it gets to the point that I pick up a phone just because somebody's thinking—" She stopped abruptly. "I didn't quite catch the end of that sentence," Dr. Andrews said. "I didn't quite finish it. I can't." "Can't or won't. Don't hold anything back, Lucilla. You were saying that you picked up the phone just because somebody was thinking—" He paused expectantly. Lucilla reread the ornate letters on the framed diploma on the wall, looked critically at the picture of Mrs. Andrews, whom she'd met, and her impish daughter, whom she hadn't, counted the number of pleats in the billowing drapes, ran a tentative finger over the face of her wrist watch, straightened a fold of her skirt, and could stand the silence no longer. "All right," she said wearily. "The girl at Carey Carton thought about talking to me, and I heard my phone ring, even though the bell was disconnected. Gigi thought about needing backup material for the conference, and I went to the library. The truck driver thought about warning people, and I got out of his way. So I can read people's minds, some people's minds, some of the time, anyway. Only there's no such thing as telepathy. And if I'm not telepathic, then—" She caught herself in the brink of time and bit back the final word, fighting for self-control. "Then what?" The peremptory question toppled Lucilla's defenses. "I'm crazy," she said. Speaking the word released all the others dammed up behind it. "Ever since I can remember, things like this have happened. All at once, in the middle of doing something or saying something, I'd find myself thinking about what somebody else was doing or saying. Not thinking, knowing. I'd be playing hide and seek, and I could see the places where the other kids were hiding just as plainly as I could see my own surroundings. Or I'd be worrying over the answers to an exam question, and I'd know what somebody in the back of the room had decided to write down, or what the teacher was expecting us to write. Not always, but it happened often enough so that it bothered me, just the way it does now, when I answer a question before it's been asked, or know what the driver ahead of me is going to do a split second before he does it, or win a bridge game because I can see everybody else's hand through his own eyes, almost." "Has it always bothered you, Lucilla?" "No." She drew the word out, considering, trying to think when it was that she hadn't felt uneasy about the unexpected moments of perceptiveness. When she was very little, perhaps. She thought of the tiny, laughing girl in the faded snaps of the old album, and suddenly, inexplicably, she was that self, moving through remembered rooms, pausing to collect a word from a boyish father, a thought from a pretty young mother. Reluctantly, she closed her eyes against that distant time. "Way back," she said, "when I didn't know any better, I just took it for granted that sometimes people talked to each other, and that sometimes they passed thoughts along without putting them into words. I was about 6, I guess, when I found out it wasn't so." She slipped into her 6-year-old self as easily as she had donned the younger Lucilla. This time she wasn't in a house, but high on a hillside, walking on springy pine needles instead of prosaic carpet. "Talk," Dr. Andrews reminded her, his voice so soft that it could almost have come from inside her own mind. "We were picnicking," she said, "a whole lot of us. Somehow I wandered away from the others. One minute the hill was bright with sun, and the next it was deep in shadows, and the wind that had been merely cool was downright cold. She shivered and glanced around expecting her mother to be somewhere near, holding out a sweater or jacket. There was no one at all in sight. Even then she never thought of being frightened. She turned to retrace her steps. There was a big tree that looked familiar, and a funny rock behind it, half buried in the hillside. She was trudging toward it, humming under her breath, when the worry thoughts began to reach her. "Only a little creek, so I don't think she should have fallen in. Not really any bears around here. But she never gets hurt. Creek. Bear. Twisted ankle. Dark. Cold." She had veered from her course, and started in the direction of the first thought. But now they were coming from all sides, and she had no idea at all which way to go. She ran wildly then, first one way, then the other, sobbing and calling. "Lucilla!" The voice sliced into the night, and the dark mountainside and the frightened child were gone. She shuddered a little, reminiscently, and put her hand over her eyes. "Somebody found me, of course. And then Mother was holding me and crying, and I was crying too, and telling her how all the different thought at once frightened me and mixed me up. She scolded me for telling fibs, and said that nobody except crazy people thought they could read each other's minds." "I see," said Dr. Andrews. "So you tried not to, of course. And any time you did it again, or thought you did, you blamed it on conscience or luck." "And had that nightmare again." "Yes, that too. Tell me about it." "I already have, over and over." "Tell me again, then." "I feel like a fool repeating myself," she complained. Dr. Andrews made no comment. "Oh, all right. It always starts with me walking down a crowded street, surrounded by honking cars and yelling newsboys and talking people. The noise bothers me, and I'm tempted to cover my ears to shut it out. But I try to ignore it instead, and walk faster and faster. Bit by bit the buildings I pass are smaller, the people fewer, the noise less. All at once I discover there's nothing around at all but a spreading carpet of gray-green moss, years deep, and a silence that feels as old as time itself. There's nothing to frighten me, but I am frightened, and lonesome, not so much for people, but for a sound, any sound. I turn to run back toward town, but there's nothing behind me now but the same gray moss and gray sky and dead silence. By the time she reached the last word, her throat had tightened until speaking was difficult. She reached out blindly for something to cling to. Her groping hand met Dr. Andrews', and his warm fingers closed reassuringly around hers. Gradually the panic drained away, but she could think of nothing to say at all, although she longed to have the silence broken. As if he sensed her longing, Dr. Andrews said, "You started having the dream more often just after you told Paul you wouldn't marry him, is that right?" "No, it was the other way around. I hadn't had it for months, not since I fell in love with him. Then he got assigned to that Which Tomorrow show, and he started calling me Lucky, the way everybody does, and the dream came back." She stopped short and turned on the couch to stare at the psychiatrist with startled eyes. "But that can't be how it was," she said. "The lonesomeness must have started after I decided not to marry him, not before." "I wonder why the dream stopped when you fell in love with him?" "That's easy," Lucilla said promptly, grasping at the chance to evade her own more disturbing question. "I felt close to him, whether he was with me or not, the way I used to feel close to people back when I was a little girl, before that day in the mountains, when Mother said—" "That was when you started having the dream, wasn't it?" "How did you know? I didn't, not until just now. But yes, that's when it started. I'd never minded the dark or being alone, but I was frightened when Mother shut the door that night, because the walls seemed so solid, now that I knew all the thoughts I used to think were with me there were just pretend. When I finally went to sleep, I dreamed, and I went on having the same dream, night after night after night, until finally they called a doctor, and he gave me something to make me sleep." "I wish they'd called me," Dr. Andrews said. "What could you have done? The sleeping pills worked anyway, and after a while I didn't need them any more, because I'd heard other kids talking about having hunches and lucky streaks, and I stopped feeling different from the rest of them, except once in a while, when I was so lucky it bothered me." "And after you met Paul, you stopped being too lucky, and the dream stopped?" "No!" Lucilla was startled at her own vehemence. "No, it wasn't like that at all, and you'd know it, if you'd been listening. With Paul, I felt close to him all the time, no matter how many miles or walls or anything else there were between us. We hardly had to talk at all, because we seemed to know just what the other one was thinking all the time, listening to music, or watching the waves pound in, or just working together at the office. Instead of feeling odd when I knew what he was thinking or what he was going to say, I felt good about it, because I was so sure it was the same way with him, and what I was thinking. We didn't talk about it. There just wasn't any need to." She lapsed into silence again. Dr. Andrews straightened her clenched hand out and stroked the fingers gently. After a moment she went on. "He hadn't asked me to marry him, but I knew he would, and there wasn't any hurry, because everything was so perfect anyway. Then one of the company's clients decided to sponsor a series of fantasy shows on TV, and wanted us to tie in the ads for next year with the fantasy theme. Paul was assigned to the account, and G.G. let him borrow me to work on it, because it was such a rush project. I'd always liked fairy stories when I was little, and when I discovered there were grown-up ones, too, like those in Unknown Worlds and the old Weird Tales, I read them, too. But I hadn't any idea how much there was until we started buying copies of everything there was on the newsstands, and then ransacking musty little stores for back issues and ones that had gone out of publication, until Paul's office was just full of teetery piles of gaudy magazines, and everywhere you looked there were pictures of strange stars and eight-legged monsters and men in spacesuits. So what did the magazines have to do with you and Paul? The way he felt about them changed everything. He just laughed at the ones about spaceships and other planets and robots and things. But he didn't laugh when he came across stories about, well, mutants and people with talents. Talents? Like reading minds, you mean? She nodded, not looking at him. He didn't laugh at those. He acted as if they were, well, indecent. The sort of thing you wouldn't be caught dead reading in public. And he thought that way, too, especially about the stories that even mentioned telepathy. At first, when he brought them to my attention in that disapproving way, I thought he was just pretending to sneer, to tease me, because we knew they could be true. Only his thoughts matched his remarks. He hated the stories, Dr. Andrews, and was just determined to have me hate them, too. All at once I began to feel as if I didn't know him at all, and I began to wonder if I'd just imagined everything all those months I felt so close to him. And then I began to dream again, and to think about that lonesome, silent world even when I was wide awake. "Go on, Lucilla," Dr. Andrews said, as she hesitated. "That's all, just about. We finished the job and got rid of the magazines, and for a little while it was almost as if those 2 weeks had never been, except I couldn't forget that he didn't know what I was thinking at all, even when everything he did, almost, made it seem as if he did. It began to seem wrong for me to know what he was thinking. Crazy, like Mother had said, and worse, somehow. Not even nice, if you know what I mean." "Then he asked you to marry him." "And I said no, even when I wanted, oh, so terribly, to say yes and yes and yes." She squeezed her eyes tight shut to hold back a rush of tears. Time folded back on itself. Once again the hands of her wrist watch pointed to 4:30, and the white-clad receptionist said briskly, "Doctor will see you now." Once again, from some remote vantage point, Lucilla watched herself brush past Dr. Andrews and cross to the familiar couch, heard herself say, "It's getting worse," watched herself move through a flickering montage of scenes from childhood to womanhood, from past to present. She opened her eyes to meet those of the man who sat patiently beside her. "You see," he said, "telling me wasn't so difficult after all." And then, before she had decided on a response, "What do you know about Darwin's theory of evolution, Lucilla?" His habit of ending a tense moment by making an irrelevant query no longer even startled her. Obediently she fumbled for an answer. "Not much. Just that he thought all the different kinds of life on earth today evolved from a few blobs of protoplasm that sprouted wings, or grew fur, or developed teeth, depending on when they lived and where." She paused hopefully, but met with only silence. Sometimes what seemed like a step forward wasn't, she said, ransacking her brain for scattered bits of information. Then the species died out, like the saber-toothed tiger, with those tusks that kept right on growing until they locked his jaws shut, so he starved to death. As she spoke, she remembered the huge beast as he had been pictured in one of her college textbooks. The recollection grew more and more vivid, until she could see both the picture and the facing page of text. There was an irregularly shaped ink blot in the upper corner and several heavily underlined sentences that stood out so distinctly she could actually read the words. According to Darwin, variations in general are not infinitesimal, but in the nature of specific mutations. Thousands of these occur, but only the fittest survive the climate, the times, natural enemies, and their own kind, who strive to perpetuate themselves unchanged. Taken one by one, the words were all familiar. Taken as a whole, they made no sense at all. She let the book slip unheeded from her mind, and stared at Dr. Andrews in bewilderment. Try saying it in a different way. You sound like a schoolteacher humoring a stupid child. And then, because of the habit of obedience was strong, I guess he meant that tails didn't grow an inch at a time, the way the dogs got cut off, but all at once, like a fish being born with legs as well as fins, or a baby saber-tooth showing up among tigers with regular teeth, or one ape in a tribe discovering he could swing down out of the tree-tops and stand erect and walk alone. He echoed her last words. And walk alone. A premonitory chill traced its icy way down Lucilla's backbone. For a second she stood on gray moss, under a gray sky, in the midst of a gray silence. He not only could walk alone, he had to. Do you remember what your book said? Only the fittest survive, Lucilla said numbly. Because they have to fight the climate, and their natural enemies, and their own kind. She swung her feet to the floor and pushed herself into a sitting position. I'm not a mutation. I'm not. I'm not. I'm not. And you can't say that I am, because I won't listen. I didn't say you were. There was the barest hint of emphasis on the first word. Lucilla was almost certain she heard a whisper of laughter, but he met her gaze blandly, his expression completely serious. Don't you dare laugh, she said none the less. There's nothing funny about being able to read people's minds, Dr. Andrews said helpfully. You'd much rather have me offer some other explanation for the occurrences that bother you so, is that it? I guess so. Yes, it is. A brain tumor, or schizophrenia, or anything at all that could maybe be cured, so I could marry Paul and have children and be like everybody else. Like you. She looked past him to the picture on his desk. It's easy for you to talk. He ignored the last statement. Why can't you get married anyway? You've already said why. Because Paul would hate me. Everybody would hate me, if they knew I was different. How would they know? It doesn't show. Now, if you had 3 legs, or a long bushy tail, or outsized teeth. Lucilla smiled involuntarily, and then was furious at herself for doing so, and at Dr. Andrews for provoking her into it. This whole thing is utterly asinine, anyhow. Here we are talking as if I might really be a mutant, and you know perfectly well that I'm not. Do I? You made the diagnosis, Lucilla, and you've given me some mighty potent reasons for believing it. Can you give me equally good reasons for doubting that you're a telepath? The peremptory demand left Lucilla speechless for a moment. She groped blindly for an answer, then almost laughed aloud as she found it. "But of course! I almost missed it, even after you practically drew me a diagram. If I could read minds, just as soon as anybody found it out, he'd be afraid of me, or hate me, like the book said, and you said, too. If you believed it, you'd do something like having me locked up in a hospital, maybe, instead of—" "Instead of what, Lucilla?" "Instead of being patient and nice, and helping me see how silly I've been." She reached out impulsively to touch his hand, then withdrew her own, feeling somewhat foolish when he made no move to respond. Her relief was too great, however, to be contained in silence. "Way back, the first time I came in almost, you said that before we finished therapy, you'd know me better than I knew myself. I didn't believe you. Maybe I didn't want to. But I begin to think you were right. Lots of times lately you've answered a question before I even asked it. Sometimes you haven't even bothered to answer. You've just sat there in your big brown chair, and I've lain here on the couch, and we've gone through something together, without using words at all." She had started out almost gaily, the words spilling over each other in their rush to be said, but bit by bit she slowed down, then faltered to a stop. After she had stopped talking altogether, she could still hear her last few phrases, repeated over and over, like an echo that refused to die. "Answered before I even asked, without using words at all, without using words—" She could almost taste the terror that clogged her throat and dried her lips. "You do believe it, and you could have me locked up. Only—" Fragments of thought, splinters of words, and droplets of silence spun into a kaleidoscopic jumble, shifted infinitesimally, and fell into an incredible new pattern. Understanding displaced terror and was, in turn, displaced by indignation. She stared accusingly at her interrogator. "But you look just like anybody." "You expected, perhaps, 3 legs, or a long bushy tail, or teeth like that textbook tiger?" "And you're a psychiatrist." "What else? Would you have talked to me like this across a grocery counter, Lucilla? Or listened to me if I'd been driving a bus or filling a prescription? Would I have found the others in a bowling alley or a business office?" "Then there are others?" She let out her breath in a long sigh, involuntarily glancing again at the framed picture. "Only I love Paul, and he isn't—he can't—" "Nor can Carroll." His eyes were steady on hers, yet she felt as if he were looking through and beyond her. For no reason at all, she strained her ears for the sound of footsteps or the summons of a voice. "Where do you suppose the second little blob of protoplasm with legs came from?" Dr. Andrews asked. "And the third? If that ape who found he could stand erect had walked lonesomely off into the sunset like a second-rate actor on a late show, where do you suppose you'd be today?" He broke off abruptly and watched with Lucilla as the office door edged open. The small girl who inched her way around it wore blue jeans and a ponytail rather than an organdy frock and curls, but her pixie smile matched that of the girl in the photograph Lucilla had glanced at again and again. "You wanted me, Daddy?" she asked, but she looked toward Lucilla. "I thought you'd like to meet someone with the same nickname as yours," Dr. Andrews said, rising to greet her. "Lucky? Meet Lucky." "Hello," the child said, Then her smile widened. "Hello! But I don't have to say it, do I? I can talk to you just the way I talk to Daddy and Uncle Whitney and Big Bill." "Hello yourself," said Lucilla. This time, when the corners of her mouth began to tick upward, she made no attempt to stop them. "Of course you can, darling. And I can answer you the same way, and you'll hear me." Dr. Andrews reached for the open pack of cigarettes on his desk. "Is this strictly a private conversation, girls, or can I get in on it too?" "It's unpolite to interrupt, Daddy." "He's not exactly interrupting. It was his conversation to begin with." Dr. Andrews' receptionist paused briefly beside the still open office door. None of them heard either her gentle rap or the soft click of the latch slipping into place when she pushed the door shut. Nor did she hear them. End of The Sound of Silence by Barbara Constant. Recording by Roger Moline.
Subjectivity by Norman Spinrad. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Greg Marguerite. Subjectivity by Norman Spinrad. Boredom on a long interstellar trip can be quite a problem, but the entertainment technique the government dreamed up for this one was a little too good. Interplanetary flight having been perfected, the planets and moons of the Sol system having been colonized, man turned his attention to the stars and ran into a stone wall. After 3 decades of trying, scientists reluctantly concluded that a faster-than-light drive was an impossibility, at least within the realm of any known theory of the universe. They gave up. But a government does not give up so easily, especially a unified government which already controls the entire habitat of the human race. Most especially a psychologically and sociologically enlightened government which sees the handwriting on the wall and has already noticed the first signs of racial claustrophobia. An objectless sense of frustrated rage, increases in senseless crimes, proliferation of perversions, and vices of every kind. Like grape juice sealed in a bottle, the human race had begun to ferment. Therefore, the solar government took a slightly different point of view toward interstellar travel. Man must go to the stars, period. Therefore, man will go to the stars. If the speed of light could not be exceeded, then man would go to the stars within that limit. When a government with tens of billions of dollars to spend becomes monomaniacal, great things can be accomplished. Also, unfortunately, unspeakable horrors. Stage 1. A drive was developed which could propel a spaceship at half the speed of light. This was merely a matter of technological concentration and several $billions. Stage 2. A ship was built around the drive and outfitted with every conceivable safety device. A laser beam communication system was installed so that Sol could keep in contact with the ship all the way to Centaurus. A crew of 10 carefully screened, psyched, and trained near supermen was selected, and the ship was launched on a 16-year round trip to Centaurus. It never came back. 2 years out, the 10 near supermen became 10 raving maniacs. But the solar government did not give up. The next ship contained 5 near supermen and 5 near superwomen. They only lasted for a year and a half. The solar government intensified the screening process. The next ship was manned by 10 bona fide supermen. They stayed sane for nearly 3 years. The solar government sent out a ship containing 5 supermen and 5 superwomen. In 2 years they had 10 super lunatics. The psychologists came to the unstartling conclusion that even the cream of humanity, in a sexually balanced crew, could not stand up psychologically to 16 years in a small steel womb, surrounded by billions of cubic miles of nothing. One would have expected reasonable men to have given up. Not the Solar Government. Monomania had produced great things in the form of a C2 drive. It now proceeded to produce unspeakable horrors. The cream of the race had failed, reasoned the Solar Government, therefore we will give the dregs a chance. The fifth ship was manned by homosexuals. They lasted only 6 months. A ship full of lesbians bettered that by only 2 weeks. Number 7 was manned by schizophrenics. Since they were already mad, they did not go crazy. Nevertheless, they did not come back. Number 8 was catatonics. 9 was paranoids. 10 was sadists. 11 was masochists. 12 was a mixed crew of sadists and masochists. No luck. Maybe it was because 13 was still a mystic number, or maybe it was merely that the Solar Government was running out of ideas. At any rate, ship number 13 was the longest shot of all. Background. From the beginnings of man, it had been known that certain plants, mushrooms, certain cacti, produced intense hallucinations. In the mid-20th century, scientists and other less scientifically minded had begun to extract those hallucinogenic compounds, chiefly mescaline and psilocybin. The next step was the synthesis of hallucinogens. LSD-25 was the first, and it was far more powerful than the extracts. In the next few centuries, more and more different hallucinogens were synthesized. LSD-105, johannic acid, Huxleyon baronite. So by the time the Solar Government had decided that the crew of ship number 13 would attempt to cope with the terrible reality of interstellar space by denying that reality, they had quite an assortment of hallucinogens to choose from. The one they chose was the new, as yet untested, 2 experiments for the price of 1, explained economy-minded officials, and unbelievably complex compound tentatively called omnidrene. Omnidrene was what the name implied. A hallucinogen with all the properties of the others, some which had proven to be all its own, and some which were as yet unknown. As 10 micrograms was 1 day's dose for the average man, it was the ideal hallucinogen for the starship. So they sealed 5 men and 5 women — they had given up on sexually unbalanced crews — in ship number 13, along with half a ton of omnidrene, and their fondest wishes, pointed the ship toward Centaurus, and prayed for a miracle. In a way they could not have possibly foreseen, they got it. As Starship 13 passed the orbit of Pluto, a meeting was held, since this could be considered the beginning of interstellar space. The ship was reasonably large, 10 small private cabins, a bridge that would only be used for planetfalls, large storage areas, and a big common room where the crew had gathered. They were all sitting in all-purpose lounges, arranged in a circle. A few had their lounges at full recline, but most preferred the upright position. Oliver Brunei, the nominal captain, had just opened the first case of omnidrene and taken out a bottle of the tiny pills. "This, fellow inmates," he said, "is omnidrene. The time has come for us to indulge. The automatics are all set. We won't have to do a thing we don't want to for the next 8 years." He poured 10 of the tiny blue pills into the palm of his right hand. On Earth, they used to have some kind of traditional ceremony when a person crossed the equator for the first time. Since we are crossing a far more important equator, I thought we should have some kind of ceremony. The crew squirmed irritably. I do tend to be verbose, Brunei thought. Well, anyway, I just thought we all ought to take the first pills together, he said, somewhat defensively. So come on, Ollie, said a skinny, sour-looking man of about 30 years. Okay, Lazar, okay. Murashevsky's gonna be trouble, Brunei thought. Why did they put him on the ship? He handed the pills around. Lazar Murashevsky was about to gulp his down. Wait a minute, said Brunei. Let's all do this together. 1, 2, 3. They swallowed the pills. In about 10 minutes, thought Brunei, we should be feeling it. He looked at the crew. 10 of us, he thought, 10 brilliant misfits. Lazar, who has spent half his life high on baronite. Vera Galindez would be medium, trying to make herself telepathic with mescaline. Jorge Donner, why is he here? Me, at least with me, it's simple. This or jail. What a crew. Drug addicts, occultists, sensationalists. And what else? What makes a person do a thing like this? It'll all come out, thought Brunei. In 16 years, it'll all come out. Feel anything yet, Ollie? Said Marcia Johnson. No doubt why she came along. Just an ugly old maid liking the idea of being cooped up with 5 men. Nothing yet, said Brunei. He looked around the room. Plain steel walls lined with cabinets full of Omnidrene on 2 sides. View screens on the ceiling, bare floor, the other 2 walls decked out like an automat. Plain gray steel walls. Then why were the gray steel walls turning pink? Uh-oh, said Joby Crowell, rolling her pretty blonde head. Oh, here it comes. The walls are dancing. The ceiling is a spiral, muttered Vera. A winding red spiral. Okay, fellow inmates, said Brunei. It's hitting. Now the walls were red, bright fire engine red, and they were melting. No, not melting, but evaporating. Like crystal it is, said Lin Pei, waving his delicate oriental hands. Like jade, as transparent as crystal. There is a camel in the circle, said Lazar. A brown camel. Let's all try to see the camel together, said Vera Galindez sharply. Tell us what it looks like, Lazar. It's brown. It's the 2-humped kind. It has a 2-foot tail. And big feet, said Lin Pei. A stupid face, said Donner. Very stupid. Your camel is a great bore, said the stocky, scowling Bram Dacker. Let's have something else, said Joby. Okay, replied Brunei. Now someone else tell us what they see. A lizard, said Linda Tobias, a strange, somber girl inclined to the morbid. A lizard, squeaked Ingrid Solon. No, said Lin Pei. A dragon, a green dragon with a forked red tongue. He has little useless wings, said Lazar. He's totally oblivious to us, said Vera. Brunei saw the dragon. It was 5 feet long, green and scaly. It was a conventional dragon, except for the most bovine expression in its eyes. Yes, he thought, the dragon is here, but the greater part of him knew that it was an illusion. How long would this go on? It's good that we see the same things, said Marcia. Let's always see the same things. Yes, yes. Now a mountain, a tall blue mountain. With snow on the peak. Yes, and clouds. 1 week out. Oliver Brunei stepped into the common room. Lin Pei, Vera, and Lazar were sitting together on what appeared to be a huge purple toadstool. But that's my hallucination, thought Brunei. At least, I think it is. Hello, Ollie, said Lazar. Hi, what are you doing? We're looking at the dragon again, said Vera. Join us? Brunei thought of the dragon for a moment. The toadstool disappeared, and the by now familiar bovine dragon took its place. In the last few days they had discovered that if any 2 of them concentrated on something long enough to materialize it, anyone else who wanted to could see it in a moment. What's so interesting about that silly dragon? Said Brunei. How about the camel? Said Lazar. The dragon turned into the 2-humped brown camel. Phooey, said Lin Pei. Okay, said Vera, so what do you want? Lin Pei thought for a moment. How about a meadow, he said. A soft lawn of green grass. The sky is blue, and there are a few white clouds. Clover is blooming, said Lazar. Smell it. Brunei reclined on the soft green grass. The smell of the earth beneath him was warm and moist. A few apple trees here and there, he said, and there was shade. Look over the hill, said Lazar. There's the dragon. Will you please get rid of that dragon? Snapped Brunei. Okay, Ollie, okay. 1 month out. Get out of the way, yelled Brunei. He gave the dragon a kick. It mooed plaintively. That wasn't very nice, Ollie, said Lazar. That dragon is always underfoot, said Brunei. Why don't you get rid of it? I've taken a liking to it, said Lazar. Besides, what about your Saint Bernard? This ship is getting too cluttered up with everyone's hallucinations, said Brunei. Ever since, when was it, a week ago? Ever since we've been able to conjure 'em up by ourselves and make everyone else see 'em. Dacker dematerialized the woman on his lap. Why don't we get together, he said. Get together? Yes, we could agree on an environment. Look at this common room, for example. What a mess. Here it's a meadow, there it's a beach, a palace, a boudoir." "You mean we should make it the same for all of us?" asked Lazar. "Sure, we can have whatever we want in our cabins, but let's make some sense out of the common room." "Good idea," said Brunei. I'll call the others." 3 months out. Brunei stepped through the stuccoed portal and into the central Spanish garden. He noticed that the sky was blue, with a few fleecy white clouds. But then, the weather was always good. They had agreed on that. Lazar, Ingrid, Lin Pei, and Vera were sitting on the green lawn surrounding the fountain. Dacker, Joby, Linda, and Donner preferred the shade and lounged against the white arabesqued wall which enclosed the garden on 4 sides, broken only by 4 arched entrance portals. The garden had been a good compromise, thought Brunei. Something for everyone. Fresh air and sunshine, but also the mental security offered by walls, which also provided shade for those who wanted it. A fountain, a few palm trees, grass, flowers, even the little formal Japanese rock garden that Lin Pei had insisted on. "Hello, Ollie," said Lazar. "Nice day." "Isn't it always?" replied Brunei. "How about a little shower?" "Maybe tomorrow." "I noticed a lot of sleeping people today," said Brunei. "Yes," said Lin Pei. "By now the garden seems to be able to maintain itself." "You think it has a separate existence?" asked Ingrid. "Of course not," said Vera. "Our subconscious minds are maintaining it. It's probably here when we're all asleep." "No way of telling that," said Brunei. "Besides, how can it exist when we're asleep when it doesn't really exist to begin with?" "Semantics, Ollie, semantics." Brunei took a bottle of Omnidrene out of his pocket. "Time to charge up the old batteries again," he said. He passed out the pills. "I notice Marcia is still in her cabin." "Yeah," said Lazar. "She keeps to herself a lot. No great—" Just then Marcia burst into the garden screaming, "Make it go away! Make it go away!" Behind her slithered a gigantic black snake with a head as big as a horse's and bulging red eyes. "I thought we agreed to leave our private hallucinations in our cabins," snapped Brunei. I tried. I don't want it around, but it won't go away. Do something!" 10 feet of snake had already entered the garden. The thing seemed endless. "Take it easy," said Lazar. "Let's all concentrate and think it away." They tried to erase the snake, but it just rolled its big red eyes. "That won't work," said Vera. "Her subconscious is still fighting us. Part of her must want the snake here. We've all got to be together to erase it." Marcia began to cry. The snake advanced another 2 feet. "Oh, quiet!" rasped Lazar. "Ollie, do I have your permission to bring my dragon into the garden? He'll make short work of the snake." Brunei scowled. "You and your dragon. Okay, maybe it'll work." Instantly the green dragon was in the garden, but it was no longer 5 feet long and bovine. It was a good 12 feet long, with cold reptilian eyes and big yellow fangs. It took one look at the snake, opened its powerful jaws, and belched a huge tongue of orange flame. The serpent was incinerated. It disappeared. Brunei was trembling. What happened, Lazar?" he said. "That's not the same stupid little dragon." "Ha!" squeaked Lazar. "He's, grown." Brunei suddenly noticed that Lazar was ashen. He also noticed that the dragon was turning in their direction. "Get it out of here, Lazar! Get it out of here!" Lazar nodded. The dragon flickered and went pale, but it was over a minute before it disappeared entirely. 6 months out. Things wandered the passageways and haunted the cabins. Marcia's snake was back. There was Lazar's dragon, which seemed to grow larger every day, and there was also a basilisk, a pterodactyl, a vampire bat with a 5-foot wingspread, an old-fashioned red spade-tailed demon, and other assorted horrors. Even Oliver Brunei's friendly St. Bernard had grown to monstrous size, turned pale green, and grown large yellow fangs. Only the Spanish garden in the common room was free of the monstrosities. Here the combined consciousness of the 10 crew members were still strong enough to banish the rampaging hallucinations. The 10 of them sat around the fountain, which seemed a shade less sparkling. There were even rain clouds in the sky. "I don't like it," said Bram Dacker. "It's getting completely out of control." "So we just have to stay in the garden, that's all," said Brunei. The food's all here, and so is the Omnidrene, and they can't come here." "Not yet," said Marcia. They all shuddered. "What went wrong?" asked Ingrid. "Nothing," said Donner. "They didn't know what would happen when they sent us out, so we can't say they were wrong." "Very comforting," croaked Lazar, "but can someone tell me why we can't control them any more?" "Who knows," said Brunei. "At least we can keep them out of here. That's—" There was a snuffling at the wall. The head of something like a Tyrannosaurus Rex peered over the wall at them. "Ugh," said Lin Pei. "I think that's a new one." The dragon's head appeared alongside the Tyrannosaur's. "Well, at least there's a familiar face," tittered Linda. "Very funny." Marcia screamed. The huge black snake thrust its head through a portal, and the flap of leathery wings could be heard, and the smell of sulfur. Come on," shouted Brunei. "Let's get these things out of here." After 5 minutes of intense group concentration, the last of the horrors was banished. "It was a lot harder this time," said Dacker. "There were more of them," said Donner. "They're getting stronger and bolder. Maybe someday they'll break through and—" Lin Pei let the sentence hang. Everyone supplied his own ending. "Don't be ridiculous," snapped Brunei. "They're not real. They can't kill us." "Maybe we should stop taking the Omnidrene," suggested Vera, without very much conviction. "At this point?" said Brunei. He shuddered. "If the garden disappeared, and we had nothing but the bare ship for the next 15.5 years, and we knew it, and at the same time knew that we had the Omnidrene to bring it back, how long do you think we'd hold off?" "You're right," said Vera. "We just have to stick it out," said Brunei. "Just remember, they can't kill us. They aren't real." "Yes," the crew whispered in tiny, frail voice. "They aren't real." 7 months out. The garden was covered with a gloomy gray cloud layer. Even the weather was getting harder and harder to control. The crew of the starship number 13 huddled around the fountain, staring into the water, trying desperately to ignore the snufflings, flappings, wheezes, and growls coming from outside the walls. But occasionally a scaly head would raise itself above the wall, or a pterodactyl or bat would flap overhead, and there would be violent shudders. "I still think we should stop taking the Omnidrene," said Vera Galindez. "If we stopped taking it," asked Brunei, "which would disappear first? Them or the garden?" Vera grimaced. "But we've got to do something," she said. "We can't even make them disappear at all anymore, and it's becoming a full-time job just to keep them outside the walls." "And sooner or later," interjected Lazar, "we're not going to be strong enough to keep them out." "The snake! The snake!" screamed Marcia. "It's coming again!" The huge black head was already through the portal. "Stop the snake, everyone!" yelled Brunei. Eyes were riveted on the ugly serpent in intense concentration. After 5 minutes it was obviously a stalemate. The snake had not been able to advance, nor could the humans force it to retreat. Then smoke began to rise behind the far wall. "The dragon's burning down the wall!" shrieked Lazar. "Stop him!" They concentrated on the dragon. The smoke disappeared, but the snake began to advance again. "They're too strong," moaned Brunei. "We can't hold them back." They stopped the snake for a few moments, but the smoke began to billow again. "They're going to break through!" screamed Donner. "We can't stop them!" "What are we going to do? Help!" Creakings, cracklings, groanings, as the walls began to crack and blister and shake. Suddenly Bram Dacker stood up, his dark eyes aflame. "Only one thing strong enough," he bellowed. "Earth! Earth! Earth! Think of Earth, all of you! We're back on Earth! Visualize it! Make it real! And the monsters have to disappear!" "But where on Earth?" said Vera, bewildered. "The spaceport!" shouted Brunei. "The spaceport! We all remember the spaceport! We're back on Earth! The spaceport! Earth! Earth! Earth!" The garden was beginning to flicker. It became red, orange, yellow, green, blue, violet, invisible. Then back again through the spectrum the other way. Violet, blue, green, yellow, orange, red, invisible. Back and forth like a pendulum through the spectrum. Oliver Brunei's head hurt unbearably. He could see the pain on the other faces, but he allowed only one thought to fill his being. Earth. The spaceport. Earth. More and more, faster and faster, the garden flickered, and now it was the old common room again, and that was flickering. Light was flickering, mind was flickering, time, too, seemed to flicker. Only Earth, thought Brunei. Earth doesn't flicker. The spaceport doesn't flicker. Earth! Earth! Now all the flickerings of color, time, mind, and dimensions were coalescing into one gigantic vortex that was a thing neither of time nor space nor mind, but all three somehow fused into one. They're screaming, Brunei thought. Listen to the horrible screams. Suddenly he noticed that he too was screaming. The vortex was growing, swirling, undulating, and it too began to flicker. There was an unbearable, impossible pain, and the sight of starship number 13 suddenly appearing out of nowhere and sitting itself calmly down in the middle of the spaceport was somewhat disconcerting to the spaceport officials, especially since at the very moment it appeared, and even afterward, they continued to have visual and laser contact with its image over 3 light months from Earth. However, the solar government itself was much more pragmatic. One instant, starship 13 had been light months from Earth. The next, it was sitting in the spaceport. Therefore, starship 13 had exceeded the speed of light somehow. Therefore, it was possible to exceed the speed of light, and a thorough examination of the ship and its contents would show how. Therefore, you idiots, throw a security cordon around that ship! In such matters, the long-conditioned reflexes of the solar government worked marvelously. Before the airwaves had cooled, 200 heavily armed soldiers had surrounded the ship. 2 hours later, the Solar Coordinator was on the scene with 10 orders of Sol to present to the returning heroes, and a large, well-armored vehicle to convey them to laboratories where they would be gone over with the proverbial fine-tooth comb. An honor guard of 200 men standing at attention made a pathway from the ship's main hatch to the armored carrier, in front of which stood the Solar Coordinator with his 10 medals. They opened the hatch. 1, 2, 5, 7, 10 dazed and bewildered heroes staggered past the honor guard to face the Coordinator. He opened his mouth to begin his welcoming speech and start the 5 years of questioning and experiments which would eventually kill 5 of the crew and give man the secret of faster-than-light drive. But instead of speaking, he screamed. So did 200 heavily armed soldiers, because out of Starship 13's main hatch sauntered a 12-foot green dragon, followed by a Tyrannosaurus Rex, a pterodactyl, a vampire bat with a 5-foot wingspan, an old-fashioned red spade-tailed demon, and finally, big as a horse's, the pop-eyed head of an enormous black serpent. End of Subjectivity by Norman Spinrad. They Also Serve by Donald E. Westlake. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Greg Marguerite. They Also Serve by Donald E. Westlake. Why should people hate vultures? After all, a vulture never kills anyone. The launch carrying the mail, supplies, and replacements eased slowly in toward the base, keeping the bulk of the moon between itself and Earth. Captain Ebor, seated at the controls, guided the ship to the rocky, uneven ground with the easy carelessness of long practice, then cut the drive, got to his walking tentacles, and stretched. Donning his spacesuit, he left the ship to go over to the dome and meet Darquelnoy, the base commander. An open ground car was waiting for him beside the ship. The driver, encased in his spacesuit, crossed tentacles in a sloppy salute, and Ebor returned the gesture quite as sloppily. Here on the periphery, caste formalities were all but dispensed with. Ebor stood for a moment and watched the unloading. The cargo crew used to working in spacesuits had one truck already half full. The replacements, unused to spacesuits and, in addition, awed and a bit startled by the bleakness of this satellite, were moving awkwardly down the ramp. Satisfied that the unloading was proceeding smoothly, Ebor climbed aboard the ground car, awkward in his suit, and settled back heavily in the seat to try and get used to gravity again. The gravity of this moon was slight, of course, barely 1/6 the gravity of the home world, or most of the colonies, but it still took getting used to after a long trip in free fall. The driver sat at the controls, and the car jerked into motion. Ebor, looking up, noticed for the first time that the dome wasn't there anymore. The main dome, housing the staff and equipment of the base, just wasn't there. And the driver, he now saw, was aiming the car toward the nearby crater wall. Extending two of his eyes till they almost touched the faceplate of his helmet, he could see activity at the base of the crater wall, and what looked like an airlock entrance. He wondered what had caused the change, which had obviously been done at top speed. The last time he'd been here, not very long ago, the dome had still been intact, and there had been no hint of any impending move underground. The driver steered the car into the open airlock, and they waited until the first cargo truck had lumbered in after them. Then the outer door closed, the pumps were turned on, and in a minute the red light flashed over the inner door. Ebor removed the spacesuit gratefully, left it in the car, and walked clumsily through the inner door into the new base. A good job had been done on it for all the speed. Rooms and corridors had been melted out of the rock, the floors had been carpeted, the walls painted, and the ceiling lined with light panels. All of the furnishings had been transferred here from the original dome, and the result looked, on the whole, quite livable as the dome had been, at least. But the base commander, Darquelnoy, waiting for his old friend Ebor near the inner door of the lock, looked anything but happy with the arrangement. At Ebor's entrance, he raised a limp tentacle in weary greeting and said, "Come in, my friend, come in. Tell me the new jokes from home. I could use some cheering up." "None worth telling," said Ebor. He looked around. "What's happened here?" he asked. "Why have you gone underground? Why do you need cheering up?" Darquelnoy clicked his eyes in despair. "Those things!" he cried. "Those annoying little creatures on that blasted planet up there!" Ebor repressed an amused ripple. He knew Darquelnoy well enough to know that the commander invariably overstated things. "What have they been up to, Dar?" he asked. "Come on, you can tell me over a hot cup of Restno." "I've been practically living on the stuff for the last 2 dren," said Darquelnoy hopelessly. "Well, I suppose another cup won't kill me. Come on to my quarters." "I've worked up a fine thirst on the trip," Ebor told him. The two walked down the long corridor together, and Ebor said, "Well, what happened?" "They came here," Darquelnoy told him simply. At Ebor's shocked look, he rippled in wan amusement and said, "Oh, it wasn't as bad as it might have been, I suppose. It was just that we had to rush around so frantically, unloading and dismantling the dome, getting this place ready." "What do you mean they came here?" demanded Ebor. "They are absolutely the worst creatures for secrecy in the entire galaxy!" exclaimed Darquelnoy in irritation. "Absolutely the worst!" "Then you've picked up at least one of their habits," Ebor told him. "Now stop talking in circles and tell me what happened." "They built a spaceship, is the long and short of it," Darquelnoy answered. Ebor stopped in astonishment. "No!" "Don't tell me no!" cried Darquelnoy. "I saw it." He was obviously at his wits' end. "It's unbelievable," said Ebor. "I know," said Darquelnoy. He led the way into his quarters, motioned Ebor to a perch, and rang for his orderly. "It was just a little remote controlled apparatus, of course," he said. "The fledgling attempt, you know. But it circled this moon here, busily taking pictures, and went right back to the planet again, giving us all a terrible fright. There hadn't been the slightest indication they were planning anything that spectacular." "None?" asked Ebor. "Not a hint?" "Oh, they've been boasting about doing some such things for ages," Darquelnoy told him. "But there was never any indication that they were finally serious about it. They have all sorts of military secrecy, of course, and so you never know a thing is going to happen until it does." "Did they get a picture of the dome?" "Thankfully, no. And before they had a chance to try again, I whipped everything underground." "It must have been hectic," Ebor said sympathetically. "It was," said Darquelnoy simply. The orderly entered. Darquelnoy told him, "To Restno," and he left again. "I can't imagine them making a spaceship," said Ebor thoughtfully. "I would have thought they'd have blown themselves up long before reaching that stage." "I would have thought so too," said Darquelnoy. "But there it is. At the moment, they've divided themselves into two camps, generally speaking, that is, and the two sides are trying like mad to outdo each other in everything. As a part of it, they're shooting all sorts of rubbish into space and crowing every time a piece of the other side's rubbish malfunctions. They could go on that way indefinitely," said Ebor. "I know," said Darquelnoy gloomily. "And here we sit." Ebor nodded, studying his friend. "You don't suppose this is all a waste of time, do you?" he asked after a minute. Darquelnoy shook a tentacle in negation. "Not at all. Not at all. They'll get around to it sooner or later. They're still boasting themselves into the proper frame of mind, that's all." Ebor rippled in sympathetic amusement. "I imagine you sometimes wish you could give them a little prodding in the right direction," he said. Darquelnoy fluttered his tentacles in horror, crying, "Don't even think of such a thing!" I know," said Ebor hastily. The laws." "Never mind the laws," snapped Darquelnoy. "I'm not even thinking about the laws. Frankly, if it would do any good, I might even consider breaking one or two of the laws, and the devil with my conditioning." "You are upset," said Ebor at that. "But if we were to interfere with those creatures up there," continued Darquelnoy, "interfere with them in any way at all, it would be absolutely disastrous." The orderly returned at that point with two steaming cups of Restno. Darquelnoy and Ebor accepted the cups, and the orderly left, making a sloppy tentacle cross salute, which the two ignored. "I wasn't talking necessarily about attacking them, you know," said Ebor, returning to the subject. "Neither was I," Darquelnoy told him. "We wouldn't have to attack them. All we would have to do is let them know we're here. Not even why we're here, just the simple fact of our presence. That would be enough. They would attack us." Ebor extended his eyes in surprise. "As vicious as all that?" "Chilling," Darquelnoy told him. "Absolutely chilling." "Then I'm surprised they haven't blown themselves to pieces long before this." "Oh, well," said Darquelnoy, you see, they're cowards, too. They have to boast and brag and shout a while before they finally get to clawing and biting at one another." Ebor waved a tentacle. "Don't make it so vivid." "Sorry," apologized Darquelnoy. He drained his cup of Restno. "Out here," he said, "living next door to the little beasts day after day, one begins to lose one's sensibilities." "It has been a long time," agreed Ebor. "Longer than we had originally anticipated," Darquelnoy said frankly. "We've been ready to move in for I don't know how long, and instead we just sit here and wait. Which isn't good for morale either." "No, I don't imagine it is." "There's already a theory among some of the workmen that the blow-up just isn't going to happen, ever. And since that ship went circling by, of course morale has hit a new low." "It would have been nasty if they'd spotted you," said Ebor. "Nasty?" echoed Darquelnoy. "Catastrophic, you mean? All that crowd up there needs is an enemy, and it doesn't much matter to them who that enemy is. If they were to suspect that we were here, they'd forget their own little squabbles at once and start killing us instead. And that, of course, would mean that they'd be united for the first time in their history. And who knows how long it would take them before they'd get back to killing one another again." "Well," said Ebor, "you're underground now, and it can't possibly take them too much longer." "One wouldn't think so," agreed Darquelnoy. "In a way," he added, "that spaceship was a hopeful sign. It means that they'll be sending a manned ship along pretty soon, and that should do the trick. As soon as one side has a base on the moon, the other side is bound to get things started." "A relief for you, eh?" said Ebor. "You know," said Darquelnoy thoughtfully. "I can't help thinking I was born in the wrong age. All this scrabbling around, searching everywhere for suitable planets. Back when the universe was younger, there were lots and lots of planets to colonize. Now the old problem of half-life is taking its toll, and we can't even hope to keep up with the birth rate anymore. If it weren't for the occasional planets like that one up there, I don't know what we'd do." "Don't worry," Ebor told him. "They'll have their atomic war pretty soon, and leave us a nice high-radiation planet to colonize." "I certainly hope it's soon," said Darquelnoy. "This waiting gets on one's nerves." He rang for the orderly. End of They Also Serve by Donald E. Westlake.
The Untouchable by Stephen A. Callis, Jr. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Glenn Kirsten. The Untouchable by Stephen A. Callis, Jr. The man finally entered the office of General George Garvers. As the door closed behind him, he saw the general, who sprang from his chair to greet him. "Max! You finally came." "Got here as soon as I could. I wager half my time was taken up by the security checkpoints. You are certainly isolated in here." "All of that," agreed the general. "Have a seat, won't you?" he asked, indicating a chair. His friend sank into it gratefully. "Now, what's this vital problem you called me about? You weren't too specific." "No," said Garvers, "I wasn't. This is a security matter, after a fashion. It's vitally important that we get technical help on this thing, and since you and I are friends, I was asked to call you in." "Well?" "I'm afraid I'll have to make a story of it." "Quite all right by me, but don't mind if I interject a question now and then." "Mind if I smoke?" "Go right ahead," said Garvers, fumbling out a lighter. "Just don't spill ashes on the rug." This all began on the 3rd of May. I was working here on some top security stuff. I'd suddenly got the feeling of being watched. I know it seems silly, what with all the checkpoints that a potential spy would have to go through to get here, but that's just how I felt. Several times I glanced around the office, but of course it was empty. Then I began to think that it was my nerves. "You always were a bit of a hypochondriac," observed his friend. "Be that as it may," continued Garvers, "it was the only explanation I had at the time. Either someone was watching me, which seemed impossible, or I was beginning to crack under the strain. Well, I put my papers away and tried to take a short break. I was reaching into my drawer where I keep magazines when, so help me, a man stepped out of the wall into my office." "What?" "It seems as if you just said a guy stepped out of the wall." "That's just what I did say. It sounds crazy, but let me finish, will you? I'm not kidding, and I'll show you proof later if necessary. Anyway, this bird stepped straight out of the wall as if it had been a waterfall or something, but the wall itself was undamaged. The only proof I had that he had actually done it was the fact that he was in my office, but that was proof enough. To put it mildly, I was thunderstruck. After jumping to my feet, I could only stand there like an idiot. I was so shaken that I couldn't speak a word, but he spoke first. "General Garvers?" he asked, just as if you'd run into me at a cocktail party or on the street. I told him he was correct and asked him who he was and what he wanted, and how he got into my office. He identified himself as a Henry Bush and explained that he was acting in behalf of a good friend of his, the late Dr. Hyman Duval. Have you ever heard of Duval, Max? His friend twisted his face in thought. Can't say that I have offhand, but the name seems to ring a bell somewhere. Well, anyway, he said that Duval had perfected an invention of great national importance shortly before his death, and asked Bush to deliver it to the government if anything should happen to him. Then Duval died suddenly of a heart attack. And what was this invention? Isn't it obvious? A machine that would enable a man to walk through walls. And Bush has no idea how the thing works, other than the general explanation that Duval gave him. And Bush was poles apart from Duval. They were friends from college, but not because of professional interests. It seems they were both double-crossed by the same girl. Duval was a brilliant but obscure nuclear and radiation physicist. He was one of those once-in-a-lifetime fellas like Tesla. He was so shy that he didn't bring himself to anybody's attention, save for a few papers he published in the smaller physical societies magazines. It was only because he had inherited a considerable amount of money that he could do any research whatsoever. I seem to remember a paper about wave propagation in one of the quarterlies. Quite unorthodox, as I recall, said Max. Could be, but anyway, about Bush. Bush majored in psychology at college, but took special courses after he graduated and took a master's in English. He has written 2 novels and 3 collections of poems under various pen names. At the time of Duval's death, he was working on the libretto of an opera. He has had no technical training unless you want to count a year of high school general science. So he wasn't too much help in explaining how Duval's instrument works. And, just to make matters more juicy, Duval kept no notes. He had total recall and a childlike fear of putting anything into writing that had not been experimentally verified. And this machine, how's it supposed to work? Garvers got up and began to pace. According to Bush, Duval devised the instrument after stumbling into an entirely new branch of physics. This device of Duval's is a special case of a theory of matter and energy. Matter is made up of subnuclear particles, electrons, protons, and the like. However, Duval said that these particles are in turn made up of much smaller particles grouped together in aggregate clouds. The size ratio of these particles to protons is somewhat like the ratio of an individual proton to a large star. They seem to be composed of tiny clots of energy from a fantastically complex energy system, in which electromagnetism is but a small part. Each energy segment is represented by a different facet of each particle, and the arrangement of the individual particles to each other determines what superparticle they will form, such as an electron. Duval called these subparticles LEMs. Bush says he was told that a field of a special nature could be generated so as to make the individual LEMs in the particles of matter rotate in a special way that would introduce a polarization field, as Duval called it. This field seems to be connected somehow with gravity, but Bush wasn't told how. The upshot is that matter in the initial presence of the field is affected so that it's able to pass through ordinary matter. Hold on, interrupted Max. If a device can do that, then the user would immediately fall towards the center of the earth. Just you hold on. You didn't let me finish. A single plane of atoms at the base of the treated object is the point of contact. It remains partially unaffected because it's the closest to the gravitostatic field center, which I guess is the Earth's center of attraction. This plane of semi-treated atoms can be forced through an object, if it is moved horizontally, but its untreated aspect prevents the subject wearing the device from falling through the floor. Bush demonstrated this device to me, turning it on and strolling through various objects in this room. Think of it. No soldier could be killed or held prisoner, and— Now, hang on, objected Max. Let's not run away with ourselves. He may have perfected a device that would enable a soldier to avoid capture, but there would certainly be other ways to kill him than by bullets. Let's see now. Suppose that the enemy shot a flamethrower at him. The burning materials might pass through him, but he would be cooked anyway. Or Poison gas. As far as gas goes, I suppose a gas mask would be necessary. Bush doesn't know about the breathing mechanism except that he had to take breaths. But as far as fire or radiation goes, the man's protected. If the radiation is either harmful by nature or by amount, the field merely reflects it. It is something called the lemmic stress of the field that causes the phenomenon. That's why we need your help. Max scratched his head thoughtfully. I don't understand. Garvers looked pained. When Bush had finished his demonstration, he carelessly tossed the device on my desk. The thing skidded and hit my paperweight so that the switch was thrown on again. So now the device and my desk are both untouchable. Go over to the desk and try to touch it, said Garvers dryly. His friend got up and ambled over to the desk. There he saw a small black box resting near a paperweight. Its toggle switch was at the on position, and it was lying on its side. He tried to pick the box up, but his hand slid effortlessly through it, as if it were so much air. Well, Max said. He passed his hand through the desk again. Well, well. Are you sure Bush told you everything? Bush! He honestly wants to help, and we've taken him through the mill. Pentothal, scopolamine, and the like, hypnotism and the polygraph. We've dug that man deeper than we've ever dug anybody before. And have you conducted any experiments of your own? Certainly. That's what's so frustrating. We try to X-ray the thing, and we don't get a thing. We bombarded it with every radiation we could think of, from radio to gamma, and it just reflected them. We can detect no radiation coming out of it. Magnetic fields don't affect it, nor do heat and cold. Nuclear particles are ignored by it. It just sits there, thumbing its nose at us. And we can't even wait for it to run down. According to Bush, the power requirements of the thing are funny, and once the field is established, it takes no additional energy to maintain it. And the collapsing power remains indefinitely until it's time to turn the machine off. But it's unreachable by any means we have. It's pure frustration. There's no way we can analyze it until we can handle it, and no way we can handle it until we turn it off. And there's no way we can turn it off until we've analyzed it. If it were alive, I'd think that it was laughing at us. Do you have any ideas? Asked Garvers hopefully. Nothing that would help a solution at present, said Max. But do you remember the legend of King Tantalus? Slightly. What about it? Well, if he were here, said Max thoughtfully, he'd sympathize. The End of the Untouchable by Stephen A. Callis, Jr. Recording by Glenn Kirsten.
Vanishing Point. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Megan Argo. Vanishing Point by C.C. Beck. That? Oh, that's a perspective machine. Well, not exactly, but that's what I call it. No, I don't know how it works. Too complicated for me. Carter could make it go, but after he made it, he never used it. Too bad. He thought he'd make a lot of money with it there for a while he was working it out. Almost had me convinced. But I told him, get it to work first, Carter, and then show me what you can do with it better than I can do without it. I'm doing pretty well as it is. Pictures selling good, even if I do make 'em all by guesswork, as you call it. That's what I told him. You see, Carter was one of them artists that think they can work everything out by formulas and stuff. Me, I just paint things as I see 'em. Never worry about perspective and all that kind of mechanical aids. Never even went to art school, but I do all right. Carter, now, was a different sort of artist. Well, he wasn't really an artist, more of a draftsman. I first got him in to help me with a series of real estate paintings I got an order for. Big aerial views of land developments and drawings of buildings, roads and causeways, that kind of stuff. Was a little too much for me to handle alone, 'cause I never studied that kind of things. You know. I thought he'd do the mechanical drawings, which should have been simple for anybody trained that way, and I'd throw in the colours, figures, trees and so on. He did fine, job came out good, client was real happy. We made a pretty good amount on the job, enough to keep us for a couple of months without working afterwards. I took it easy, fishing and so on, but Carter stayed here in the studio, working on his own stuff. I let him keep an eye on things for me around the place, and just dropped in now and then to check up. The guy was nuts on the subject of perspective. I thought he knew all there was to know about it already, but he claimed nobody knew anything about it, really. Said he'd been studying it for years, and the more he learned about it, the more there was to learn. He used to cover big sheets of paper with complicated diagrams, trying to prove something or other to himself. I'd come into the studio and find him with thumbtacks and string and stuff all over the place. He'd get big long rulers and draw lines to various points all over the room, and end up with a little drawing of a cube about an inch square, that anybody could have made in half a minute without all the apparatus. Seemed pretty silly to me. Then he brought in some books on mathematics and physics and other things, and a bunch of slide rules, calculators and junk. He must have been a pretty smart guy to know how to handle all those things, even if he was kind of dopey about other things. You know, women and fishing and sports and drinking. He was lousy at everything except working those perspective problems. Personally, I couldn't see much sense to what he was doing. The guy could draw all right already, so I asked him what more did he want. Let me see if I can remember what he said. "I'm trying to get at things as they really are, not as they appear," he said. I think those were his words. Art is an illusion, a bag of tricks. Reality is something else, not what we think it is. Drawings are two-dimensional projections of a world that is not merely three, but four-dimensional, if not more, he said. Yeah, kind of a crackpot, Carter was. Just on that one subject, though. Nice enough guy otherwise. Here, look at some of the drawings he made, working out his formulas. Nice designs, huh? Might make good wallpaper or fabric patterns. Real abstract, that's what people seem to like. See all those little letters scattered around among the lines? Different kinds of vanishing points they are. Carter claimed the whole world was full of vanishing points. You don't know what a vanishing point is? Ah, let me see if I can explain. Come over to the window here. You see how that road out there gets smaller and smaller in the distance? Of course the road doesn't really get smaller, it just looks that way. That's what we call a vanishing point in drawing. Simple, isn't it? Never could understand why Carter went to so much trouble working out all those ways to locate vanishing points. Me, I just throw 'em in wherever I need 'em. But Carter claimed that was wrong. Said they were all connected together some way, and he was going to work out a method to prove it. Here's a little gadget he made up to help his calculations. Bunch of discs all pivoted together at the centre. You're supposed to turn 'em around so the arrows point to the different figures and things. Here's the square root sign. I remember Carter telling me that. This one is the tangent function, whatever that means. Log, there, is short for logarithm. Oh, he had a bunch of that scientific stuff in his head all the time. Don't know whether he understood it all himself. He built this thing just before he put together that perspective machine there. Silly-looking gadget, huh? All them pipes and wires and that little cube in the centre. Don't try to touch it, it ain't really there. You just think it is. It's what Carter called a teteract or a cataract. No, that ain't the right word. Something like that. Tessa something or other. There's a picture like it in one of Carter's books. Hurts your eyes to look at it, don't it? That's what Carter thought was going to make him a lot of fame and money, that perspective machine. I told him nobody had ever made a drawing machine yet that worked, but he said it wasn't supposed to make drawings. It was supposed to give people a view of what reality really is, instead of what they think it is. I don't know whether he expected to charge money to look through it, or whether he was going to look through it himself and make some new kind of drawings and sell 'em. No, I can't tell you how it works. I said before, I don't know. Carter only used it once himself. I came in here the day he finished it, just as he was ready to turn it on. He was just putting the finishing touches on it. In a few minutes, he told me, I'll have the answer to a question that may never have been answered before. What is reality? Is the world a thing by itself, and all we know illusion? Why do things grow smaller the further away from us they appear? Why can't we see more than one side of anything at a time? What happens to the far side of an object? Does it cease to exist just because we can't see it? Are objects not present, non-existent? Because artists draw things vanishing to points, does that mean they really vanish? A whack, that's what he was. Nice guy, but sort of screwy. He kept saying more goofy things while he was finishing up the machine, about how he'd figured out that all we knew about vision and drawing and so on must be wrong, and that once he got a look at the real world, he'd prove it. How about cameras? I asked him. Take a picture with a camera, and it looks just about the same as a drawing, don't it? That's because cameras are built to take pictures like we're used to seeing them, he said. Flat, two-dimensional slices of reality, without depth or motion. Even 3D moving pictures? I asked. They're closer to reality, he admitted, but they are still only cross-sections of it. The shutter of a movie camera is closed as much of the time as it is open. What happens in between the times it's open? You know, he went on, people used to think that matter and motion were continuous, but scientists have proved that they are discontinuous. Now some of them think that time may be too. Maybe everything is just imaginary, and appears to our senses in whatever way we want it to appear. We are so well trained that we see everything just as we are taught to see it by generations of artists, writers, and other symbol makers. If we could see things as they really are, what might happen? We'd probably all go nuts, I told him. He just smiled. Well, here goes, he said. It's finished. Now to find out who is right, the scientists and philosophers who say reality is forever unreachable, or the artists who say there isn't a reality, that we make the whole thing up to suit ourselves. He moved one of those pointers you see there, and squinted around at the different scales and dials, and then stepped back. That little Tessie thing appeared, real small at first, just a point, you could hardly see it. I couldn't see anything else happening and thought he was going to do something else to the machine. I turned to look at Carter and saw his face as white as a sheet. "Good God!" he says, just like that. "Good God!" That's all. "Well," I says to him, "who was right, the scientists or the artists?" "The artists," he sort of screeches. "The artists were right all the time. There is no reality. It's all a fabric of illusion we've created ourselves. And now I've ripped a hole in that." He gives a strangled hoot and then goes hightailing out of here like something was after him. Jumps in his car and roars off down the road and disappears. No, I don't mean he really disappeared. Are you nuts? Just roared on down the road till he got so small I couldn't see him no more. You know, the way things do when they go further and further away. Happens every day. That's what we artists mean by perspective. The machine, well, I don't know what to do with it. If Carter ever comes back, he might not like me getting rid of it. I was thinking maybe I'd put it in the hobby show at the county fair next week, though. You know how that funny-looking cube inside there gets bigger every time you look at it? There, it just doubled in size again, see? People at the fair ought to get a big kick out of that. No telling how big it'll get with all those people looking at it. But come on, let's go fishing. We'd better hurry or it'll be too late. End of Vanishing Point by C.C. Beck. Read by Megan Argo.